Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Ted Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps that I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God five, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while they eat. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind after eating.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a priest. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God five, I'm the kingpin.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on, Grease for Fire? What's going on, Lou area grassroots? What's happening, bro? God damn. Let's see. I be in all kind of different time zones, so this thing be playing out. So, what's going on, Marcus Lewis? What's happening, bro? What's going on, BH? What's going on, Razul Wash? What's happening, man? What's going on? Salute to you, Marvin Banks. What's happening, bro? Man. So I got all kind of Crawford fans coming to my damn page crying about every time he tweet out something, because you know I try to keep the pressure on him because he always saying some lame. Can you guys hear me? What's going on, TZ Frank? You know what I'm saying? He says pull Bud ass on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that. Let me see if I can pull that shit up, man. This dude here. I mean, I don't even know what the hell he be talking about. It never be about what we want to hear. Let's see. Let me see, man. He never talking about what we want to hear. Let me see. Terrence Crawford Twitter. This dude always tripping, man. He's talking about some friends or some bullshit. Let's see. Let's see. There it is. There it is. Okay. Let me show y'all this. I gotta make sure I don't cut my program out. The internet bad where I'm at. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me show y'all this, man. So I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. Let me see if I can get in there. Okay, we here. The internet's slow where I'm at, y'all, so y'all gonna have to forgive me. I'm out here in the boonies out west. Okay, now I got to sign into my own goddamn account. Okay, so here we go. Let me see. It's like I gotta sign in and all this Twitter shit. Okay, come on. Come on up, bro. Pull up. Okay. Let me see. Okay, here go Bud Crawford. You know, can y'all see that? Let me see. Yeah, y'all can see that. So, you know, the one thing I like about Art, man, he be on it too, man. He be putting that pressure on him too. He says the craziest. He says the most blow it up. So said crazy. Most of my people is lost in their head. He said what social media have done to them. Good morning. He said something else too, though. That was crazy. Let's see. His shit be scattered everywhere. What do Crawford be talking about, man? I mean, what is he talking about, bro? Everything except for boxing. You know what I'm saying? He be talking about every damn thing. Now he's supposed to be getting it on. Now hopefully they're in negotiations, you know what I'm saying, behind the scene. Why won't he just talk about the fucking fight, bro? You know what I'm saying? Why won't he just say what's going on? He always got to be weird like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm so tired of this dude, bro. Is he going to be in the mix or not this year? This 2023, nigga, you almost 48 years old. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you've been talking this shit all these years, and now here you are with the same old crap, you know what I'm saying? Talking about nothing. Talking about nothing. What kind of damn champion is this dude, man? I'm like, bro, is he in the mix or not? You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to see fucking Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin. You know what I'm saying? People want to see the biggest fight in boxing. You know, and he just fucking it all up. And you know what? EJ too, because EJ should be telling, you know, EJ probably just don't want to blow the fight, trying to get this dude in the ring. Because it's, you know, you say if you say something, you know what I'm saying, that's remotely controversial, this dude, he wanna haul ass, he wanna take his ball and go home. You know what I'm saying? If you say anything that he feel like is disrespectful, or you know what I'm saying, it's like you can't just do regular business with Terrence Crawford. You know, you just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go run over here to the zone. He keep worried about what people think. That's his problem. He's worried about what people think of him, and nobody really thinks shit of him. You know what I'm saying? That's his problem. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just being a badass boxer and going try to be the best and show everybody what you could do in the ring, bro. That's what you should be concentrating on. You know what I'm saying? Instead of worrying about, you know what I'm saying, what people are saying, the fans are saying, you know what I'm saying? None of that shit should matter to you at all. If you're a real champion, bro. Because what people really want to see is they want to see you back up all that trash you've been talking all these years. If you go in there, even if you beat Errol Spence Jr., you're going to get the respect. You're not going to get the respect for beating Alex Rocha. Nobody's going to, you know what I'm saying? You know, who's going to respect him if he beat Alex Rocha or Blair Cobb? You know what I'm saying? You might get some respect if you beat Virgil Ortiz. You might. You know what I'm saying? You might get some, but Virgil Ortiz, we really don't look at Virgil Ortiz like he's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? He's good, but he got to prove himself too, because think about it. Who has Virgil Ortiz really beat? You know what I'm saying? I mean, he really hasn't proven himself either. So if Virgil Ortiz and Terrence Crawford fight, that would be a step-up fight for both of them. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Terrence Crawford has faced anybody as good as Virgil Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? It says, let me see, what's going on, Jay Watch 4? I see you out there. He said, yeah. He said, okay, you hear me? Okay, all right, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? He says, but talk about everything except the fight, but fighting Spence. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, I mean, you think people can't see through that mess, bro? You think people can't see that? You know what I'm saying? You don't want no parts of this guy. You know, but you've been talking shit for this guy. You called this man a bitch when he was out there in that damn water before he fought Ugas. And I was like, God damn, this dude has really crossed the line. And now, you know what I'm saying, you can't find him nowhere near, you know, talking about this fight. That's how you know this nigga fake, man. That's how you know he fake. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then in his Twitter, he won't even mention that man. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure EJ, you know what I'm saying, he just trying not to mess up the bag. You know what I'm saying? If they are in secret negotiations, man, he just don't want to mess this up. And I think EJ, once he get Terrence Crawford in that ring, bro, it's gonna be different. I think he's kind of like, you know how like David Benavidez right now is talking shit on the outside and he's showing all his emotions and he really want to beat Caleb playing up. I think EJ just holding all that shit like that on the inside. You know what I'm saying? So he don't mess up the bag. He just trying to get him to sign that contract. Sign that contract, man. Just hold back. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing crazy because you know he gonna, you know, he like a piece of lint. You know what I'm saying? You know, as soon as some wind come, that motherfucker gonna be all in the corners, all up under the couch. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be able to catch that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I think EJ is just buying his time. He said he's trying to let Al Heyman work his magic. You know, one thing about Al Heyman, you know what I'm saying? Just like when he got that Pacquiao fight. You know what I'm saying? He could get that shit done, man. He whatever it is, he's going to get it done, you know. And with Steven Espinoza, you know what I'm saying, he's still optimistic about the fight. So they know something, and nobody has heard any announcement on the Keith Thurman fight, right? So it's something brewing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They ain't just falling back like this here for nothing. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you got Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, he's traveling all over the world and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he having a good time. But if they give him some good money, man, hopefully we'll get this damn fight going. He says, let me see, what's up with G13? What you say, not 48? That nigga, he old, man. I mean, what are you waiting on, bro? There's nothing to wait on, bro. I mean, if you keep waiting, unless he's trying to get a built-in excuse that he's too old or something. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I could see for him to wait this long. Because the longer he wait, the more those damn skills gonna erode in the ring. And guess what? You know what I'm saying? People don't give a damn, bro. You get knocked out and shit, you just get knocked out. That's just on you because you waited that damn long. Just like Pacquiao waited before he took that damn drug test. They kept telling me they waited. Talking about Mayweather waited too long to fight Pacquiao. Well, shit, nigga, if you would have took the drug test, you would have had to fight. But you keep talking about you afraid of needles and all these weird stipulations, and you finally got out of the ring once you washed that shit out your system. You know what I'm saying? So you know, it's a little bit of gamesmanship, but the game ain't working on Crawford's side because he old. You know what I'm saying? The nigga old. So what are you waiting on, bro? If you're gonna fight that man, go ahead and jump in that ring and make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Before people start doing like what they said about Pacquiao. Oh, you waited till he got old. Ain't nobody wait till you got old, nigga. You been running. You know what I'm saying? Now you about to run out of money. You about to, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna respect the opponents. You know what I'm saying? Over that Golden Boy. Brad Cobb already broke it down. Terrence Crawford can go through all them dudes with no problems. He says, yeah, and Roach, like you say, Roach already been beat by Rashid Ellis. So there's no mystery there. We already know what level he's on. And Rashid Ellis was beat by Villa. So we know those guys ain't nothing special. You know what I'm saying? I know style make fights, but shit, Rashid Ellis got beat by Villa. And then he beat Alex Roach. They ain't got nothing for Terrence Crawford over there. Now it'd be sad if he go over there and he try to fight Rocha and he get beat up. That would be sad. He'd be looking like Tony Harrison, you know what I'm saying, up in the ring, looking like Tony Harrison. Didn't Tony Harrison look terrible in the ring, bro? Didn't he look terrible? I mean, I know, you know, we kind of tied it up with the show after we stayed on late, but we never did have a real post show, but he looked terrible, bro. He looked like he went in there, looked like they paid him, you You know what I'm saying? To go in there and make Tim Tszyu look good, to make it to have so he could have some kind of credentials to be a contender for undisputed. And then now they're trying to pump up Jermell, they're trying to get a reaction out of Jermell Charlo, and Jermell Charlo is like, shit, nigga, I'm different. I am different, bro. Y'all think Tim Tszyu what he did impressed me? You know what I'm saying? You already saw that. Like, we expected Tony to go in there and be the same, Tony Harrison that beat Jermell in the first fight and gave him hell in the second. But that dude didn't resemble nothing. He was nothing. He was a shell of himself. He came out there with only a jab, bro. He only came out there with a jab. And it was like, bro, since when Tony Harrison, that's the only way he fight. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you can believe what you want, but I mean, either he got on overnight or he got paid to lose, just like Amir Khan did against Terrence Crawford. Cause Amir Khan got like what $7 million or some shit like that, and Terrence Crawford didn't even make that damn much. So he went in there to lose. You know what I'm saying? They pay these dudes to go in there and lay the hell down so they can make, to propel Tim Tszyu to the next level, to make him look legitimate, because he hadn't really fought nobody to look legitimate to get a shot at the undisputed title. This is just another case of them building heroes and shit, building fighters. You know what I'm saying? It's just another case. You know what I'm saying? Because I would have rather seen Castano come back. Because shit, Castano gave Jermell a hell of a fight, even though he got knocked out. But that's the same shit that's going to happen to Tim Tszyu. That's the same thing that's going to happen to Tim Tszyu. Yeah, he looks shot, bro. He looks shot. What's going on?
That man, mama.
What you said? What you said?
I said, there go that man, mama.
That's it, bro. You sound like goddamn. Oh, there you go, talking that boxing again.
Oh, nah, they say that's the bad guy right there. You look at me, you blame me. You need me to be the bad guy. Because
yeah, Tony Santana, yeah.
You see, that's the bad guy.
So I'm saying, you saw Terrence Crawford tweet.
Which one?
Shit, both of them, shit. You know what I'm saying? He's never talking about the damn fight, man, or he's never talking about fighting somebody, or he's never calling nobody out.
They said that they talking they trying to keep it out the public right now, so I'm gonna leave it at that right there. You feel me? They said him and Earl never stopped negotiating. I'm not gonna say shit. Neither one of them need to say shit. Just make that shit happen. Javante Tank and Ryan Garcia done got a $20 million gate already. They done sold out, and the gate is worth $20 million all fucking ready. So if that's not showing Terrence Crawford that the money can be made, I don't know what will. But we're gonna see these pay-per-view numbers. And like I said, this is $100 million fight. When he see that when he see that right there, he wanted $25 million. Ryan and Tank's gate has already did $20 million already. Sold out. First day. It's sold out.
Well, we knew the shit was gonna be big. We knew it was gonna be a big fight.
But see, this right here shows, and neither one of them got a guarantee.
But Terrence Crawford know that though. He seen what Mikey Garcia did. Mikey Garcia, he seen what.
That was then.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is he know the money could be made, bro. If you see something work 4 times, with the pay-per-view numbers, why would you think it's not going to work for you?
Because he's not, his pay-per-view numbers don't do nothing. You feel me?
Yeah, but he know this fight is big. I mean, if we could see it, you think he that dumb?
But he wants to guarantee just in case. Like he not trying to think like that. He wants guarantee. He don't want what if it do big. He want to know he got his straight away. Like Floyd do his exhibitions. Floyd get his off the top. He not trying. He not trying to see what do. He wants his off the top. Guarantee. But yeah, man.
Well, hopefully they give him that shit so he can get in the ring, man. Because everybody's tired of this dude.
I give him that damn $25 million. Sign your shit $25 million. That's all you get, nigga.
Shit.
He see that $25 million gate. Don't start trying to negotiate now, nigga. Go ahead and get your 20.
Raised
So then,
emotional women.
look, he signed himself for 25 million, right? And then that fight, say like that fight do 100 million or 150 million, and him and his people gonna be in the thing talking about, oh, they shitted us. They only gave us 25 and he got 100 and some. Like, you know, you can't win with people like that though, bro.
That's
You
true.
just can't.
What's up, Big Darryl? Big Darryl G. Galloway says, no diss, but he said, I've been saying this. What is that? Quack, quack, bud. Oh,
Crack
quack, quack,
was raised
bud.
with emotional women. He has no
Mm,
manhood, training at all. Too much emotional broad energy. I believe it, bro. I be saying it at the same
mm-hmm.
time. I
What's
say a
going
woman
on,
can't
W.
be a
Nivers?
real man.
Mm-hmm. What's going on? What's going on, T Hunt? What's happening? G13. Let me see.
Man, we watched
What's
Tony Harrison age overnight in that fight, bro.
man? I think he laid down, bro.
Nah, lay down. Motherfucker
I,
ain't gonna lay down and take that type of punishment, bro. That nigga eyes was
man,
rolling in his head. No, bro.
no, no. I think he got paid to make Tim look good. Cause think about this.
Bro, he
Why
got
in
paid
the
to look like
hell?
Charlo, bro.
Listen, bro. Listen. Why would you put him up against a fighter like Tony Harrison? Right? You seen Tony Harrison. Now this before. This is all before. Why would you put him in there with somebody who gave Jermell such hell like that for 2 fights? That don't look like the type of dude you
Bro,
give a chance before.
I ain't
Mhm.
gonna take it away from Tszyu, bro, because Tony Harrison looked shocked in
Uh,
his last fight, bro. If you look
hey
back at
man,
his last fight, they
hey
both
number one, we can't take his victory from him. Can't
yeah,
he won it, right? You
yeah, I don't
can't
think
take it
Tony
from
did
him.
now.
But I think the nigga laid down for him because he just didn't look like shit.
That's
I
what
mean
I'm
he
saying
came
about
in there.
all the great.
Mhm.
Check this out, Paul. All our great fighters we see when they get their ass whooped in a fight that they weren't supposed to, when they age out. Like when it's that time, you like, damn, that's not him, and like that's not him. But we seen Tony in his last fight. His last fight, he was looking shell shocked, man. He done been knocked out 3 damn times, bro. When you see how Roy was after he got knocked out 3 times. Tony Harrison last fight, he didn't do too good, and I attribute it to his dad dying. Like if I'd have thought about it, you know, I would have lost all that damn money on Tony Harrison ass. But like I believe Tony aged overnight and it's over for him. Like he's about to retire because
Wow.
like I seen him. He tried to do some shit, bro. His legs didn't work. His legs
Yeah,
wouldn't work.
his leg look weak as hell, man. Who
And
was that?
another thing,
Somebody on Twitter said looked like he had got some yams the previous night or some
hey,
shit.
he might have
You know
got
what
some
I'm
of
saying?
that Australian booty, bro. You know they love them down. I mean, you know them girls will throw it at you. That's one thing they say. Them girls will throw it at you, and that'll take away your legs too. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. Another reason why Tony looked so bad, man. He was in a 16x16, bro. That damn small ass motherfucking ring. If
Yeah.
by the time you step 2 times, you against the damn ropes again. And like they don't
Hmm.
even fight in rings that small, but he agreed to it. Like that right
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
that's one of the smallest rings you ever see right there, bro. That's one like we used to fight in rings like that when we was 12 years old, bro. Like if you notice, every time you looked up, Tony was on the ropes or he was in the corner. That's because the ring was so small. If he shuffled 2 steps to the right or the left, he's into the other corner. The ring was small as
Oh,
hell.
I get it. I get it. I get it. I saw
They
it
set it
because,
up,
like you said, as soon as he stepped back, he was on them damn ropes.
and that's the
You know
way
what I'm
Tim
saying?
Jordan did it because they know Tony's a slick fighter, but Tony is a slick fighter when he has space. When you put a dog in the cage, he can only go as far as that cage can go. And as slick as Tony is, he's not young and spry. So he can't move around that little ass ring like that. He don't have that ring
Mm,
generalship no more. And Tim was cutting his ass off. Tim would take 2 steps, and he at the next corner to cut him off again. And that's why people kept saying,
mm.
Tony, get off the ropes. He can't. The ropes is everywhere. Shit. Everywhere he
Hey,
goes, it's ropes.
T Word said that Zoo win gonna be overrated until Charlo sleeps him. And you saw how they were pushing out. They trying to promote the
Oh
hell out
man,
that fight.
oh man, these trolls are going crazy, bro. Like they act like they're won their national championship. They don't realize Tony Harrison won the championship. Tony Harrison done missed slept 3 times.
I'm like looking at media headlines talking about Tim Zoo drowned Tony and shit. I was like, wow, like, let's listen to this shit, man. Like, you know,
Tony 4 years ago,
they love that shit, huh?
4 years ago, Tony would have busted his ass.
But like I said, Tony had the last fight. They gave him a gift decision. Tony didn't really win that fight. But, you know, Tony was a name, so they try to keep him relevant.
Me too, who's real. I thought Tony would outbox him too to a win too, or perhaps even stop him. My last impression of Tony that's in my mind is the one who was just throwing combinations on Jermell, giving him hell, banging him up, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
but
see,
that
that
ain't the
was in
same
all
dude.
of our minds, but we forgot about his last fight. His last fight wasn't like that. His last fight, he was getting pieced up by a journeyman. And
Yeah,
I'm thinking that was because his dad died. You know, I was making excuses.
yeah.
Dad died. This gonna be the Tony that was in it with Jermell. And I gotta realize that last knockout Jermell did to him, took it out of him. When you get knocked out the way Jermell took that man out, that takes
TZ Frank said only a jab and a weak ass jab at that. He said Harrison didn't have any snap on his punches. Yeah, man. You know
now
what I'm
he was
saying?
throwing punches in like the 5th and 6th round. Now he was fighting back. Now he was fighting back off the ropes. He just kept getting caught with that right. That damn right.
So W never said Spence will destroy Tszyu. Shit, I think so too, man. I think EJ got that.
That nigga, dog.
And they got that work rate, bro. That work rate. Charlo got that power, and he got.
See, he likes to see Tim Tszyu plays follow the leader. He likes to walk behind people and try to walk them down, but he follows them. See, he do that with Charlo. Charlo gonna do him like he did Brian Castano, set a trap and bust his ass. He gonna get caught walking right into it. He gonna be walking, and next thing you know, he gonna get hit with that damn hook. Or that lights out.
Yeah, Sir the Rule say, he said, yeah, I forgot about that. He said Khan did get more money. He said Kell Brook showed up for a paycheck. He said, heck, he says trainers didn't even show up when he fought Bud.
Now his trainer said he couldn't make that fight because Kell Brook had a little bit of time and he hadn't fought in 147 in 3 fights in like 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a short training camp. And his trainer was like, I'm not about to do that, bro. He said, that's suicide. But Kell wanted that list. You see, he like to hit that Blizzo. Kell got to pay the dope man.
Shit, who will say Spence spent the block? What's taking Bud so long? Same shit he always do. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad they're keeping it quiet though. I'm glad they're keeping it quiet though. That way, no egos can get involved. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows what's going on. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, they can get something done, man. Because I'm so tired of this dude. What's going on, Barton, South D Town? What's going on? He says, Bud Crawford got those Twitter fingers. He says Drake back to back, and T Word says Bud is scared money. You know what I'm saying? He know that all he got is his name. All he got is his reputation, bro. That's all he got. You know what I'm saying? So he says, what Bud wants is not to lose his eye, is why he's ducking EJ. I think at this point, what's going on, Knockout? At this point right now, man, you know what I'm saying? Bud just need to get on in that ring because he's looking pretty bad in these streets right now. You know what I'm saying? His name is Mud right now. You know what I'm saying? But I want to. Well, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I hit the wrong down. But yeah, like this. Spence and Crawford probably gonna be around this Christmas time, around the end of the year, because Spence is gonna fight Thurman, Crawford gonna fight Rocha, right? And that's gonna build it one more time because Spence gonna clear out the heavy lifting with Thurman, and then I think him and Crawford gonna get it around November, December.
I hope EJ focus because you can't be bullshitting with Thurman now because Thurman training his ass off, bro.
Oh no, he ain't been training since last year, bro. And EJ gonna beat Thurman ass for old and new. See, EJ gets in 2 grudge matches. He get to whoop Crawford ass for all that bullshit that Crawford and his team been saying, and he gonna whoop Thurman ass for all that ducking and all that bullshit he was doing. Because if Thurman wasn't bullshitting, EJ could have been undisputed a long time ago.
Yeah, I've been
a hell of a long time ago.
You watching the videos of Keith training? Like he is intense. He is ready. He trying to get himself ready. He trying to get there. But you know what I'm saying? But all that goddamn inactivity, you know what I'm saying? But EJ, you know, he been inactive too, so you know what I'm saying? It should be a pretty good
It
one.
don't mean much because EJ be coming off the inactivities and still doing it. Like he say, if you the man, you the man. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you the man, you don't need no tune-ups. Right? It's just in you.
Let
And
me
like
see. What's going on? What's going on, King Judah out there? I just dropped the link. Let me see. Didn't I drop? Yeah, I dropped the link.
you
What's
got the
going
link
on, Eric? What's happening,
up in
bro?
the chat.
They said they waiting to see how good Tank. Oh, they trying to. Eric R says they waiting to see how good Tank versus Garcia do. Well, shit, that shit. If 20 million already sold, it's gonna do pretty goddamn well.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, it's gonna do great.
If it did 20 million and the build up look like it's going pretty good, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
the
you
build
know,
up done took away from Plant and Benavidez.
mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers ain't even talking
Mm-hmm.
about Benavidez Plant right now. They talking about Tank and Ryan.
Man, did you see the what is it, the 24/7 on David and Plant? You see that? You see what's I mean, man, that shit is intense, man. David is going hard, ain't he?
Yeah,
He
but
is.
see, Caleb in his head, bro.
Why
Caleb
you say
Plant,
that?
he's in David Benavidez's head, bro. He got
Why you
David
say that?
Benavidez, he got him all mad and emotional, bro. Like that nigga mad and emotional as hell, bro.
Yeah, he just want to beat his ass, bro. He just want to beat his ass because I think they look at Caleb like he the better skilled boxer. You know what I'm saying? And since he fought Canelo, you like he's on a higher level or some shit. And since you know what I'm saying, so
Yeah,
he
that's
just
Sweet
he's
Hands Plant, baby. That's Caleb Sweet Hands.
oh man,
That's his
it's
name,
like
Sweet Plant.
I know it's sweet hands, but shit, he ain't. I mean, really, he haven't done shit to like he no monster. He ain't no monster at all.
That nigga was talking to Canelo talking about you didn't think I was that good, did you? Hey, I'm pretty good. It's a good fight, ain't it?
And then he got knocked the hell out, got TKO'd and shit right
Right,
after
took his
that.
cue. Canelo told him it was time to dive.
Mm.
Bro, now
Since
that one right there looked like a dive.
yeah, well, W never said Crawford like a dude who borrows money from everybody and pays nobody back and shit. Of course, he don't give a damn what the fans think. You know what I'm saying? He just want to do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like this ain't. I mean, this nigga is like non-traditional when it comes to boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? He gives zero damns about what the fans think, bro. Nothing for legacy. All that shit at 140. All that easy ass shit at 140. Jay Watt says, I don't think EJ fighting Thurman unless Bud is completely off the table. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
bored about the WBC, so he gonna have to fight him.
He says, what's going on, Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more? What's happening, bro? What's going on, Mike Biggs Boxing? Y'all subscribe to Mike Biggs Boxing and Bruce Gas Boxing and more. What's going on, Pedro? Pedro
Something
Torres?
Mike.
What's going on? This is I said David Benavidez is going to destroy Plant. I think so too, bro. I just think that Mexican monster is a beast, bro. You can't stop the Mexican monster, bro.
Bro, I can't
That
even
dude.
pick for the fight. I'm being honest. Like I can't even pick for the fight, bro, because I don't know. Because I
Shit,
know
you the
Caleb Plant.
gambler. You the master gambler. I know you gonna figure something out, an
Nah,
angle or something.
I ain't touching it, bro. You know why? Because
What?
because Caleb hits harder than anybody David done fought, and Caleb has that damn shit. And I've seen David get hit before, and it rattled him. You feel me? But
Mm-hmm.
I know Caleb can gas out. But see, I know David Benavidez, when he come in, he be coming in like he don't give no fucks. Like he just comes straight in throwing.
Mm-hmm.
And now he come in throwing, and Caleb catches him with a trap. It might be lights out. I don't care who he is. The shot that you don't see could be the shot that ends the night. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I'd be like, man, I don't know. But I know David Benavidez can overwhelm Plant as well. Because David Benavidez, he throw bunches and bunches.
Let me get this super chat. What's on, Mr. AMG? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that, man, for put some color. You know what I'm saying? On the in the wallet. He says, and thank for the support for the channel. He said salute Pool. He said good job up on the last debate. He said Pool, have you ever thought about debate on KO boxing, or is that not your cup of tea? He said you damn sure have knowledge and wit. Well, my thing is, man, the way I work, you know what I'm saying, because I'm a trucker and stuff. I like to get prepared for shit. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't have time, you know what I'm saying, to do it. You know, so I never know when I'm going to be off and stuff like that. And I get frustrated because, you know what I'm saying, I can only come on when I can come on. And that's why I don't participate in it, because, if I go over there, I want to be prepared and, you know what I'm saying, and get ready and all that stuff. I don't want to go in there looking stupid and all that stuff.
Yeah, you
But
most definitely got to get prepared. I learned that.
right.
Prepared.
Right. And I'm saying, it ain't that I, plus I really don't like arguing. You know what I'm saying? I don't like arguing with motherfuckers with fake talking points, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like we all hardcore fans here, right? And it's like some people are just so fucking ridiculous with some of the narratives that they run with. It's like, bro, you know what I'm saying? I've been to cuss somebody out, you know what I'm
Now,
saying, over that
get
shit.
questions ahead of time. You get the questions ahead of time, that the questions that y'all gonna
Oh,
argue.
okay. Oh, okay. Well, I've been man. I'd be like, I know how it was when they first started. It wasn't like
Yeah,
that.
they
It
got
was
it
just
now.
like,
Yeah, they got it now.
right.
Where knockout give you 3 questions, and y'all going at it with those 3 questions. You got 3 rounds, 1 round each question.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it if I had the time, but man, sometimes I be having so much stress going on with the deliveries, and sometimes
Yeah,
like
I
I
got a
got
lot
caught in a blizzard. I be handling so much stress that's going on the road, bro. It'd be like, man, they be shutting roads down. I got to find alternate routes. I got to, what I'm saying, sometimes it be blizzards, sometimes it be, what I'm saying, it be a lot of stuff I got to deal with, and I don't even have the energy. That's why I'm glad Up be on here, because sometimes I don't have no energy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Up, remember how I used to be, man? Like, damn, boy, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't hardly say shit because I was so
Yeah,
dang tired. I done drove for 10 hours and I was happy to have him. You know what I'm saying? Man, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'd be so damn tired, bro. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
But
they
I be
rock
wanting to get it
last
in.
debate though.
But that's why I don't, man. I just never know when I'm going to get off, or I don't want to rush to try to get a live stream off or nothing like that. So just to keep it safe out here on the road, you know what I'm saying? So I just come on when I can come on, you know what I'm saying, and get it in, you know. I wish I could. I wish I was retired, bro, and I could just sit back and do videos and, you know what I'm saying? Shit, me and Upper had this shit sold up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
About another year, your channel will be able to do it.
Oh, I'm just happy I got one so we could talk this boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
You
know.
know,
I'm saying probably about another year, your channel will be able to do it. You be able
this
to
is
retire.
Lou Earl Grassroots says ain't gonna be no standing TKOs, man. I just think David, man. I just think he's young. I just think he's hungry as hell. I think he just got something to prove. Now that could work against him. It could definitely work against him, but I just think he gonna prevail, man. Because I don't think that much is plant. You know what I'm saying? I think he do have great fast hands, boxing skills. You know what I'm saying? He got great feet. But I just think David, he just got the motivation, man. He's gonna keep coming. I think he's gonna succumb to that pressure and the hand speed, the work rate of David. You know what I'm saying? Because Caleb got to have a break, man. He got to take a break, or he got to be way out of range and shit. He got to keep David moving. He can't stand in front of David, bro. And that's his only shot, is to keep moving for 12 rounds. If he could do that, he can outbox.
But
David.
see,
But
that's
I see.
about David though.
Mhm.
David, like he got that work rate, but David power isn't that extraordinary though. Like David power ain't as strong as people think. You feel what I'm saying? Like he got bunches and punches, but he ain't got that he ain't got that thud and power. You feel what I'm saying? Like
But
David got
shit, if he hits you, that's why his work rate, like EJ. You know what I'm saying? Like he gonna hit you a
nah
number of times.
EJ has 1 shot power though. David
Well, I'm
Benavidez
just
got
saying. Yeah.
shot
Uh,
power.
but EJ usually knock you out with accumulation of punches, though. That's how David tried to get you up out of there, with accumulation. And I don't think David really trained like he's training right now. Hopefully he ain't overtraining, because he look thinner than a motherfucker, don't he?
Yeah, I'm
I
about to
mean,
say
he look
he gonna train himself out of the damn shit.
He says, best videos, what's going on? Best videos, long time no see. He said, Bud hate is off the chart here. Oh, okay. That's hey man, hey, we could criticize Bud, you know what I'm saying? You can call it hate, call it what you want, bro. You know what I'm saying? But
This video
you
is
know,
that
but
he
think about it. He the
met the
one running. He the one running from fucking promoter to promoter and you know what I'm saying? He
best
the one
video.
who ain't
Best
he
video
the
none of
one
that
who
shit.
ain't acting like he want to fight.
He got
You
the
know what I'm
story
saying?
debate behind it. He knows.
Right. He acting like he don't want the damn fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, you guys can live in fucking la la land if you want to. Real boxing fans go keep it real. We
It's
looking at
real
the
over
nigga
here.
running. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We looking at this nigga going from saying this nigga do not want to deal with the PBC. And I don't care if you call it a bad contract or whatever. Everybody else got good deals with the PBC. You know what I'm saying? But here come Terry Crawford. He the only anytime it's Danny Garcia. It could be Keith Thurman. Nobody can make a damn deal with this dude at the PBC. You know what I'm saying? So, what I'm saying? Oh, they don't want Crawford because no Crawford don't want to fight at the
Hey,
PBC.
Paul, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'll still be on here, but I gotta do something real quick.
All right, bro. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
What's going on, Michael? What's going on, Michael Ray the second? He says, as long as Kellerman, Roy Ward, he says, Bradley and others keep hyping Bud will keep on feeling justified doing the weak bullshit. I know, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing. It's just so many fans that back him. You know what I'm saying? Y'all call whatever hate, but y'all don't hold this man to no kind of standard or no kind of accountability. You know what I'm saying? In the past, you know what I'm saying, when fighters want to fight, they call out the fighter, they talk about the fighter, they talk about the fight they're gonna win. Terrence Crawford, we got all this passive aggressive pussy ass shit going on. It's like, bro, it's like you really think that this man want that fight? After all he's doing, going over the Golden Boy, you know what I'm saying? Instead of just sitting in the pocket, bro, and sign the damn contract. You know what I'm saying? And y'all talk about Errol Spence Jr. don't want to fight. That don't make no sense. The man is sitting there trying to make a deal with your scared ass champion. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm tired of hearing the BS, and then y'all trying to flip shit, talking about this hate, bro. Man, y'all get the hell out of here with that shit. He said, "Be that God says, I got Plant winning like a Mexican, like the Mexican monster though. He said, I like the Mexican monster though. Man, I just I can't see Plant winning that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the dude got great skills. I know he got a new trainer. The dude who trained J Rock, right? To beat your boy Hurd, right? And he looked good. He got Hurd ready for that fight, but I don't know if Plant got that shit in him to beat the Mexican monster, man. I mean, David Benavidez is a beast, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just think that dude, man, he's so active. I don't know if Caleb Plant can deal with his work rate. You know what I'm saying? That David's going to bring, and he's motivated. Now I can see that emotionalism working against him if he go in there trying to knock Caleb Plant out. Man, that could be bad for him. That could be real bad for David Benavidez because he's going to be way too emotional. He's going to get wore out trying to knock out Caleb Plant if he's in his head like that. We know how that works. Pedro said Plant always trying mind games with David because he's he's scared. He's scared shit. He says Caleb is not going to do shit. I don't think so either. He always come up a little weak. Now just because he knocked out Darrell, man, Darrell ain't shit now, man. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Erica? He says, Eric says, I think David walked Caleb down. Yeah, me too. And beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But, I like Caleb. Don't get me wrong now. I like Caleb. I like his swag and shit. You know what I'm saying? I love the fact that he can box. You know what I'm saying? But he don't seem like he got that, the toughness. You know what I'm saying? When I seen him go down against Canelo, he let me down, bro. I was just like, bro. I mean, he let Canelo come in there with that basic ass shit, hitting him on the arms. You know what I'm saying? Another payday for Canelo. It's just crazy. Young Boss. What's going on, Young Boss? He laughing. He said, why do you have a picture of Wilder up? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to let you answer your own question. You know what I'm saying? Buck Style says, unification. He said Trump's mandatory. Yep, sure do. You know what I'm saying? It really does. You know what I mean? That's why I wish your boy Boots would have stayed in WBO. You know what I'm saying? So he could have went up that ladder and possibly became a mandatory. But like I said, there was no guarantee that he would have became the mandatory over there at the WBO. You know, they make the fights that they champion want to make. So, you know, Cash Crypto says salute PCB and chat. What's going on? What's going on, GD? You know, said BA says hit the like button. Uh, what's going on, Lou Grass Roots? I'm trying to get this stuff to pop up, bro, but it's slow. 60 more likes. Pedro Torres says, he says, Caleb barely beat, what I can't say that aqua. Well, how you say that shit? Yukata, some shit. He said he won the first 5 rounds and was running for his life the last 6. Yeah, he gassed out, man. He gassed out in that fight. And Okada, he could punch though. He's not a really good. He don't have no good defense, and Caleb really couldn't get him up out of there. So Okada started coming on strong. I think Okada lost his last fight, if I remember correctly. He lost it bad too, but you know, because he's not a really good boxer. You know what I'm saying? But you know, he was coming on strong at the end. He was getting to Caleb Plant, and he was tired, bro. You know what I'm saying? But with Breadman, hopefully, you know what I'm saying? Breadman, I don't know what he's doing, but he's thinking about sitting down on his punches now, and he think he's some kind of knockout artist or something. We'll see. We'll see what he look like when he get in there with the Mexican Monster. You know, when the Mexican Monster come and stomp your ass out. You know what I'm saying? Because David don't be bullshit, man, when he let his hands go, bro. I love to see David when he throwing his combinations, man. I mean, they be fast. He throw with bad intentions, you know what I'm saying? I mean, oh man, that's going to be a great fight. Young Boss says anybody can have power, but skills is harder to obtain. Well, you know, these dudes been training, they've been fighting all their life. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? You gonna, you know, skill, you know, it's gonna be there, you know, for a lot of them, you know. I think David got skill. I think Caleb is slicker, you know what I'm saying? But David got skills. Now he done been in there with Triple G, he done been in there with some of the great ones sparring and everything. So he can hold his own, you know. So to hit the likes. Young Boss says he's really not that impressive. Who you talking about? Who's not that impressive? Who, David? What? Or Caleb? Young Boss? Who you talking about? Chinese? You talking about? You trying to start some shit about Wild and shit? You know what I'm saying, bro? You on the wrong channel for that. This is Lou Harris says Grassroots says I can't wait for this one. Me neither, man. Y'all see the build up, man. You know, Caleb Plant from the Trailer Parks. You know what I'm saying? He was poor, but they had love. That's one thing that mama made sure. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn coal miner son. You know what I'm saying? So he really, you know, I mean, really he hood, man. You know, Caleb Plant hood, even though he looked like he kind of, you know, square or whatever, but man, Caleb Plant got that swag. You know, he's, you know what I'm saying? He boxed like, you know what I'm saying, like the brothers, and you know what I mean? I don't really think he's scared, but I think the pressure of a big fight like this, where it could take his career and what he could lose if he lose, you know what I'm saying, to David Benavidez, you know. But he gonna make a lot of money, so you know what I'm saying, he should be okay. You know what I'm saying? It's no shame to lose to David Benavidez. Look how big he is, man. You know what I'm saying? David can fight, man. You know what I'm saying? He can fight. You know, even though this fight should have happened 2 or 3 years ago, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just glad that it's happening now. He says, he said, Edward Torres says, stop it. Tell me some Benavidez got power. Yeah, he got power, but it ain't one punch knockout power. He's got like cumulative power, you know. But I love to see it though. I'm glad he don't have knockout power because I love to see his hands go when he beat a motherfucker up in there. What's going on, BH? BH says Benavidez has enough power to KO Plant. Yeah, he got not one punch power, but you know what I'm saying, a cumulative power, BH. What's going on, Joe Trent? He says EJ does not have one shot power. You know what I'm saying? You know, well, didn't he knock out Bundu? He knocked out Bundu with one punch, didn't he? Sure did. And let's see. What's up, Cash Crypto? He said if Benavidez sit down on his punches, he can knock you out. You know what I'm saying? I got to see that one though, because he was trying to knock out what was that dude name, man, with the plaits. Remember he wearing the plaits, man. He was trying to knock that dude out, and that dude he survived. He was jacked up, but you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no knockout type situation. You know what I'm saying? It was just like a TKO. What's going on, Lou Era Grassroots? He says CP dropped David sparring. He said sparring partner David be going to war with. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You get dropped. Me and Tyson used to get dropped in sparring. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? A
he
lot
couldn't
of them.
knock out Ronald Ellis, Rashidi Ellis's brother. He was hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink, and he still couldn't knock him out.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, shit, TKO is
But
good too. You know what I'm saying? That's good too. Shit, that's Devin Haney gonna have to do that to motherfuckers at 140. You know what I'm saying? How that shit's gonna have to go down, man. Cause David ain't gonna. I mean, cause Devin ain't gonna be able to knock out nobody up at 140, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to accumulate. You know what I'm saying, to get him up out of there. Hopefully he gets stronger, and we'll see a change. What's going on, Bowley? Bowley, I ain't even know what's going on. I'm just going on, and Bowley right there. What you think about David and Caleb? Bowley.
Yeah, I'm
Hmm.
here. Sorry, man. I was just rolling down my window. I didn't want the sound to come through the mic. So yeah, man. The more I sit now that we don't have many fights in between now and Plant versus Benavidez, man, I'm excited about this fight. I
Yeah,
mean, I
me
was
too.
always excited about this fight, though. This is like
Oh,
this one's been building up for like five. I wanted this fight like 5 years ago. Like when I first found out that people were talking boxing on YouTube, which for me was like I think it was like
Manager Marty out there. Let me drop the link. Sorry,
oh, it's
Manager
okay.
Marty out there.
Yeah, like 2017, 2018. I think that's when I first started listening to live chats on YouTube. I didn't even know there was people. Before that, I was kind of, on my own. I talked boxing with my dad, really. Even in fact, my dad and I discussed this past weekend's fight. But there's a lot of bad blood, man. I was saying earlier when I was listening in on Fernand's chat, I was commenting, and I think I might have said it here, man. Whoever loses this fight, I think they're going to have a hard time recovering from that loss. This reminds me a lot of De La Hoya versus Fernando Vargas. There was a lot of bad blood
Mhm.
in that
Oh
matchup.
yeah.
In fact, I remember De La Hoya saying, "I'll never fight Fernando Vargas. I'll never give him that opportunity." And I don't think that was fabricated. I think that anger was real. There was this.
Well, he told De La Hoya he wasn't Mexican. He wasn't Mexican
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
You know what I'm
No, I mean there
saying?
was real tension. I remember that. And Vargas was not the same. Vargas's career kind of it paused. I mean, I don't think he fulfilled his potential. That was a true grudge match, and I can feel it in this one. I the more I think about Plant, if I believe that if he has the conditioning, then I believe he has a real good chance of winning this fight because I think he's already. I think Upper Echelon already said it. I do believe he is in Benavidez's head, and I think that anger is fueling him. I'm not sure if you ask me who's going to be thinking with their conscious mind in that ring. I think it's going to be Caleb Plant, and but at the same time, that the physicality of Benavidez is undeniable. He's got the stamina, and he throws in combinations. But those feet really give me a lot of pause. Like I don't like how he moves his feet. I don't think he gets out of the way of punches. He's gonna be there to hit. I can see
Because he a
counter
monster.
jabs. Yeah,
That's the. Mhm.
Oh no, I was gonna say like counter jabs. Sneaky right hands. That beautiful left hook that Caleb Plant has. Those can cause a lot of problems for Benavidez, and especially if he decides to commit to throwing body punches. And when he moves, I think Caleb Plant has to be economical with his movement. Like pivots. Not like getting all the way out the way and like sort of running like maybe someone implied with the Uzcategui win at the when he won the title. In the last few rounds, you could tell he was gassed. So, but
Mhm.
Benavidez, man, that talent is something else. But if I look at that division, man, I think David Morrell beats all of them. You can forget about it. He'll beat
He's a,
Canelo.
he
He'll beat. Hmm?
He's athletic, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, he only got like 7 fights.
That
He
guy's
only
for
got
real,
like,
man.
I mean, he
He's
got a
for real.
good amateur pedigree. He's got a good amateur pedigree and everything. But shit, just to say he's gonna come and clean out, he needs some more experience, bro.
Now he's got it. He's got it, man. I saw it from when they first started talking about it. I was questioning like, why are they giving this guy a title shot after 3 fights? And I started watching. I'm like, oh hell no, this dude is for real. And the best part about him is that he's focused, and you can see the mental aspect. Just like Caleb Plant, you can see the you can see him turning the wheels. It's like it's natural for him. And whoever taught him, they're giving him a good foundation, and he's still learning with Ronnie Shields. And at first I was kind of questioning is this the right trainer? After a while, like, nah, this guy is good for him. And you can see the good camaraderie between the two. He feels like a genuine athlete. You don't feel like he's worrying about the money or nothing. You feel like he has one focus, and that's winning fights. I love it, man. I hope I think he's gonna get a look on this on the Tank Garcia card. Hopefully people take a
Hmm.
shine to him, and there won't be any holding him back. Like, oh, we need this guy to win, or we can't put him in with that guy. Man, take the chains off. Let that man run free. He'll clean up 68, and he might clean up 75 too. That's how I believe he'll do both of them.
Let me introduce the man himself. You know what I'm saying? The manager. You know what I'm saying? He's the people's manager in boxing. You know, he educate all of us. You know what I'm saying, on the inside and the workings of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Manager Marty. Thank you for that 4.99 contribution to the channel, my brother. What's going on, Manager Marty?
Oh man, you're very welcome, Paul Counter. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. I'm doing well, man. I just got on a few minutes ago, just listening to the live broadcast, brother. Just wanted to show my support. I appreciate you having me on, man.
Oh, no problem, bro. You family now. We got you. You know. So what do you think? What you see when you see this David Benavidez versus Caleb Plant? What do you see?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you as I always do, Paul. Um, I think this is a more closer matchup than people are giving credit because
Hmm.
Benavidez, he goes in and he takes care of business. Um,
Mm,
but I have some discrepancies with the footwork of Benavidez. Um, I see him lifting up his back foot too much for me. And one of the
hmm.
things I do when I look at fighters compete in the ring, I always look at their legs and their footwork all the time. And so he's going to have to sit down on those punches a little bit because Caleb Plant, we already know he's going to jump on his bicycle most of the fight, as he should.
Mm,
And he's got to keep turning and keep turning and keep turning Benavidez so he can't get those big shots off while he's sitting down on his punches. Um, the thing that I like about Caleb Plant's side though is that he got Breadman. Now, a
hmm.
lot of people may not realize this, but when Karan Davis fought Benavidez, he went a long distance with Benavidez, and he was landing some good punches against Benavidez, even though he was more inexperienced, compared to Benavidez. But Breadman was his trainer then, so Breadman can put a similar game plan together that he did, with Karan because as a trainer he studied Benavidez. And then if you look at J Rock's performance against Hurd, a big puncher, right?
Hmm.
Breadman was J
Yep.
Rock's trainer. So if J Rock can go in there and close the distance to make it an inside fight, Caleb Plant can do the same thing. Because Benavidez catch you at the end of his punches, and he don't stop throwing punches. So I
Yep.
think this is going to be a really really good fight. I also think that I just think that the VADA testing, I just think that it should be very consistent.
Mm,
Because we got to keep it all the way 100. Victor Conti already put it out there, and I published this on my channel that Memo Heredia is the strength and conditioning coach for Benavidez, and he has a long history of steroid dealing. and PED good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I just hope nobody's cheating in this. I'm not accusing nobody. I'm just saying I
Right.
just hope, there's no funny business going on, because this is going to be a good fight, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, they've been getting tested. You know what I'm saying, on a regular basis. Hopefully, nobody pop up positive with nothing. You know what I'm saying? That would be devastating to boxing, because we need this. Boxing right now, the way, fights been, what I'm saying, not really, making it, and we're not getting the best fights. This is a really great matchup. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the best, versus the best, at least at 168, you know what I'm saying, this is the best you're going to get, because Canelo ain't going to fight like a David Benavidez. So I think this is a good move. I think this is a good fight. Shoot. You know what I'm saying? So, hopefully, nobody, wind up testing positive or some shit like that, man. That'd be crazy. You there, up, up, knocked out. Let me see. JV says Benavidez needs to watch out for Caleb's left hook between exchanges. He said, but I got Benavidez by TKO in the 10. You know what I'm saying? Eric R. He says Plant got to win this fight by impressive fashion to get his honorary black card. He said, back from me. Yeah, yeah, Manager Marty, they love you over here, man. They say they love your content. BA said he love your content, bro. Let me see.
Salute to
Right
everybody,
there.
man.
He said
Salute,
salute. He
BA.
said he loves your content. So everybody know you over here. So Pedro he says Plant slap David father. Said Plant slap David's father. Huh, is that something that actually happened? He says same fight, different round. He says my bag misspelled that Plant and David. He says going to be good. They got the real beef. He said they really don't like each other. He said I want to see David under some pressure, see how he handles it. I don't think he's gonna be under a lot of pressure from Caleb Plant unless he get hurt or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because Plant gonna be, on the defense. You know what I'm saying? Davis is a come forward pressure fighter. So I don't think you'll ever see Plant, go forward. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be boxing. You know what I'm saying? Eric says EJ knocked Bandu and Algeria. Nobody, they don't want to give EJ his credit, man. Johnny Allison, he says, hey, Pool, he said, why don't anybody talk about Benavidez versus Diego, what's it at, Pacho? He said, they in the same camp, and so are all, he said, in spar. That's what he said, spar all the time. So Pacho turned out to be one bad man. Well, he got to get himself out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it took David a long time to build himself up, to get his name out there so people know who he is. You know what I'm saying? He lost the belt a couple of times, so he had to go through a little controversy. You know what I'm saying? For people to even get to know him. You know what I'm saying? So Pacquiao, he gonna have to get himself out there, fight on the undercard. Maybe he could have fought on the undercard. That would have been good. You know what I'm saying? Right now, people are looking at AJ training. You know what I'm saying, with Derek James. You know what I'm saying? People want to I think people kind of want to see what he looked like and see how he gonna fit into the heavyweight division. And the tanking Ryan Garcia, that fight is kind of taking the oxygen out the room right now in boxing. So you know what I'm saying. So So a lot of people gonna get looked over in that aspect. Let's see. Let's see. What up? What up? This is John Turner. He says Benavidez, Bud still stop all opponents at welterweight. Oh, come on, man. Come on. What do you think about that, Manager Marty? You think they're in secret negotiations, or you can't call it?
I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 as always. If it was so much of a secret, Max Kellerman and Mike Cappinger, they wouldn't even be speaking on it. If it's so much of a secret, who let the cat out the bag? No pun intended. Somebody
Wasn't that
made
Michael Benson? Didn't Michael Benson say they was
Mike
in
Benson too.
negotiation? Mike
Yeah, Mike
Benson.
Benson, Mike Cappinger, and Max Kellerman, who brought Mike Cappinger on the show for ESPN. They
So
keep
so
saying
I go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, they keep saying secret negotiations. If it was so much of a secret, why did they publicize it? You should have just left it a secret. And then my thing is, we're already here in March. Spence fought Ugas in April of last year. According to
Hmm.
Crawford in his IG Live, he admitted that the first term sheet or documentation that was sent to him was in May of 2022. So we here almost in April. That's almost been a year. I mean, here's the thing, man. When fighters want to fight, they fight. When one fighter or two fighters don't want to fight, they don't fight. So it don't take a whole year of negotiations for a fight that both guys say that they want. I mean, let's just keep it all the way 100. I mean, it's either he gonna fight Spence or he's not. And by somebody making this public, even if it was a secret negotiation, like it was a secret negotiation the last time when Crawford spoke to Al Heyman directly. Nobody knew that except for Crawford when he actually mentioned that publicly in his IG live. My point is, when you make stuff public like that, it makes fights difficult to happen, especially when you say some unfavorable things about the other side. So even if it was secret, they was best not saying nothing about it, because when you talk down to the other side, like, Crawford had made references to, he knew he was going to get effed in the long run. He knew Al Heyman was going to do his best for Spence. He knew that the contract wasn't going to be basically legitimate and they wasn't going to give him what he was asking for. He kind of said that publicly, and it's hard to really come back to renegotiate. Not saying that Al Heyman or nobody or PBC or nobody took that personal, but I'm just saying it's best to not even speak on it publicly, especially if you want to renegotiate. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Espinosa said he gonna let them hash it out. You know what I'm saying? He said he's not going to stick his nose in unless they need somebody to help, I'm saying, help negotiate or I'm saying, like be in between and see. Because they pretty much, he said they pretty much know what Crawford wants. You know what I'm saying? As far as money wise and everything. So they've already been in deep negotiations. So all they have to do is iron out the little details now because they already been in negotiations. So, hopefully, what I'm saying, that it won't be no BS going on the Crawford side because I think EJ is really ready to make concessions to make this fight happen. He's been sitting back. They haven't announced the Keith Thurman fight, so that tells me that he's spinning the block on this situation. I never asked you this, Marty. Who you think win out of that fight? You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know me, Paul Counter. I always say I'm not a in-ring performance expert, and so I always
Mhm.
I always try to stay neutral and not give a prediction. But I will say, because I've already publicized this on my channel. I think you was on my channel, you in Detail Boxing, when I said this, right? So I can
Mhm.
repeat myself again. I actually think that Errol Spence Jr. definitely has a great edge in beating Crawford, hands down, with no problems. I'm not saying that Crawford's not a good fighter. I'm not saying that this fight is not going to be like a close fight based on the talent of Crawford, but just looking at the fact that Crawford, he starts extremely slow in his fights against lesser opposition. He cannot go in this fight with Spence if they do fight starting slow. And Spence usually break down all his opponents, in the championship round. After round 6 and 7, he just turns up. And so I just think that because Spence has a lot of weapons in his arsenal, including body punching attacks, and the way he cuts the ring off. And I know a lot of people will always say, well, Spence is one dimensional, but there's a lot of things that Spence do that get overlooked by people that don't realize what they're looking at. He uses a lot of
Mhm.
forearms when he's blocking punches. He knows how to move his head, and he do get hit with some shots. Don't get it twisted. Spence do get hit with a couple of shots, but I think that Crawford is not going to be able to hold him as much as he did Porter when the pressure is on, when those body shots really start taking its effect. And I also think that because both of them are southpaws, all that switch hitting that Crawford does, it might not work to his benefit. He's better off staying at the southpaw stance the entire fight. But I got Spence edging the win on that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? You a natural. You're a natural. God damn it. I think so too. I think so too, man. You know what I'm saying? I think that Crawford understands that he could possibly lose this fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is actually a 50-50 fight. Probably more like 45-55, something. You know what I'm saying? Favor of Spence, because Crawford could catch Spence, you know what I'm saying? But Spence could take a shot. He has a really good chin, and I don't think Crawford ever fought anybody that could take his power. And I think this will be the first time he'll fight somebody that could take his power. Even though Crawford fans think that Terrence Crawford can punch through walls, what I'm saying, but that's not real. What I'm saying. I mean, we've seen him in there against lesser opposition, and this will be the first time he's fighting somebody with who has athletic ability. What I'm saying, that can nullify his own. And it's going to be real interesting to see, what I'm saying, if he'll take this fight. I just don't think the guy got the guts, what I'm saying, to fight a 50-50 fight. And what I'm saying, that's what's frustrating everybody. It's like you're supposed to be this killer and everything, but you're doing all this extra stuff to stay away from this fight. You couldn't make a fight with Danny Garcia. You couldn't make a fight with Keith Thurman. You couldn't make a fight with Ugas. Everybody looking at you sideways now, bro. Why haven't you fought any of the top competition at welterweight, bro? But yet you want to be seen as pound for pound number one. You want to be known as the greatest boxer. You know what I'm saying, bro? You got to still prove yourself. That's why I call him. I say you the oldest champion. You know what I'm saying, that need a step up fight. You know what I'm saying? You moved up to 147. Nobody forced you to go up there. You could have, if you was gonna go into the Hall of Fame, you should have did it when you was at 140, and then took your butt on into the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? And that would have been a good move for you. Instead, you wanted to move up to 147. Now you got to fight the best at 147. So I don't know why people try to call it hate. You know what I'm saying? We do this to every fighter. If EJ did the same thing that Terrence Crawford did, guess what? We'll be on his helmet, just like we are on Terrence Crawford. And so that's all that is, point blank. So now, we got Tank Davis, you know what I'm saying, and Ryan Garcia. Who you got in that one, Manager Marty?
Oh
Then we'll go
man,
to bowling.
that's going to be a good fight. Um, Ryan Garcia has the reach advantage and the height advantage. So what he needs to do is he needs to control the real estate in the middle of that ring and stick that jab out there. Get behind the stick, double those jabs. Try to go to the body of Tank because most people don't go to his body. Now we seen Hector Garcia;
Hmm.
he did pretty well when landing a little bit of body shots on Tank. But Ryan Garcia has to be exceptional in this fight because he keeps his head up in the air and he doesn't use his height to his advantage. If you look at that fight when he fought his last fight against Fortuna was a southpaw, and
Hmm.
he allowed Fortuna to land a couple of shots on him. But of course, Fortuna's a naturally smaller guy, and he's older. He's more seasoned, but he's a little bit older on his way out the door. Where you got a fresh guy like Tank. Tank has a good chin. I've watched Tank take a lot of punches, and he eat them well. So if Ryan Garcia think that left hook is the only weapon he's going to have to beat Tank, he better listen to his promoter because you heard what De La Hoya said when YSM Sports Media asked him, you know,
Oh,
come into the ring to fight Tank? He said I'd have to bring a baseball bat in the ring with me. So just having that left hook won't be enough because Tank has a lot of offensive and defensive tools, in his toolkit. And I believe that whoever left hook land the best, that's the one who's going to get the knockout. But uh, I saw Ryan Garcia in his last three fights, including the one when he fought Luke Campbell. He keeps that left hand down to his waist too much for my liking. And he's in there with a great trainer and Joe Goosen. I got love and respect for Joe Goosen. So hopefully Ryan Garcia listens and be dedicated in his training with Joe Goosen because Joe Goosen is the guy that'll basically help him work on those flaws. But if he go in there with his left hand to his waist, he gonna get caught with a overhand right. And if he keep his chin up in the air and let Tank get on the inside, Tank gonna hit him with the left hook or the left uppercut that he landed against Santa Cruz. So I think this fight gonna be a good fight up until around round 8, and then Tank gonna get him out of there. This won't go past 9 in my opinion, but I'm not an in-ring performance expert, so it's just my opinion. But I think it's gonna be a good fight until about round 8 or 9, and then it's gonna be night for Ryan Garcia.
yeah. I think so too, because I think Ryan gonna come in on that nervous energy tip, bro. And it's going if he don't get knocked out trying to settle down, you know what I'm saying? I think he's gonna get stuck into a pattern, you know what I'm saying, of doing because he's not a very creative offensive fighter. He's just a very athletic, fast fighter. And in Tank, he's a very seasoned, smart, high boxing IQ type of fighter. He works off of what you do, and he can come forward, and he does have great offense, but he got the power behind it. You know what I'm saying, to get you up out of there. So whatever he hits you with, you know what I'm saying, it's going to do some damage. And I think Ryan is going to be surprised. You know what I'm saying? I think when he get hit by Tank, that's all he's gonna go into survival mode. You know what I'm saying? Once he start getting hit and touched up by Tank, I think Ryan has more of a puncher's chance to last the fight because you know what I'm saying. I just can't see Ryan outboxing Tank the whole fight because he does like to come forward. He does like to get aggressive, and he's not going to be able to do that with Tank because he's going to be too worried about that power, especially once he get Falumaloom a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be, that's all he's going to think about, not getting hit. You know what I'm saying, by Tank. You know what I'm saying, and when Tank, finally gets to, you know what I'm saying, gets his groove going. You know what I'm saying, gets in his groove. I think it's going to be over for Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Because for one, he's going to be exhausted because of that extra weight, and he's going to be exhausted because of that nervous energy. You know what I'm saying? And I think Tank is it's going to be easy, but it's going to be good for Ryan because like we were saying, anybody who gets in the Tank, who gets in the ring with Tank, you know what I'm saying, even if they lose, they still do well, you know what I'm saying, as far as their numbers, you know what I'm saying, as far as, I mean, he made a star out of Eastside Cruz, you know what I'm saying, just all he has to do is go in there and hold his own a little bit, get knocked out, he'll be okay. Nobody really looks at Ryan like he's a killer or nothing like that. So I'm just surprised at how many people are supporting Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I know you got the Spanish community, but there's a lot of brothers that believe that Ryan is going to go in there and give Tank hell. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't see it. It just blows my mind that they think Ryan Garcia got it like that. I know he got a good amateur pedigree. Even Devin Haney said that Ryan got power. You know what I'm saying? But Tank is a whole nother beast, man. I've never seen anybody hit a dude like he hit Hector Garcia, and the dude couldn't see. The dude couldn't see. You know what I'm saying? Even after the fight, he had problems with his vision. You know what I'm saying? So that little dude is carrying around a bazooka in both arms. You know what I'm saying? And he's a killer with those uppercuts. You know what I'm saying? He's a killer. I just don't think Ryan has enough experience to deal with Tank. And I just think Tank got a higher boxing IQ, and he has all the confidence in the world. You know what I'm saying, against Ryan. I
Yeah.
don't think he has no fear. Go ahead. Hmm.
No, I'm listening to you. I
What's
just
up?
want to say one more thing, but I apologize, Paul.
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
I cook all the time over here.
yeah. I was going to say the same advice I would give Crawford for Spence is the same advice I would give Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia, because Tank is a real tank for real. He drive up the street slow. You know what I mean? So, you know, Ryan Garcia is going to have to start fast. He has to get the respect from Tank early on. He
Yep.
can't be waiting to counterpunch. He has to go in there and try to back Tank up from the opening bell. And the reason why I say that even more is because Ryan Garcia will be a little bit more rustier compared to Tank because he at the time of the fight, his last fight would be 9 months, where Tank literally just fought in January, which would be 3 months. So he's gonna be real sharp. He's gonna be real sharp. You're gonna see how crisp his punches are. And when fighters get in the ring and they're fighting within a 4 to 6 month time span, after the fight that they've had previously, they're more sharper and because they've been more active. Where Garcia, having coming off a 9 month layoff at the time of the fight, he's gonna be a little bit rustier trying to get his coordination down pat. And because this is gonna be the biggest stage in his life, this is his
Hmm.
first pay-per-view. So he got to go out there from the opening bell and try to get Tank's respect early. Because if he starts slow, trying to wait to counter Tank as Tank moving forward and advancing, he's going to be in trouble. And on top of that, Tank is going to be much sharper because he's going to be more active in the last 3 months than Garcia is. So I just wanted to say that again. I apologize for
Hmm.
interrupting you, man.
No. Great points, bro. Great points. You know what I'm saying? Great points. What's going on, King Judah in the building?
What's going
King
on, bro?
Judah. What's
What's
go?
up?
What's going on?
Nothing much.
Mm-mm.
Nothing.
Oh no, we just talking about the Ryan Garcia. You know how you think the fight gonna go? You missed the Caleb Plant talk. We'll get your views on that too. Oh, but I forgot Bowley. What you think about that Ryan Garcia and Tank fight? How you think it's gonna go?
Man, I went back to watch a little bit of Ryan Garcia just to refresh myself and just look at some things specifically as opposed to like, what I'm predisposed to already believing from what I've seen. And man, I noticed that in that Luke Campbell fight, he looked a lot faster than what he looked in his most recent fights to me. I mean, that the speed that he showed in that Luke Campbell fight was something else. People kept talking about it, and I watched that fight. Obviously, I watched that fight live, but I just had to go back and see it for myself. At the same time, I mean, people have gone over, the deficiencies of Ryan, I think, are kind of glaring, right? But
Mm-hmm.
what sticks out to me is for this fight is I think that Tank's going to give him some different looks that he hasn't seen before on tape because at this point, like, I think you kind of know the pattern of a Tank fight in the last few fights. We've seen it. You can pick up on that. And I think you're going to see something a little different. I think you might see Tank come out a little faster. And for a guy like Ryan that likes to set his feet, maybe you don't want to sit there and pause and wait to see if you can, like Tank likes to sit there and say, okay, let me see what you got. Let me see what angle you throw it at. He might come out moving like he did against Isak Cruz and not allowing Ryan to set his feet and punch like he likes to, because that guy likes to show off on those bags, and that's kind of how he fights too, right? Like he's like a big home run hitter in baseball. He's gonna kick that leg up. He's gonna kick that leg up, so to speak, and he wants to take the big swing. And obviously, what happens after you do that is if you don't get the hell out of the way, something's coming back. Tank's got a lot of speed. So to me, I think that Ryan has the physical tools. He has all of that. But at the end of the day, Tank's been fighting a lot of various styles. I think by far out of all his contemporaries, the guys that we compare him with, Shakur, Devin, I think he's had, and Ryan and whoever else you want to name in those divisions, I think he's had the better competition in general. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see this fight end a little earlier than we expect. Maybe Tank sees something. He's like, you got to remember, this is a huge fight. Huge. This is his biggest fight ever. This is like, we think that Tank's fights are big, but this is bigger than anything else. It's almost, for him, it would be up to this point like the Mayweather-Pacquiao. And when I saw Mayweather in that Pacquiao fight, he wasn't taking any chances. He said, "No, I'm gonna outbox this guy, and I'm gonna cruise to that easy win." You didn't see him taking any chances out there. He wasn't gonna leave it out there to risk. And I don't think Tank's gonna do that either in this fight.
Wow. What's going on, King Judah? What's happening, bro?
Yeah, man. Look, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. Everybody, you clear?
Okay. Now
Yeah, I
I
can
was
hear you.
just saying that I think I'm gonna be the one that's gonna keep it real up here. Everybody, want to make it sound good. This is a mismatch. Ryan Garcia is not on Tank Davis level. This is a big mismatch, and I'm getting kind of aggravated with how people trying to make it like it's closer than what it really is. This fight isn't close at all. Ryan Garcia has done nothing in the sport. He has never been a champion. He's never beat anybody worth noting. He's never even been on a pay-per-view. Ryan Garcia brings nothing to this fight that Tank should feel. I watch this dude fight. He throws a jab, then he throws 30 hooks after that. Every now and then, if he think your head's sitting still too much, he'll try to throw a cross. But those are the 3 punches that he's throwing, and he's not even good at that. I think Tank gonna catch him slipping multiple times. Just like I called the Garcia fight. Hector Garcia was a decent opponent, but I mean, bro, if you're gonna always into the pocket with your hands down against somebody like Tank Davis, the same result that we saw in that fight is gonna happen 10 times out of 10. Same thing I'm saying about Ryan Garcia. He keep his head up and he have slow feet. Not only that, If you're a guy who doesn't have good defense, you throw the same punch over and over again. The best thing you want to do is be able to possibly make your opponent miss every now and then because you don't have many skills to back that up. But the fact that you also a come forward fighter on top of it is why I don't see why people saying Ryan Garcia is this elite fighter, because to me he's not. But I got Tank winning by KO. Even if Ryan fought the best fight of his life in this fight, he may survive to the end. But I mean, Tank winning no matter what.
Yes, sir. What you got, John?
Salute, Paul. Salute, panel.
Salute,
Chat
bro.
mods, what's going on? Y'all talking about the Tank Ryan fight? Who I got?
Yeah.
Man, that's a 60-40 fight. I got Tank. I guess like everybody else in the panel. I don't know if anybody else got Garcia. Garcia he's a good step up fight for Tank because he's a young fighter, undefeated, and he's hungry. I think that's the thing that a lot of people kind of take for granted. You know, it's one thing to fight a veteran who's coming off of his best win like Garcia, or somebody like Cruz who's coming up and he don't have the talent, but he might have got like he had a good performance against Tank, so people high, they rated him high. But you going against somebody like Garcia who has height, he has skills, he's a bigger fighter than him, so he has the athletic advantages. So this is going to be a tough fight for Tank. I don't see Tank as an all-time great fighter where you're just going to pick him every time he fights. He could lose his fight. He could get caught. He gets caught every fight. It's just, these guys that he's fighting most of the time, they can't stomach his power. But he's going to be in there with somebody who has power as well. So we're going to see some, back and forth type of stuff this time. So this is not going to be just one hit and this guy's going to go down. That's going to be it. Like, nah, I think this is going to be a competitive fight. And the fan, you can't lie to the fans. The fans know this is going to be a competitive fight. The way this fight is selling, they know that they're about to see something possibly classic. That doesn't happen all the time. People just don't come out and just give their money away for anything. People have eyes. People can see. Casual fans have eyes and ears. They can see. They can tell when something is building up. When I should pay attention to this fight. And usually, when these kind of fights come around, we see good things. So I see it. I see this fight going down as possibly a classic. You got two fighters who've been hyped up for a long, long time in the division for a couple years now. Tank has been racking up wins. Ryan has been racking up wins since the amateurs, and now we're going to see these two finally, one of the four kings are finally going to get in the ring. So we can't, I know there's been a lot of talk about Ryan and his mental health, and, we really, a lot of times, a lot of people were going in on Ryan. No one really thought this fight was going to get made, but since it is made, we got to give Ryan his credit, and, we can't just shit on him because he's a young fighter and he didn't do this, he didn't do that. He's a young fighter who's putting it on the line. Keyshawn Davis wouldn't take this fight. Not Davis. Keyshawn wouldn't take this fight. I don't think Shakur would take this fight. I don't think Devin. None of these guys that we think would take this fight, none of them would have took this fight, especially with no rehydration clause and you can't do this, you can't do that. He's putting it on the line. So we got to give him that much credit. Now, he has to win the fight. I can only give him credit for taking it, but he has to win the fight. And there's no excuses if you lose. If you lose, you lose. It is what it is. But I'm excited.
Now we've seen Goosen, Goosen is in Ryan's corner. And, he's been getting Ryan, his jab is getting better. He's, I see him technically, he's the way he's moving in the ring is a lot more educated. But is he, I don't think he has enough experience with that, with Goosen. He's still making a lot of the same glaring mistake. Y'all think Goosen can get him past Tank? I know everybody going with Tank, but let's just say, do you think Goosen making him a better fighter? So where he could reach that elite status, You think Goosen making him better, y'all?
I think Ryan Garcia gonna retire after Tank beat him. I think this a payday. That's what I think.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna be devil's advocate for a little bit. I think it's helping him a lot. I do see a lot of progress in what he's doing. And you got to remember, guys like I see Devin make mistakes all the time in the ring. I see
Yeah.
Shakur make mistakes all the time in the ring, but these guys are so much bigger than the standard 135 135-pound fighter that you're gonna fight, that they can get away with some of that stuff. Plus, they have this overwhelming talent over the guys that they face in the ring most of the time.
Yeah.
So all
Yeah.
these young fighters are gonna make mistakes. But the way I see Ryan Garcia progressing, he's using the jab. His feet are still slow as hell. He ain't got no footwork, but he's using the jab more. He's setting up his shots. He's not just throwing anything out there, And everybody has a lucky punch every now and then. He has the speed to catch you with one, so it's gonna be interesting.
Well, my thing,
All right.
Ryan, his major defense is going back. He'll jump back by damn 12 spaces. You know what I'm saying? It's
Exactly.
like, that's his defense. His reflexes. You know what I'm saying? So he got hella reflex now. It ain't nothing. To be messed with. He is hella fast. Especially when he catch you when he throws that left hook, man, that thing be coming like a slingshot. You know what I'm saying? It be hella fast. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What you got on it, man? You still with us up? Upper echelon.
Sports bar.
You still there?
Nah,
I guess he out.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let's see. X-Man say they said Denzel picking Tank Davis, of course. X-Man says Judah capping for his. Oh man, come on, man. He's a Ryan beat Campbell for Tuna, while Hector beat Cobra, beat better boxers
Disrespectful.
than Combosas, but Devin elite. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, right,
You notice,
I was
how you
trying to
asked me
keep it
about
clean
Tank.
before somebody said that.
No, but I'm saying, you know how you know how we talking about Tank versus Ryan. I didn't bring up Devin at all. I gave you my analysis of Tank versus Ryan, and they bring up Devin Haney. That's why I'm telling you that Devin Haney versus Tank is a bigger fight than Tank versus Ryan, because Devin name come up no matter what. I didn't say nothing about Devin. I told you Ryan was trash. And yes, I do believe Cambosis will beat the hell out of Ryan Garcia. I do.
New Era Boxer says Tank is once in a generation talent. Stop taking him for granted. I don't think nobody. I think Tank is the
Everybody up
favorite
here
in the
picked him
fight.
to win. Everybody up here picked him to win, and they say we taking Tank for granted. What I'm pointing out is the delusion of Tank fans.
No, you know what I'm saying? But Ryan got power, he got the speed, so he got to punch his chance. I don't think technically he's disciplined enough to just box a whole fight. You know what I'm saying? At some point, Ryan, he's got to go for it. You know what I'm saying? A Tank gonna figure him out, start walking him down, and he's gonna be in trouble because he can't fight going backwards. That's something Ryan cannot do. You know what I'm saying? And Tank he's more versatile. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be interesting. So I think he may get a good couple of good licks on Tank. You know what I'm saying? And Tank gonna be weary because he's tall and long. He's gonna have to that mid range area is gonna be real dangerous for Tank because he could get caught with something from Ryan. You know what I'm saying? But that's his only chance. That's his only chance in the fight that I can see. You know, he can move. But I think Tank can move too. I think Tank can keep up with him, stay in front of him. You know what I'm saying? And keep it close and close that
Yeah.
distance. And I think he's just going to be able. Ryan is going to freak out when Tank get on the inside. He's going to really freak out when Tank close that distance on him. He's going to have to tie up. That's something we don't see from Ryan Garcia a lot, is that tying up. He's going to have to become a holding expert in this fight. Because once Tank get in there, just like he did Marius Barrios, he stopped beating him to the body, and Marius had to go down. You know what I'm saying? Because Tank got that power like that. I don't think Ryan can withstand it, bro. So I think it's going to be a short night. No, I really do. I think it's going to be a short night. Pest Executioner, what did he say? He says Tank is no Mayweather, but Garcia might be a golden boy. Oh my God. Oh my God. He trying to come in here. He trying to come in here with
Like you gotta listen at the delusion, bro. I
Bars.
mean, okay, it's cool to say that Tank might not be a Mayweather. I mean, that's fine, bro. But Garcia's nowhere near Oscar De La Hoya, nowhere near, and never will be.
Manager Marty, you been watching the gates? You been watching the ticket sales of this fight?
I actually have not been watching the gate or the ticket sales, but I believe that it's going to be a big money fight. Live gate and pay per view. I don't know if it's going to exceed Mayweather and De La Hoya, exceeding it by 2.4 million pay per views. I really don't see that personally speaking. But I do think that it's going to be a good money maker. I mean, the tickets range from what $1,000 to like what 30,000 on the floor, somewhere around there. I
Mm-hmm.
think $1,000 is up
Mm-hmm.
in the nosebleed section, all the way up to the top, all the way down to about what like 25 to 30,000 on the floor. So, um, hey, the thing is, both of these guys, gonna make some good money out after this. Tank and Ryan, this is gonna be both of their biggest paydays, hands down.
So this should put a lot of pressure on the Errol Spence Jr. Terrence Crawford fight, don't you think? Because if these two can make a fight, you know what I'm saying, and it be this big, I think that'll put a lot of pressure on Terrence Crawford to do what he got to do. What do you think?
Well, you can't force a person to want to fight somebody that they don't want to fight, because, I mean, it should put pressure on it, but you gotta put it in this perspective too. All of
Mm-hmm.
the fights that we see that are finally materializing, these fighters have representation. Look at Caleb Plant being down with PBC. Look at David Benavidez. He's down with Samson, right? Promoter Samson
Mm-hmm.
Lukowicz. Look at
Mm-hmm.
Garcia, Ryan Garcia, Golden Boy Promotions. Tank Davis, Al Heyman, PBC. So, these big fights are happening, even in spite of the representation not agreeing on everything. But then here you got a Crawford and Spence, where Crawford don't have uh, legitimate representation, and he's a free agent. And so usually under those circumstances, when you have a free agent fighter, it's easier to make fights happen because the B side, who's the free agent, really don't have a lot of leverage. That's why I keep asking for the last 54 days, what were the pay-per-view buys for the Crawford versus Devin Avenesian fight, because that if that was as well as people were saying it is, or is as well, if it did as well as it's being advertised, then Crawford can use that um, in the renegotiations as leverage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just like if BLK Prime paid them 10 million, he can use that with proof of funds, of course, and receipts. He can use if he really did get paid 10, but he can use these things in his last fight, the $10 million check that he received, the pay-per-view numbers that were so good over at BLK Prime. He can use both of these elements as a form of having legitimate leverage in the renegotiation. But if those two things are not legitimate, then we back to square one. So that's why I said on my channel last week, like, what are we negotiating? Because nothing changed. If those numbers didn't increase on pay per view buys, whatever the deal was going to be last year, if you want to say the cost of living increased, we're going to throw you a couple more pennies, Crawford. Yeah, that's cool. I can see that happening because eggs is not the same price it was last year. So respectfully so. But other than that, there should not be a stalling out. It's either we going to rumble or we not. And that's just, I mean, it can put more pressure on Crawford and Spence to get the fight done. Let's say, if Crawford goes over to De La Hoya, yes, because now he'll have proper representation. But then at the same time, it's like if he go over to De La Hoya and them said it themselves, he gonna fight Rocha first. They're not gonna try to let him go in there and fight Spence first. So it's like, damn, if you go the Golden Boy route, at least you'll have good representation to get the Spence fight done with experienced promoter. But then if you go over there, it's like, damn, they ain't gonna let you go and rumble Spence first. You gonna have to fight Rocha first. And so it's like, it's just crazy, man.
Well, you know, well, you
So
know what,
so
what
if
type?
you if you was Terrence Crawford manager right now, what would you be telling him? What would you be how would you be approaching the PBC right now
If I was
as a
Crawford,
manager?
if I was Crawford's manager, his representation, I would tell PBC that this how it's going to go down. It's going to go down like this. First and foremost, we got to set the tone right. Win, lose, or draw, my client's going to need two paydays out of this. I'm just going to tell you that right now. My client is an older guy. You know, even though he didn't take a whole lot of punishment in the sport, his age and commitment level is going to be an issue going down the stretch. So we're going to need a rematch clause. Not no one-sided joint y'all did Ryan Garcia. We're going to need a rematch clause, win, lose, or draw for my client within 6 months so he can get 2 big paydays. That's first and foremost. We got to start there. The second thing is you got to make sure that in the location of the fight, that screams volumes. It has to be neutral. It has to be neutral because we the B side now. Now we know y'all the A side, Spence team, Al Heyman, and we know y'all make a lot of good money over there in Texas. But I don't want to feel like my client don't have a shot at all. So we ain't going to Texas just as much as y'all ain't gonna come to Nebraska. So let it be somewhere neutral that can sell some big tickets like in Vegas. You know what I mean? And that's a neutral. So we have neutral location, and it has to be a rematch clause, win, lose, or draw within 6 months. So my client, who's an old head, he get 2 big paydays out of this thing here. Now, we are not opposed to a 2 or 3 fight deal with the promotion because it's no different than what Devin Haney did over there with ESPN. It's no different than what Pacquiao did when he came over to PBC. This is standard business practices. So we're not opposed to that. Now, I don't see us going a whole stretch of 3 fights unless we got that rematch clause. That's what I'm saying. So if the rematch clause is in, we got 1 fight with Spence, win, lose, or draw. The rematch is the second fight. And then, you know, if we win, then we'll fight whoever. And if we win at least the rematch, the third fight gonna be the trilogy. So if my client lose the first fight, we do a rematch within 6 months, and then we win, then you know we gotta do a trilogy. No different than what y'all did with Wilder and Fury. Y'all got to give my client the same thing, and that's gonna be the 3-fight deal right there. But now if we lose 2 straight, then we gonna fall back, ride in the sunset, and then we just probably gonna retire if my fighter don't want to fight no more after that. Because at that point, he'll definitely be the B side with no belt. It's gonna be tough. But bottom line is a neutral location, a rematch clause, win, lose, or draw within 6 months. We'll even go as far as 8 months. But within 6 months, we got to do a rematch clause in it, and then whatever y'all talking about paying. We'll take the 35%. We'll take the 35% split. Absolutely. But here's the thing now. If my client wins in that second fight, I mean if my client win in the first fight, when we go do the rematch, my client will be the A side when it comes to that money. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that Spence got to get 35, but I am saying that he ain't gonna get no 60. We gonna take the 60, he can take 40. In the second fight, if my client wins the first fight. And I think that's just how it's as fair as it's going to get if I was managing him. And on top of that, I'm gonna tell Al Heyman, and you know we're gonna sell more tickets than before because my client was just in the movie. So, you know what I mean? His fan base has increased exponentially since the last time we was talking about negotiation because now he done crossed over and he had a different appeal because certain people see him in the movie now. You know what I mean? So we're going to use all that for our leverage. You know what I mean?
Hey, I just wanted to say something to that. I know y'all said with this fight with Tank and Ryan put pressure on them. I actually believe it's a fight coming up. I saw where Fury offered Usyk a 70-30 split for his shot at
Yeah, I saw that.
and I believe Usyk going to take that for his chance to be undisputed at heavyweight. And I believe that's going to put a lot of pressure on Bud to make this fight because that's almost the same deal that you said wasn't good enough. And Usyk is probably going to take that deal even though he has more of the belts.
So everybody doing it. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He did take it. What's going on, DJ? What's happening, bro?
Hey, I feel honored to be in the same panel as a couple of my favorite creator contents, Pull Counter and Manager Marty. Salute, fellas.
What's going on, bro? What you got? What you got on it?
Well, I got to tell you, man.
Go ahead.
I was gonna stay very quiet in the chat and my comments, but King Judah made me press that link and get some smoke in because what he was talking about Tank and Ryan is just ridiculous, bro. It's just stop the cap here. Stop it.
Stop the cap, goddamn it! You got
Stop the
smoke.
cap, man. Stop the cap. Here's the thing.
That's what's up.
King Judah cannot believe Tank's gonna blow Ryan out. Nobody can. Tank doesn't even believe it. He made so many stipulations to get this fight on the table. Rehydration clause, 136 pounds. Ryan already done moved up to 140, full-fledged. 136 rehydration clause. Ryan and the media is all over him. I mean, I know you guys know. Hey, Tank, what about this? What about that? Why? He goes, hey, that man's already bigger than me. What do you think? I'm stupid? So this man has had to jump through everything but hoops to get it on the screen. And that doesn't happen for no reason, fellas, especially King Judah. It doesn't happen for no reason. This man knows is a big threat. And I got to tell you, if he goes into the ring like he did against Fortuna, an ex-world champ, and blows him out, Tank's got big problems that night. I'm just going to tell you, this is not going to be an easy walk over. Everybody's eyes will open up real wide after what they see coming up here at the end of the month.
Okay, would you like to retort?
Yeah, first of all, you just used the Fortuna fight to justify the fact that Ryan can hang with Tank Davis. That was your first mistake. The second mistake is that Ryan Garcia is going to do exactly what Ryan Garcia always did. You talking like Ryan Garcia have this blowing away skill where he just blown us away fight after fight. The last time I checked, he had a mental breakdown because he says he wasn't mentally ready to be a fighter. And for as Tank blowing him out the water, that's exactly what's going to happen. If it's not a KO, Ryan Garcia will lose nearly every round. A lot of people say I'm critical because I said Tank can't box and he only has power. But Tank is so much more of a better boxer than Ryan Garcia that if Tank Davis decides to go in and not look for a KO and decides to box him, he will look like Floyd Mayweather against Ryan Garcia. It's madness to sit up there and try to put Ryan Garcia over all these guys that are so much better than him. The funny thing is that everybody who says that this is a tough fight for Tank because it's Ryan Garcia are the same people that says that Tank knocks out Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson with ease. Make that make sense.
DJ?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. So explain the stipulations of the fight, getting it on the table, and how's Tank going to get it on the inside? And besides, once he gets past 8, this man tires. He tires out. Tank's gas tank is extremely questionable, and nobody talks about how he tires past 8 rounds. This guy, he's letting the limelight get to him, and I'm not saying that he can't train super hard for this fight, but I've got my questions about his gas tank and his after hours activities. So if you think it's going to be a blowout, man, I wish I was in the same room watching the pay-per-view with you, King Judy. I would pay money to say I told you so, even though I don't bet.
Well, I watch every fight on Pool Counter Boxing, so I'll be here. If you want to see me, if you want to talk to me, come here. But as far as you saying that, what did you say, Ryan Garcia? He's gonna have trouble getting in on the inside. I question how much you know about boxing, because why would Tank struggle to get on the inside against a fighter who comes forward and will willing to give him the inside because his style is to come forward? Explain that to me. Why would he struggle to fight to get on the inside of a taller fighter who is stupid enough to give up his advantage by coming forward?
Okay, I've been watching boxing a long time, Judah, a long time, and I don't know how long you've been watching it, but I've been a fan.
That don't mean it makes you right, though.
No, it doesn't make me right at all. Not at all.
No tag teaming.
It doesn't make me right. But my point is this: when an orthodox fighter fights the southpaw, it's always, you can see levels when the southpaws, generally speaking, got a pretty big advantage because he's got better angles and he throws his jab with his right hand. And there's very few special fighters that can handle southpaws just like blow them out. When Garcia fought Fortuna that last time, and I'm not comparing Tank to Fortuna, different levels, I get it, but I have never seen an orthodox fighter as slick as I've seen against that southpaw. I couldn't believe how nice a work that was. And I've seen hundreds of fights. But
so Ryan Garcia was the most slick fighter that you've seen. Ryan Garcia was the most slick fighter you've ever seen.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he's the slickest fighter I saw. That performance was among the best I've seen against the southpaw. And I got to tell you, if he comes in the ring that night, Tank's not getting on the inside. Everybody's going to wake up here. He's not. He fought so long and tall, and his reach is very advantageous. I don't know, man. I don't see this guy.
Fortuna's there to get hit, bro.
Did you ever watch Roy Jones versus Reggie Johnson?
Go over the course of the fight, but I don't know.
I'm just curious.
What's that? I didn't catch the question.
Did you ever watch Roy Jones versus Reggie Johnson? Did you ever watch that fight?
Yeah, I watched
Reggie
it.
Johnson. I'd have to go back.
You've been watching for a long time.
Mayweather?
I'm just curious because because you said that's the. You said that Ryan versus Fortuna is the slickest you ever seen.
One of the best performances. I didn't say the slickest. One of the best.
I mean, Floyd Mayweather's orthodox Floyd Mayweather's orthodox who kills southpaws.
Facts.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
That's what shocked me.
I don't know about kill. He only did like 3 or 4 of them.
Fought Fortuna. Fortuna was a blown up 130 pounder. His fight before Ryan was at 130. He came up to 140 to fight Ryan. Come on, man. Fortuna's always there to be hit, bro. He's not no special fighter. Like, come on.
He's not, but he's not always there to be hit.
Hold on. One mic, y'all. Go ahead, DJ.
That's like Bud Crawford did something fighting Avanesian. Like, I mean, it's expected, bro. Come on now.
Avanesian is not an ex-world champ. Fortuna is, last time I checked. And it's not even in the same ballpark, that comparison. I totally disagree.
But DJ, just for fun, man, go check out like how Roy hit Reggie Johnson in the 3rd round with this right hand. Man, I'm telling you, that thing was so shocking to me. I was a teenager when I saw it. I saw it live. Even if you got a second right now, just look it up, bro.
After this chat, I'm gonna go see that fight. But
Roy Jones,
there's more than that when it comes to orthodox and southpaws, by the way. But I mean, that's just when you said that. That's just one of the fights that I remember because that knockdown just stuck with me. I never seen a right hand come out so fast in my life.
Hey, look, let me ask the brother something. What's that guy named DJ? Is that guy named DJ? The gentleman. I want to ask you a question because you brought up something about how many fights you think I've seen, and then you also went on to tell me why Ryan Garcia performance against Fortuna was one of the best outings you've seen against a southpaw. I want to ask you something to test your boxing knowledge. What is the best punch for an orthodox fighter to use against a southpaw?
They say a straight right hand.
Okay, so how many times? So is a straight right hand? Is that Ryan's bread and butter punch, or is that even a punch that he throws consistently?
Right. No, Ryan is known for his left hook and his jab.
Exactly. So I want to know. I just want to understand how you can say that that's the best performance you've seen against a southpaw if he's not even proficient in the best punch to use against a southpaw.
If I may, I didn't say the best. I said one of the slickest. And what I meant by that is he blew him out so efficiently that I didn't even know if he landed, I don't know, a dozen punches throughout the fight. It was just such a boxing sweet science outing that I've seen. And I'm not saying that he's better, and I'm not certainly saying he's on the level of Roy Jones Jr., like the other gentleman commented earlier against that the Green fight. Was it the Green? No, Reggie fight that I'm going to go watch. But, it's not even on the same level. Roy Jones, Ryan Garcia, come on. But I'm saying as of lately, up-to-date boxing, that outing, it had to have shook your man, Tank, and saying, okay, man, I am not going to get in this, sign off on this fight without some big-time stipulations, favors in my favor, and rehydration. Everybody knows in boxing you can go out to eat after weigh-in and easily gain 20 pounds to get your strength back. This man,
but that's not your fighting style, though. If you gain 20 pounds, then you're a junior welterweight. I mean, you're a junior middleweight. They in the 135 division. He's giving them 10 pounds. That's making them 146. That's 1 pound under the welterweight. They fighting at 135. That's called
136. I thought the catch weight was 136.
That's why I said he giving them so he can rehydrate at 146.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my thing is, I want
under Earl Spence weight, bro.
Well, one thing I believe
is lower.
Yeah, one thing I don't believe Tank is doing this because he's scared. So you think he's doing it because he has some fear of Ryan Garcia. I think it's the opposite. I think Tank knows that all Ryan has is size, and he going to control how much size he has to utterly destroy him, because Ryan Garcia been clout chasing this man for years. He even went on Mike Tyson and clowned this man
Oh, I know.
on a huge platform. He on a huge platform of a fighter that I'm sure that Tank likes, because I mean, usually power punchers like other power punchers. So I'm sure he was a Mike Tyson fan. And he went on there and clowned him. Tank is trying to take away any type of hope that Ryan will have to utterly destroy him. That's what I think you're gonna see. I think you're gonna see Ryan Garcia get utterly destroyed, and he's gonna walk away from boxing. Because I mean, he was never in it to begin with. Canelo said it. Oscar De La Hoya said it. He showed us by telling us, I have a mental breakdown. I don't think I can do this. He stepped away from boxing. He came back and fought mid to bum level fighters. He is gonna retire after what Tank does to him. And I don't think you're going to be back. I don't think you're going to watch that fight with us, and I don't think we're ever going to hear from you again.
DJ, you hear that?
Can you believe this, man?
Retire rich though.
DJ, he tried.
Somebody's in. I hate the Ryan Garcia fan club. My God, Jesus!
Now I hate. My God! Anytime King Judah give an honest analysis of anybody, King Judah hate them.
No, you make it sound so personal. No. My God, he ain't gonna never fight again. He ain't gonna come outside. Like, shit.
Yeah, He not coming here. He not gonna come here,
man. Y'all just not used to the majestic, deep voice of a king. You know, so that's King Judah, bro. You know what I'm saying? When he speaks,
the roar that bothers him. It's the roar.
Yeah, so you don't know that's King Judah for real, for real. But we didn't get. Hold on, we didn't get up take on the fight. How you see that fight going up on Tank and Ryan? We didn't get his tank. We didn't get his take on it.
I feel like, I mean, for the first couple rounds, Tank gonna, he start off kind of slow. He gonna box him. He gonna hit that body a little bit, and then he's gonna hurt Ryan to the body, and then he's gonna fake Ryan to the body. Ryan gonna drop his hands. And he gonna hit him up top and drop him like Luke Campbell. But the difference is Tank got more power than Luke Campbell. Ryan always drops his hands and he throws his punches with his neck straight up. And in a fight, people forget. You can teach what you want to teach, but people always go back to the basics. They always go back to what they know. And Ryan always has a habit of having his head straight up when he's throwing the punches. And after Tank cracks him in that body, he's gonna drop his hands, and Tank's gonna set a trap, and he's gonna go over the hand, and he's gonna drop him, and it's gonna be over with. And Ryan's about to get rich. They already got $20 million already on for the gate. So
what round? Give me what round?
I say about the fifth or the sixth.
That's what I said. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I say the sixth. But I want to know what's going to happen if Tank gets knocked down.
He might get knocked down.
I mean, Barrios couldn't put him down.
Speak on that. What do you think is going to be his reaction if he gets knocked down?
He gonna kill Ryan. He gonna come out.
Go ahead.
I've seen Tank in sparring matches get hit with bombs from giant fighters, from welterweights and shit. And Tank is very durable. You feel what I'm saying? That's a solid, durable guy. If
I seen that video you talking about too. He got hit for Luma. He just he ate it. He ate it.
You knock Tank down, I feel like Tank gonna bring the kitchen sink for you, and I feel like he gonna throw everything and try to kill you.
That's what I think too. I mean, I believe to think that him getting knocked down gonna change something for the negative. You got to look at people personality type, bro. Tank is aggressive. Knocking him down won't scare him, bro. You gonna piss him off. That's gonna be the way he get up.
Trying to embarrass me on TV.
Yeah, he gonna get up pissed off. I mean, the worst thing that could happen.
Dope movie too.
If you
like that movie.
Negative, if you do want to talk about a negative that a knockdown may do, like if Tank just throw everything away and he just going for the knockout, then possibly you may see him lacking in his boxing ability. That'll be a negative if he just abandoned all his thinking and how he set these traps and his boxing ability and he just going for the knockout. That can be a negative if he get up too upset about a knockdown. But as far as him being scared and it just completely throwing him off track, I don't think so.
Well, he's gonna have to do something.
Well, one thing that confusing me is that everybody's talking about this damn catch weight, but then Ryan Garcia's talking about fighting Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Next. So he can make 135. So why does he want to catch weight when he's talking about fighting Lomachenko? You know what I'm saying?
I
So
thought he called
obviously
out.
he can. Go ahead, DJ.
I thought he
What you
called out
saying?
Regis next. Didn't he want
I
Regis?
thought
They
he,
were
I
talking.
thought they said he wanted Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
So
said
you know what I'm
he
saying?
did say Lomachenko.
Said a lot of shit. He
Right.
said
He don't
he
want
already
no
this man
goddamn
already
Regis.
told y'all he be capping. Like Ryan Garcia done told her he capped so much that he had to catch himself and said, "Man, I gotta stop doing all this capping."
You trying to
He
help promote Devin fight?
Well, that's another thing
helping
too.
his boy out.
Hold
what
on,
I don't think that's his
another
boy
thing.
shit. The way he ducked him.
Another thing too, because Shakur said he wanted to fight Loma, then Devin, then Tank. So he wanted to fight him in that order. So so it's not a bad thing that Devin is fighting Lomachenko because even Shakur, he can't be really ducking Shakur because even Shakur said he wanted to fight Loma first, and then Devin, and then Tank. So you know what I'm saying? So it's the way it's just shaping up. Like Devin is doing the right thing by fighting Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? And getting that name under his belt so he could be more, more popular.
Say what
Well,
you
could I
want about the champ. He doesn't duck anybody. I don't care. I've heard other people say he dodges and ducks. Devin takes on all smoke, and that's even if he'll lose, he'll take the challenge. Yeah, Bill Haney won't let him
That's what.
duck.
Paul, could I help DJ out with the weight thing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because
Yes, you may.
I had this discussion with Knockout Boxing, and he had a different view. Like, let me say this. Let me preface this. Like, I don't like catch weights. Number one, I think there's more than enough weight classes. But at the same time, it's clear that Ryan didn't want to fight at 135. Okay, that's why there's a catch weight in the first place. Secondly, the man has never fought a true 140 pounder. It's just recently that he said I'm moving that I want to fight at 140, but he hasn't fought an actual 140 pounder. Like Fortuna is a 30 and a 35-pound fighter, right? And he didn't look good at all. Like
Ex champ. Ex champ.
I don't know why you're bragging. I don't know why you're bragging on Fortuna. I've seen Fortuna fight many fights. He looked terrible. That's the worst Fortuna I've ever seen. He didn't look normal. He looked like Harrison this past weekend to me. That's somebody who's watched a lot of Javier Fortuna fights.
Fortuna
Okay,
is washed.
real quick. I just want to clear up the weight issue. Okay, so the issue of weight goes two ways, right? It's not just the fact that well, why is he restricting how much weight I can put on? There's also the fact that Tank is not a heavyweight. He doesn't have to fight a guy who's 25 or 30 pounds heavier than him on fight night. If Tank wanted to be a dick about it, he could go down to 130 and say, "Meet me there." Oh, you want to fight me? Go meet me at 130. This was the meeting. This was the agreement that they came to, and he agreed to this.
What?
He could have
Tank
said
did what?
he easily could have said no. He said,
Tank,
look,
Tank
Ryan
can't make
Garcia could have said,
130.
hold on, before you cut me off, just let me finish explaining. Ryan Garcia could have said no, just like they stood firm when they said no. When it comes to the zone, we have to be a part of this. We have to have some sort of issue. Or they said, okay, well, we're not going to take your broadcast team. Thank God. I don't want to hear from any of them. But they said, you can sell it on your platform. That's a deal they made. Oscar De La Hoya said the weight is not an issue. Manager Marty came on here and explained it to us. And he echoed the same thing that De La Hoya said. And I'm sure that he didn't. The De La Hoya video came out after Manager Marty explained it to us. And that's why when he came on, I said, I can't wait to hear what he has. I knew what he's going to say. These things are normal in boxing. You really should come around more often to pull counter boxing.
Plus the IBF, if you in the IBF, they always have a 10-pound rehydration clause. If you fighting for the IBF championship or in the IBF rankings, they have a mandatory 10-pound rehydration clause. So that's all Tank was doing was emulating the IBF's rule. The IBF,
Exactly.
you can't go up in different weights. I mean, that's why they have weight classes. Period.
So you need a clause for a hype job.
I mean, a fight is a fight,
Watch
bro.
that hype
They
job setting up his
professionals.
excuses already before it happened.
What's going on, Smoke? What's going on, Smoke?
I'm sorry. How you doing? Thank you for having me.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Salute. But yeah, I'm not saying Ryan is a hop job or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, you don't want he should be fighting at 135. Tank gave him the concession at 136. He's still allowing him to go up 10 pounds. What's the problem? Everybody crying about a rehydration weight. If you only walk around at 150, 140, so you should dropping that 10 pounds shouldn't be a big deal, right?
Can I ask a question? What's wrong
Go ahead,
with
DJ.
both fighters making the weight on the night before? What's wrong with that? Old school, and then just fight the next day.
We're not in the old school, man. It's the new school. You feel me?
That's the problem. If y'all would just admit that Tank is vulnerable to a bigger fighter and that he has a chance to lose, then we could just go on about our day. But you guys want to shit all over Garcia. Y'all guys want to. Hold on, let me land real quick. Let me land.
Hold on, bro. Listen 1 second, right? Tank is 5'4" and 130-some pounds. It's not saying he's vulnerable for another fighter, but you don't see Tank walking up to Earl Spence saying, "I'm about to fight you." Ryan comes in and fights.
Ryan, I know EJ.
Now hold on, bro. Ryan comes in and fights at 155.
Hey, John, turn your mic down, bro.
Pounds. Huh? I said, Ryan.
John, turn your mic down, bro. That shit is like, woo.
Who mine is?
No, John. Turn your mic down, bro.
Yeah, Ryan comes in and fights at 155, 160, bro. That's middleweight, bro. That's 4 fucking weight classes. They not doing it like that, bro. Like, it has to have weight classes for a reason.
But they keep talking about Tank with the advantage, but wouldn't that be an advantage for Ryan as well as height and reach?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So
like,
y'all basically they basically want Tank to go through the gauntlet because Ryan could supposedly put all his weight on, right?
Yeah, like Canelo tried to do Floyd. Right?
Yeah,
like Canelo came in 20 pounds heavier the next day for
that's
Floyd
basically
fight.
What they doing is like they cry because that's all I've been hearing. I'm a new follower of like the pod boxing, but I've been hearing and I'm like, yo, why they setting up his excuse if he lose? Because they know he about to get slapped and they gonna say, oh, it was the rehydration clause. When we know that shit
they already getting in front of it. They already trying to get in front of it.
Right.
They already trying to get their excuses ready. They trying to get their excuses ready because
setting the foundation for this shit.
Everybody mute your mics so they can talk. Everybody so they can hear.
That's gonna be the foundation for the rematch right there. That's gonna be the foundation for the rematch right there. Like, oh, if Ryan could have came in at his regular weight, it would have been the same type of fight. That's gonna be what De La Hoya did use for the rematch right there.
They're trying to set that foundation right now, my G.
That's what they gonna do.
He set the trend. No, hold on. Everybody's taking cue off what he did because he shouldn't even have brought up what was in the contract in the first place. This is why he got social media fired because he's smart. He's a smart dude. I give it to him.
Yeah, he got over 10 million followers. He ain't dumb.
He ain't dumb. He brought up these things to cause doubt, confusion in the community, so people would talk about these things that don't mean nothing. If he a 135 fighter and he had 2 fights at 140, he should still be able to make 135.
But check this out right here, bro. If he go in there with Tank and Tank knock this nigga out in like 3 or 4 rounds, right? Yeah. Motherfuckers might be mad, but they already got a $20 million gate already sold out.
We already knew
that. They about
talking for 3 years.
So check this out. They about to do pay-per-view. That shit can easily do $1 billion pay-per-view buys. This is easily $100 million fight. If they already put out there that Ryan wasn't himself, Ryan was weak because of the rehydration clause, that's cause for a rematch. That right there will get the people's interest up to see how.
But they're gonna say it's the one Ray. No, hold on. They're gonna say it's the one Ray rematch.
Listen, bro. Let me finish my point. I got you, bro. Let me finish my point, bro. And then you can retort. What I'm saying is, they setting it up for round 2 because no matter how this fight go, the way Tank beat him, he gonna beat him. But they throwing it out there that Ryan wasn't himself. He was half of himself. If Tank was great, he would fight Ryan without no clauses. And that's going to be their part 2. That's what they're trying to set up for part 2 right there.
There's only a one-way rematch so if Javante loses, he gets the rematch. But if Ryan loses, there's no rematch on his side. Maybe down some years if Tank.
Bro, check this out. If they make 100 million, if they make 100 million.
Listen. Maybe down some of the years if he hears all the chatter and all the talk, he may decide to fight him again. But we know Ryan is too flat-footed, chin straight up. He's getting slept.
Yeah.
We
But
already
if you make $100 million fight this man, you gonna fight him again if they start talking that same money.
Oh yeah, if they talking that same paper, yeah. And if Ryan improves after that, he got to do some work after that. He can't get slept and then just keep getting slept and then think he got to fight. Nah, he's not even there no more.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying they used that rehydration that he wasn't himself, that he was half of his normal strength. Tank can't take him while he's fully strength.
So that's the clause that they're gonna use in the contract to force a rematch.
That's the narrative. Watch, that's how you push it. You see how they think now? That's what I'm saying. Then they're gonna say if Tank is good, he'll fight Ryan without no clauses.
That's funny.
That's what they're gonna try.
I
think he would have beat him at 140 anyway, too.
I got a good point. If I may, salute to everybody.
Go ahead, brother. I'm mute myself.
This manager Marty. Salute to the guys that just came on.
Salute.
So here's two things.
Marty.
What's going on? Up. Salute. So there's 2 points that I want to make, and I think I made one of these points at least on my channel Friday evening in my live. Is that before when this fight got first announced that it was actually going to happen, before the press conference in New York, I didn't hear a journalist, I didn't hear a reporter, and I didn't hear any content creators mention anything about the weights, even though everybody knew that there was a weight disparity in their last fight. Ryan Garcia fought in his last fight at 140. Tank fought at 135 in his last fight against Hector. But when this fight was first announced, nobody in the media, social media or mass media, no one mentioned anything about a weight issue when we all knew actually, there was a weight disparity from the get-go. The only reason why we're speaking on this as a boxing community is because Ryan opened his mouth and he said something about being drained and having a rehydration clause. Now, shout out to a guy named Crown Jewel Boxing. He's more of a smaller YouTuber, but he came into my live Friday, and I think Paul Counter was there as a witness. And Crown Jewel said live, he said, he asked me, did I hear the small little part of an interview that Ryan Garcia did in LA when someone asked him about that rehydration clause, and Ryan Garcia, and I heard it, I did my own investigation and I heard it myself on Crown Jewel's channel because he played it. And Ryan Garcia says himself that he usually, on the night of the fight, he's usually 148 pounds.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, why would you speak up on a rehydration clause if you only going to lose 2 pounds on the night of the fight?
To cause confusion and illusion.
Yeah, so
make them believe.
Yeah, so it's like he should have never opened his mouth, because the thing is, when you have a catch weight, it's standard operating procedures to have rehydration clauses. We just don't hear about them because fighters usually don't complain about them or make an excuse about them before a fight even happens. That's my time.
That's what I said. He shouldn't even have brought it up. I don't
what's
know
going on, Calvin?
It's an
NBA
what's
going on,
contract or not. He shouldn't even have brought it up at all.
What you think? I'm gonna let you get in here.
Hey man, what's up to the panel? What's up to everybody there? I'm gonna be honest with you. Hey, Manager Marty, my man, I appreciate you just said that part because I heard it too. He said he came in at 148. We got to break this down. Now, I was just on her the other day, and we was sitting here and we was talking about, and I was defending Ryan. I've been a Ryan fan since he came in because Ryan was like, oh, I want everybody to fight. We all need to fight the best of the best. Don't matter we lose or draw. But then you up there and you talking the crap about everybody, but when they got on your head, now you got a mental breakdown, you know. But then you want to come back and you got dropped by Campbell, Luke Campbell, who got pillows on his hands. What it is, man, Ryan went up to 140. Ryan had a fight up there. We all forgetting that Tank had a fight up at 140. And he said that he kind of warmed up because it was a little bit more weight. He came back down. Ryan signed the contract. It ain't nothing but an excuse. They gonna make money off of this. And Ryan is gonna get beat. if you look at what I said the other day, now I had like Tszyu. At the last minute I put on there Tszyu for the upset, and he won. Ryan don't use his right hand enough to open up. Ryan should have took a warm up to practice on that before he go in there with Tank. Because one thing everybody do, they do not give Tank enough credit for his IQ inside that ring. Tank has a higher IQ than anybody else. Yes, Tank do get knockouts, but he don't rush to knockouts. Even when he got somebody dazed, he's patient. That's what all great fighters do. He's patient. And let's be go ahead, bro.
No, you're right. Continue.
Yeah.
Watch the Fortuna fight again if he doesn't use his right hand.
I'm agreeing with you. Continue. Now he break them down. Continue.
Hey, but hold on. And I really came on here for the guy talking about Ryan. Bruh, I'm going to tell you something. I'm a left-handed fighter. I'm a southpaw, but I fight conventional. I'm going to be honest with you. Tank don't actually switch, but he step over wide to lead him open to where he can go with either hand. That guy Ryan need to keep up that right hand if he not throwing it. Ryan has a pattern. Jab, jab, throw the left. Jab, jab, throw the right. That's his only switch. Bruh, I was just on here the other day, and a few months back in our old pool, man, brother, I apologize. I came on here, and at the last minute, I know where all the boxers be listening, and I was like, man, Jermell need to go on here, and he need to fight. He gonna chuck everybody one. Jamal came out, and what did he say? Not Jermell, but Jamal. He came out, and what did he say? Man, I'm having mental issues, bruh. And it made me think, not Ryan, not Tank, not Shakur, not nobody at 135 can say they can go to another country and went through everything David Haney did and still beat somebody for undisputed with a left-handed jab that's going to be textbook 50 years from now where they're going to be teaching kids. That's a mental mindset. And the reason why I say that, this is the biggest fight Ryan ever had. You got to remember, Tank had us covered during the time of COVID, and every time you look up, Tank was fighting, and all eyes was on Tank. Now, all eyes is on Tank and Ryan. Can he live up to the hype? Ryan been talking a lot of bullshit. Don't get mad because Tank start off slow for the first 4 to 5, 6 rounds, and when you get to round 9, Ryan is fucked up. Excuse my language, and get put down. And like I said, if Tank want to eat by the 6th round, Ryan gonna go down by the 5th round. He don't do enough to keep himself protected, bruh. No matter how nobody look. Forget throwing in speed and power. He don't protect himself. His chin is up. His foot moving is kind of slow compared to his hand speed. He's not balanced. He leans forward and he always step to the right. But he keep his right down. Go look at his tapes and see if I'm lying. He's going to get himself hurt. And seeing all them fans and half of them booing, because now he going into a stadium tour. Guess what? Everybody ain't ruined. He coming out on a like people carry him when he was on the little crown or throne or whatever they was carrying him, and they all screaming Ryan. No, he's going to hear boos. That's going to mess with his mind. He's going to see that at the weigh-in. That's going to mess with his mind. He's going to see people with Tank Davis t-shirts on. That's going to mess with his mind. Now he's going inside of a ring to where his manager was one of the best before Canelo, before Floyd, that did this catchweight shit. But guess what? They won at 135. He went up to 140. So now you're at 140. You're coming back down. So now guess what's going to happen? Ryan is going to leave that right open. And like I said before the other day, go look at any of Mike Tyson in his prime. Tank is going to walk in there. He's going to bob and weave, and he's going to knock Ryan out. Ryan got to keep that right up. You say what?
That motherfucker after round 8, he's gonna get sugar put in his tank, and I hope you all have the same energy. What's gonna happen after the?
Hold on, who is that?
Hold on.
You think
Y'all better have the same energy.
You
Y'all better have the same energy.
Yeah,
You think Ryan really stand a chance? Hold on. See, I'm sorry. Like, you think Ryan really stands a chance, bro? Look how he just explained to you all his skills, all his flaws.
And I'm a Ryan fan.
Wonder why you say he got a chance? Because y'all be out here trying to rationalize a money grab. Is this a money grab or is this a competitive fight? Which one is it? Y'all gotta pick a side.
It's a money grab. I've been saying that for the longest. A money grab. Ryan is about to catch his
I've been trying to build this fight up, and then you got people coming here talking about Garcia can't do this, he can't do that. So why are you fighting him then?
Because he begged for it. He begged for it.
Why he not fighting Devin Haney?
Let me tell you what's wrong with boxing right now. If you want to say
what's wrong, he's not fighting Devin Haney.
But he begged for it. Why are we skipping over?
Tank got all this IQ. He the best fighter this and that.
All y'all at the same time.
Why are you fighting a money grab, and why is he putting a rehydration clause on a hype job?
Hold on, check this out. If you would have listened to the interview we had, to the talk we had the other day, this is a show from PBC to mess with De La Hoya, because De La Hoya, if you listen to what I said and stop being so sensitive, and you listen to what I said and listen to a straight boxing fan, not a person fan, you'll understand that he turned around and did this to mess with De La Hoya, because De La Hoya was the king of the rehydration clause. Because every time he fought somebody, he put a fucking dehydration clause on somebody. See, that's what you got to understand, bro. I'm 40. I'll be 47 in May. I don't have no fans. I love boxing. So I take all the weak stuff that people do and I throw it out the window because I fought. So I'm not, I like this person because of this. No, I'm looking at what you're doing. When what's that name? Canelo fought against Bivol, I was one of the ones who called and say, man, he fundamentally sound. He gonna beat Canelo. Forget what's in forget what's in the toolbox. That's what's going on. And he did. So go back and listen at the tape, like Coach Manager Morty say, roll the tape when I talk, because I ain't been wrong on damn near nothing.
Now what that got to do with Tank cherry picking?
You know what it got to do with Tank?
What that got to do with Tank cherry picking all his fights?
Cherry picking.
Hold on.
What way? Like Ryan?
Like every fight he ever had.
Okay, check this out.
Who has Ryan fought though?
Name me one person that's a cherry pick that Tank fought compared to Ryan that he fought. And I say the same thing with Spence and with Bud.
That's my point.
I watched Bud fight. Hold on.
You're making my point.
Hold on. I watched Bud fight when he even had braids compared to now. Bro, what you don't understand? Hold on, bro. What you don't understand is simply this. Ryan has a lot of, you missing a point. Let me slow it down so you can understand what I'm saying. When I start talking about the stadium and all that other stuff, and I talked about Devin Haney, see, everybody think it's all about the hand speed, the power, and the movement, and the ring IQ. But it's more about the mental stability of anybody that's going there and fighting. When you have all them things hit you at one time, do you have the mental capacity in order to oversee the things that you're going against at that time? I don't think Ryan has that right now. And right now, we know his game plan is I'm going to throw a jab, and then I'm going to come with a hook. I'm going to throw a little power stuff. That's it. Tank start off slow. I said that. Tank is going to start off slow. Even Tank in his last fight, the last two fights, he said, well, I kind of start off slow. I need to do better at that. Calvin,
yeah, but Joe
my name is Calvin. His name is Calvin. He's going to work on that. What you say, bro?
What you say? What you say?
He got run. They know Tank. They gonna work on a good game plan. It's gonna be a good fight. I mean, shit. It's gonna be the biggest fight so far, unless Spence and Crawford make it. This fight right here is the biggest fight in a few years, bro. They already got a $20 million gate so far. This is a $100 million fight right here. This fight right here is gonna. If Ryan loses, he can retire because he's gonna be rich. But you know, these are the type of checks that fighters fight their whole career and never see. And
bro,
Tank, champions, but people talk about Tank cherry pick. Leo Santa Cruz, a future Hall of Famer. You feel what I'm saying?
No cherry pick.
Mario Barrios is the 140
Yeah,
champion.
Come on, man.
Hector Garcia was the champion.
Exactly, but hold on, bro. Check this out. When I
hold on,
turn
bro. We been
around,
holding on this whole time. What I'm saying is, Tank fought champions, yes, and Ryan is the big payday right there. I mean, they've been building this. This is Floyd and Oscar part 2. This
and
is
he's
Oscar
been begging
versus
for it. Why we acting like he ain't been begging for it, right?
Hey, let him finish.
Sorry.
They both been begging for this. Oscar, and that's why you see little Ellaby right there. Floyd still got his head in the pot. Like they've been grooming Tank and Ryan for this payday right here. Tank and Floyd and Oscar and Ryan, they've been grooming it for this payday right here. The biggest payday in boxing right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Now check this out. A year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago,
bro. There's other people on here. Let's not draw it out. Go ahead and ask me.
Yeah, we ain't gonna draw it off. But a year or two ago, let's be real. Did not Ryan say he was thinking about retiring? And he had 5 less fights than what he got now. Ryan is looking for the pain to get his ass up out of there, bro. And see,
but you know, Ryan
I'm
been
tired of
talking
people
to Tank for 2 years. Like I said, Ryan might retire after this fight. Ryan wants to be a pop star, probably. I mean, he loves his followers. He got 10 million followers, man. Ryan don't need boxing.
Is he gonna retire? Hold on. Is he gonna retire because he want to retire? Is he gonna retire because Tank gonna knock his head off?
I mean, if he retires, because he's gonna retire, but Tank still gonna knock his head off. But I mean,
he might get locked
when you get that type of money, bro, you don't have to keep putting yourself through this shit.
Yeah,
like you gotta realize these people face death, bro. Like blunt force trauma can kill you, bro.
Exactly.
The wrong shot in the head can kill you.
You know what I got? You know why I got a problem with this kind of talk? This is like playing with your. This is like playing with your food, bro.
But
if you're not gonna give your opponent no credit, why should I give you? I'm just trying to figure that out. This is a big fight for a reason.
For both of them, yeah. This is a
big fight for a reason. This ain't no. It's not a tune-up.
Y'all just told me
fighter, bro.
Yeah, that it was a big fight.
This fight wouldn't be. It would have sold out on the first day, bro. People can say what they want. The naysayers can say what they want. Ryan also beat Devin Haney a couple times in the amateurs. So Ryan did have a certain amount of skill. I mean, Devin beat him too, but Ryan was on the skill level to beat Devin Haney a couple times. I think they tied. So we can't just sit there and act like the man on a bum. The man has
I got a question.
Well, y'all
but
told me
Pop Warner in high school,
amateur fights, and he won most of them, bro. So the man ain't no bum, bro.
y'all told me that this fight was big because of Ryan Garcia followers. Y'all just told me that. I had a whole argument. I was by myself arguing my point by myself, and all y'all told me it was big because of his followers. Now y'all saying it because of his.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't flip flop like that. Either this is a money grab or this is a real fight for Tank. It can't be both.
I mean, it could be a real.
Which one is it? You have to pick a side.
Bro, I ain't gotta pick a side, bro. It's a real. All right, if Earl fight,
I'm just saying, like you're talking out both sides of your mouth. Which one is it?
Bud, it ain't no damn money
grab. You doing the same thing, saying y'all.
No,
look here.
You tell him, John. You tell him.
Hold on, bro. Y'all.
Look here. Go ahead.
If Earl, Bud, yeah, man. See, people come up here saying the craziest shit now, Pool. But if Earl fight Bud, it ain't no money grab, but it's a big payday. It's a good fight. It's a great fight. So if Tank and Ryan fight, it's a great fight that's gonna get paid. Period. I don't have to choose one or the other. It could be a big fight that gets paid, and that's what it is.
This is the thing. This is the thing with Ryan. Ryan has failed the expectations. Now he just started. We saw Canelo say he's lazy. You know what I'm saying? He don't want to train. We know. See, hard work beats talent. You see what I'm saying? Every time. And see, Ryan hasn't shown that he wanted to be a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Okay, he won a couple of fights, but he haven't really fought no killers. See what I'm saying? So we saw Devin, you know what I'm saying, develop. We saw Tank develop, and we wanted to see Ryan develop. We wanted to see him fight how he would do against Jorge Linares. I think we would have a better. I said we would have a better outlook. Right. I think we would have a better outlook on Ryan if he wouldn't have ducked out a lot of those fights. And his attitude, that gives us the idea that Ryan mentally ain't there. You know what I'm saying? And we know Tank, You know what I'm saying? He's been progressing, you know what I'm saying, in fighting, you know what I'm saying, staying active, you know, keeping his weight down. So he's dedicated. So we don't know about Ryan though. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't that he's a bum. It's just the way he's been acting in boxing. We know he got a good amateur pedigree. We respect that. You know what I'm saying? But he hasn't given us a linear path to say, okay, man, Ryan is really the real deal. You know what I'm saying? We kind of like, and then, you know, he's got the Instagram, he's got the commercials, and, you know what I'm saying? He wants to be a star, but does he want to be a fighter? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro.
Exactly.
No, I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize, and I truly do,
Well,
because
then let him finish.
I agree with everything you said. Let him Instagram. Let him be a model. That's his side money, right? We don't
Mhm.
count pockets, right? But at the end of the day,
Mhm.
you're right. He pulled out of a lot of fights, right? He claimed, and we ain't hating on mental health. If you got a mental health problem, go see a doctor or a physician. We definitely ain't encouraging that, right? But you're a fighter. Fighters supposed to dog it out, go through that, get over it, above it. We already know they're not going to be like the old school fighters where, you know what I mean, some of them already are, but we already know. But my point is the fact that he's not as active as he should be, and then secondly,
Right.
he is not. He's just a hype. I don't want to call him a hype job, because Ryan definitely has skill. The left hook, if that's all you got and it work and you can use it, you can use it. And if you can hit dudes and put them down, that's a skill. So I'm definitely not going to stomp on that. But when you watch him fight, he
Because
just
Wilder got that right.
Yeah, Wilder got the right and the left.
Yeah, but you know he can hit people, put them down. Come on now.
But
let's be real. Ryan don't have the power like Ryan ain't fought against no dog.
he got it in
Speed
his
and
left
timing
hand.
beats
No,
power.
but the left hand is quick, right? So it's a snap. So it snaps so hard that twitch muscle just boom. And especially if you don't see it coming or you don't expect it, it could put you down. So, but he don't got that same twitch muscle in his right hand like that. And that's where
So if you was to look at both of them boxing IQ, who you think got the? I want to hear everybody. Who y'all think got the highest boxing IQ?
Oh, Tank get the sweeping knockouts, the uppercut. Just go look at
Unanimous.
the high. Just
Well,
go
listen
look at
at the
the
floor.
highlight thing.
So
But
let me ask
listen
you guys
to
a
what.
question. What are you guys going to
Just
say
Just
when
go
hold
look
Tank
at the
gets
high.
his ears
Just
boxed
go look
off?
at the
Bro,
Whoa. Can't hear nothing. Can't hear nothing.
bro,
Okay,
y'all
let's
try
just
to
go
force
one by one. Let's
y'all
go
just try to force
bowler. We haven't heard from Bowler or King Judo. I want to hear what they got to say.
All right.
Who got the highest boxing IQ?
Man, look, the thing is, I'm gonna answer this. Oh, that's Bowler. Go ahead, Bowler. It's Bowler. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'll just keep it sweet and let you guys explain it. But I'm going with Tank by far.
With the
Yeah,
high
I'm gonna.
boxing IQ?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm like, I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say my part, but I want to point something out. Listen at the question you asked, but everybody saying it's a tough fight. But anything you ask, Tank gonna get the nod unless you're talking about height. So I'm gonna say Tank by a landslide because that's everybody answer who got common sense.
But you think he got the higher boxing IQ than Ryan?
Yeah, and ability. Period. He got the better IQ and ability. Like it's just like I told you, if he wanted to, he can box Tank and look like Floyd Mayweather. And if he wanted to, I mean, he can box Ryan and look just like Floyd Mayweather.
So I think Tank can outthink Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Ryan is an athletic fighter. You know what I'm saying? I think Tank can outthink him in the ring under fire. You know what I'm saying? Next up, John, what you think? Who got the higher boxing IQ?
Tank definitely got the higher boxing IQ, and it's because of his stature. He's a small fighter. He has to outthink you, and he has to outmuscle you in some points. And that's like one of the biggest things I like about Tank. I really admire that about a fighter like that who can get in there and just get dirty if he has to. The thing with this Ryan fight, the reason that I'm intrigued with this fight is because Ryan has all the physical traits that can overpower Tank. If he wants to, he can just step back and counter and keep countering and just keep, playing lame duck until he catches with something nice and clean and win the fight that way. Do I think he can outbox Tank the whole fight? Absolutely not. He has no chance to outbox Tank. But if he can catch him with something clean before the 6th round, I would say that's his best chances. But if this goes past 6, he's definitely getting knocked out and it's going to get ugly.
Okay, DJ, what you got on it?
The sweep Sweet science is the ability to hit and not get hit. And in
Mhm.
my personal view, Ryan has displayed that in his professional career on a much higher level than Mr. Davis. He has been able to, in my view, and again, just me, my perception of him being able to hit his opponent, not get hit, and that's the true essence of sweet science. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people crying in their beer come March 25th. And there's a lot
All
of
right,
money that's
Smoke.
going to change
Oh,
hands.
my bad. All right, Smoke. What you think?
Yo,
March,
to be honest,
hold on one second. Hold on one second, Smoke.
all
March
right.
20th, Caleb Plant and David Benavidez, brother.
Oh, we already know about that. I'm
I was telling Mr. Ryan over there.
Okay.
All right, Smoke. What you think? Who got the higher boxing? Well, I think you already said yours.
But no, I got a more intelligible answer
Okay.
this time.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
If you just look at the highlights, and it's not all about the highlights. You know, if you watch the fight, I watched Javante last fight, and I didn't watch the Fortuna and Ryan fight. I don't really like Ryan. I just don't. He just seems so fake to me. I'm just gonna say I don't like him as a person. I don't know him as a person. I don't take it that personal. It's not that big of a deal, right? But at the end of the day, when it comes to boxing skills, and I've been watching boxing since I was like, I'm not like a hardcore like some of y'all, but I've been watching it for a very long time, and he just don't look like he got it, right? And that's just my personal opinion, right? It's not I dislike him because his followers. He could have all his followers. Blessings to him, right? None of that matters. When it comes to fighting, he just don't look like he could beat a Tank. And that's what I mean about his IQ. Like, just watch Tank knockouts. Just watch how he put him to sleep and drug him slowly. They look like they taking their medicine and it's slowly kicking in. And all of a sudden, bang, you out of there. That's exactly what's going to happen to your man. Why you think he be shaving his face so he don't look as old as he really is? Ryan like 27, but he say he's 24.
All right, Cal. All right, Cal. I know you gonna. What you think?
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this, brother, and I'm gonna be real with you. Whoever think that Ryan is gonna beat Tank, smoke crack. No disrespect, and this is the reason why. I'm not doing it
Never
for a
tried
personal thing. Hold on. Well, then cocaine. Shit. The thing about it is simply this. The reason why I'm going with Tank, and like I say, I'm a fan of boxing. I've been on Ryan's side the whole time, but Ryan is too inactive. I wish Ryan would have took another fight before this. Because if y'all look, when Tank went up from 130 to 135 to 140 and came back to 135, Tank fought so many different styles that where he know. Garcia hasn't done that. And the only way Garcia get him with that quick left, if Tank turn around and say, you know what, I got him, and get lackadaisical and get the eyes in the what they say, the during the headlights, the way that Shakur did in his last fight, that was the most he ever been hit, and that wasn't nothing like 40 times, because he was so easy, he stopped paying attention. And yes, Ryan can, but at the same time, Tank get past them 3 rounds, or Tank get pissed off, Tank is going to seriously hurt Garcia. That's the reason why I'm so amped the way I am. I wish he would have took another fight, and I wish he used his right more. If he got to use the right to protect himself, and he's not going to do that, and that's going to be the way Mike Tyson used to come in and knock cats out, and it's going to be nasty, bro. And the thing about it, if Ryan really wanted to fight because he wanted to fight harder competitions, he could have stayed in 140 and fought Tszyu, because Tszyu just won up there. So he's doing it for a money grab, but this money grab can get his ass hurt. So that's what I gotta say. I'm rolling with Tank.
All right, Manager Marty. Who got the better boxing IQ?
Well, I'm going to say that I didn't hear some of the criterias for boxing IQs yet, so I'll be the first one to bring it up. When you look at
Mm-hmm.
Tank Davis fighting boxer punchers, and I don't know if this is an understatement or people overlook it, but Tank Davis is a really good counter puncher against boxer punchers. And that's a part of ring IQ. And also, Tank Davis does a lot of feinting. So, feinting and being a good counter puncher and incorporating his attack to the body is a clear indicator that Tank Davis has a higher IQ than Ryan Garcia. If you look at their resume, Tank Davis has improved based on the experience level that he have against the opposition, which helps him, improve when he's fighting these boxer punchers. Somebody said it earlier on this panel, and I don't remember who, but Mayweather and PBC and Al, they prepared Tank Davis for this moment come April 22nd. So the ring IQ goes to Tank because he's a great counter puncher against boxer punchers, and he does a lot of feints, and he incorporates his attack to the body. And so he will control the real estate in that ring. And I know you asked me for a prediction earlier, and most people didn't hear me because they, just came on. This fight might not go past 8 or 9, and Tank will win by knockout, in my opinion.
Up. What you got? Up. Up echelon. Up.
It's that Zai. He'll be back. Who's next?
Yeah.
Yo, I just want to address my boy who said, I think that was DJ who said that he thinks Ryan, when somebody brought up Tank's power, I think they said his speed and power, and you said that, well, timing beats speed, and that's true. But when you talk about the aspect of boxing, you're talking about when you talk about timing to catch somebody to throw off their speed, you're really talking about either intercepting them with a punch by anticipating and intercepting them, or you're talking about a counter punch after you made them miss. Ryan Garcia does neither well. So where's his time? Where's this timing that you've seen throughout his career where he's catching people before they punch or making them miss and countering? Where is that? Because it seems like he initiates all action to land the punches that he does land. He initiates it because he doesn't have the IQ to set those type of scenarios up.
I'll play devil's
DJ, I
advocate.
think he's talking to you.
Oh, that's it. You got it, DJ. Go ahead, DJ. Fight for yourself.
Making it up to hype it up, bro. Because everybody with sense knows that man ain't got the skill of Gervonta. We've watched him box, and they say, "Oh, corny fighters like whoever we consider corny fighters." But when you watch Gervonta, he walks you down slowly, and eventually you realize, "Damn, I'm going to sleep tonight." Pull out the nightlight.
Yeah, if you bang with him, yeah, it's exactly what's going to happen.
Hold on, what you saying? He's not just a banger. Watch the IQ. See, you want to disregard the IQ like he just be banging. No, he be putting guys out. Hey, what do you do to Rolly? Steps to the
let him get off. Let him get off, Smoke.
Yeah, man.
Let DJ get off.
Let the opposition attack.
He capping though.
I'm not capping. Everybody, I just love it. It says Tank by KO. Tank by KO. I just love it, man. Come March 25th, I'm jumping on here, and we'll see what's happening then. But anyway,
we won't see you on the 25th. I'm new today, and I'll bet we won't see you on the 25th. I bet money we won't see you on the 25th. Matter of fact, the fight on the 25th.
It's definitely not on the 25th, so he probably won't see him.
I'm sorry. That's why they call me Smoke Dog.
I've got no problem.
I bet money we won't see you on the 25th when your man goes to sleep in the night. I bet money. I'll put my bread.
Here's my retort.
We won't see you.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's get up. Let's get up. Go ahead, DJ. What you saying?
March 25th is Caleb Grant and David Benavidez, dude. Stop saying
March
25th.
Exactly.
That's false advertisement.
That's common knowledge. I hope everybody knows that.
But man, take.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, DJ, the Mexican monster.
Yeah.
That's common knowledge.
But hold on, everybody. I want to get up take on this here. About the boxing IQ. Who got the better boxing IQ up?
Man, Tank is brilliant in that ring, bro. You got to realize Tank is 5'4".
damn near everybody he fight is bigger than him, man. Like, so he's coming in already with an up task. Tank has a way of getting past a person's jab, getting into a person and putting them down before they can put him down. Like, Tank walks people into traps. Tank fights off the back foot if he has to. He can fight on the front foot. But mostly Tank don't, he don't get paid for overtime. So he'll set a person up, he'll watch their moves, and he'll make in-fight adjustments. Like Leo Santa Cruz. He seen how Leo Santa Cruz kept ducking on that one shit and throwing that punch. And he switched it up and threw that uppercut, caught him. He seen how Rolling was rushing in. He switched up and just threw a light one and used his momentum against him. Like, he seen Hector Garcia. And he seen how Hector Garcia was rolling. I mean, like, Tank, he uses his fighters, and his IQ is so amazing that he breaks his fighters down as he fights. And he makes adjustments and gets rid of them.
But
period. Ryan can't do that. That right there
he's
is
only a puncher, bro. He's not only a puncher. If you watch how he set these dudes up for their knockouts, you would realize he's a true boxer.
That man right there is a savant. He is a boxing savant.
Y'all gotta stop.
He's
he need to be a savant to beat Ryan Garcia. Like, come on, man.
Yo, Ryan Garcia going to sleep. He ain't gotta be a savant. He been a savant.
I didn't say he was a savant to beat
he's
Ryan
a
Garcia.
savant. He didn't say
he's a savant, bro. Like,
has
that
to
man
be a
is
savant.
bro.
See,
He's beatable. He's beatable.
Are you gonna show up when your man go to sleep, bro? Are you gonna do that?
Hey, my man, you heard my pick. I'm just here for the content.
I can't wait.
Nah, you was
I can't wait.
You was caping for him too. So I want to know, is you gonna be here?
I'll be devil's advocate. I want to know what's gonna happen if he eat a body shot.
You said something about playing both sides, and now you want to play devil's advocate. Ain't that playing both sides?
I already made my pick, bro.
That's the type of guy he is, bro. He like playing both sides of the fence. He always does.
He caught us out.
I made my pick. You just getting butt hurt.
Okay.
No,
I don't know why.
that's not butt hurt. I'm just calling you out on the malarkey you've been talking. That's all I'm
You a Tank fan? I get it, dog.
All right.
You a Tank fan? I get it. Relax, B. Relax.
All right. All right, let's switch gears because we just saw Tim Tszyu go out there and beat the hell out of Tony Harrison. Do Tim Tszyu got anything for Jermell Charlo?
Zero.
Does he have anything?
No,
Is he a
sir.
threat?
No, sir.
Let's go one by one. Let's start with Up first. We started backwards before Up. What you think?
All he got is a nice chin for Charlo to put to sleep, bro. Tony Harrison, we watched him age overnight in that fight right there.
Facts.
Like, Tony Harrison, he's been knocked out 3 times. You ain't the same Tony, bro. Like, it's kind of like when we see Sugar Ray get by Camacho, when we see Roy get that Glenn Johnson knockout. I mean, sometimes a fighter, it can happen in an instant. One day you're on the top of the world, the next day you get knocked the fuck out. Like, you never know. Your body, it don't give you warnings. Like, sometimes it happens in an instant. And that small ass ring that he had Tony Harrison in, Tony couldn't get away from him, and Tony was food. But Jermell Charlo, Tim Tszyu is a follow the leader type player. He comes forward and he follows around like a sick puppy. See, he gonna get Brian Castano because he gonna walk into something from Jermell Charlo. He gonna walk right into it, and he gonna be laid the hell out. Because Charlo he hits like a mule. Like, he ain't Tony Harrison. Charlo got some squabbles. And he's gonna put Tim Tszyu out. I'm glad he made the fight bigger though, but yeah, he's getting put out. Next,
okay. Let me see, Manager Marty. What you think? Tim Tszyu versus Jermell Charlo. You think Tim Tszyu gonna be competitive? You think he got anything for Jermell Charlo? Can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear me? Oh, Manager Marty gone.
Yeah, you can hear
Okay,
me.
King Judah.
Nah, man. Look.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Look, I've told y'all once before, but I try to give y'all a simple breakdown because I can go in detail with boxing, but I try to get a simplest breakdown to people who can't keep up with what I'm saying. And I told you once before, the simplest way to break this down is anytime you have somebody like Tszyu who comes forward, he's not even one of the elites. He doesn't throw in volume. if you know, I can compare him to somebody like Castano who throws in volume, which makes his come forward style, you know, difficult to deal with. Tim Tszyu is going to come forward. He doesn't throw in volume, and he's going to be walking down a stronger man. Anytime you do that, regardless of how good you are, anytime your game plan is to walk down a man that hits harder than you, your chances of success instantly fall below 50%, no matter how good of a fighter you are. So no, he has nothing for Charlo.
I'm sorry, I got
Oh, go ahead, Manager Marty. You know, we're saying Tim Tszyu. You know, he just knocked out Tony Harrison. You think Tim Tszyu has anything for the undisputed champion? I mean, is he a threat? You know what I'm saying? Does he present any problems?
well, the thing about Tony Harrison, and I've been saying this for a while. That fight that Tony Harrison fought, that wasn't like the first time we seen that. If you look at his last fight, that was the first time I saw Tony Harrison. And I don't know if I told you, I told you this before, Paul Counter, but most of you on the panel didn't hear me say this earlier. The first thing I look at in fights is a fighter's legs in their footwork. And so Tony
Mm-hmm.
Harrison's legs have not been there with him since that Charlo fight, the second fight. And so that's why every other fight you saw him in, he kept playing the ropes a lot. That's a clear indicator of the legs not being there. So Tim Tszyu basically was just keying off on he's teeing off on a stationary target, you know. So he's a younger fighter. He was supposed to do that last Saturday night, but getting in there with Charlo is not going to be the same. Now the thing is with Charlo, I would like to see him fight maybe a little bit. I don't want to say a tune-up like we looking for him to fight like a Uber driver, but somebody that can give him a little bit of work because of he's coming off of an injury and he haven't fought since last May. You know, Tim Tszyu just fought, so he'll be a little bit more active as far as time-wise. But when Tim Tszyu get in there, Charlo play the ropes every now and then, but he's not going to play the ropes as long as no Tony Harrison. In fact, I believe Charlo is going to start walking Tim Tszyu down and making him back up, and he will be the bully in that fight. And Tim Tszyu, all right, but it's not going to be enough for Charlo. Absolutely not.
Hey, yo, can I say something?
I got a question for
Who that?
Manager Marty. Well,
This
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I just now jumped on you guys' thing. You know, I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I think that people miss a lot about Tony Harrison. Like, I didn't give him a snowball's chance in hell. To me, he's like a bootleg version of Floyd that fought like KO artists. Floyd never really fought
Mm-hmm.
like a KO artist. I think when he got knocked
Yes,
out
he
by Willie
did.
Nelson,
Diego
let him
Corrales
let,
was a
let
knockout
him
artist, bro.
let him
a
finish.
knockout
Billy Shane
artist like
Bruce was a
like
knockout
Tim
artist.
Tszyu,
What you
Let him
talking
like
about?
a knockout artist like Tim Tszyu, Charlo, people who are
Man,
getting
Floyd fought
constant knockouts.
everybody.
Yeah.
Canelo was a knockout artist.
Okay, but let
Joe
me finish.
Wait,
Frazier
Let
wait,
me
was a
wait.
finish.
knockout
Let me
Let him
finish.
artist.
finish.
Damn,
Let him
though,
finish.
came
Let
out
him finish.
Okay, let me
came out
finish.
controversial.
Let
I
him
said
finish.
Tony Harrison is a dude. To me, Tony Harrison
You better
should have
not
never
say
took that
Floyd
fight.
again.
I'll say it again. I think Tony Harrison shouldn't have fought that dude. He came off his layoff when his dad died with his brother as a trainer against Sergio Garcia. I think that was not a really good fight. His legs were kind of shot in that too. I think he didn't have a chance. So Tim Tszyu, he shortened the ring against Tony Harrison. And I think that when I was watching a lot of the video of them going in the ring, when he was in the locker room, I feel like, you know, he lost his pride right then and there because watching that Acosta fight, the Asian Blasian dude was fighting Gonzalez. Acosta's really good at using the ring, but he couldn't use that ring. That ring was like 15 by 15 maybe. So I think that's when he knew he was going to lose. He couldn't do anything. 2-step backwards, you're on the ropes. 2-step forward,
But he got a
you're
sidestep. Why wasn't he sidestepping?
I think he was done.
The fight. He
I think
wasn't
that
sidestepping.
I don't think Tim Tszyu showed any type of skill in that fight.
No, he just walked him down the whole fight.
Tony just
Where was
walked
the
him.
sidestepping from
Let him
Tony
finish,
Harris?
Smoke.
No,
Let him
but
let
what I'm
him.
trying to say is
I'm just asking a question.
you can sidestep, but like he started losing his ability to be such a good boxer. I feel like after with the second Charlo fight.
Oh,
That's what I believe, and especially when he lost his dad. I feel like, you know, that brother relationship he has with his trainer, that's not good enough. I think he needs someone to dig deeper. But it's too late now. When he gets strong legs, because every time he gets knocked out, he's always on his feet, and then he'll fall down. But he takes too many punches.
Yeah, the
I
ref
just
should
think
have
it was a bad match. It was a bad
match.
matchup. He got knocked out by Willie Nelson, Jared Hurd, and I knew Tim Tszyu was going to get the knockout. It was so easy for Tim Tszyu. That's all I got to say.
I don't think it was easy for Tszyu. I just don't think Tony Harrison did enough, right? It should have been more movement. It wasn't enough head movement. I watched the fight. I was complaining to my girl. I'm sitting here like, yo, why he not moving his fucking head? He pissing me off. Like, move to the side. I get the fact that the ring was small, but you don't let a person crowd you on the ring. You could easily sweep, move around, evade, try to push them on the ring. There's a lot of things you could do.
I mean, did y'all hear the interview his brother had? Brother explained it, bro. Like his brother explained the same thing because before the fight, if everybody was on full count,
no, he was talking like that on the side.
But hold on. We're getting off. We're going into the weeds now. Hold on. What? So you think? So you don't think Tim Tszyu got nothing for Jermell Charlo, really?
No, bro. Like he didn't do nothing but.
No, that's for what's his name? PBS. You don't think he's going to be?
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real with you. To me, he's a 50% person of the last person Charlo just fought. He's not a full Castano. He's a 50% Castano. I don't think he'll last. I think that he beat up an old Tony Harrison that has been knocked out like I think 4 times now, or 3. He's been knocked out 3, so it was bound to happen. And the fact that he's short in the ring made it even worse. So.
All right, let's go to ring. Let's go to Cav. Let's go to Cav. You didn't say nothing in a minute. What you think? You got anything for Jermell Charlo? Calvin, you there? All right, we'll go to John. I know John be on it.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. Can you hear me now?
You John?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cav.
Go ahead, Cav. Cal. Go ahead, Cal.
Hey, yeah. No, hey, check this out. I think that he gonna come with a good spirit to fight, and I like Tim Tszyu, but I think that he got a great right. But I think that with the type of trainer that Jermell has and the skill that Jermell has and the champion that he is, he gonna step right outside of that. And when he throw that right, he gonna come back with his own. I think that he gonna outbox him, outjab him, and he gonna have to make him work and use lateral foot movement. And when he do that, that's gonna tire Tim Tszyu down, and he gonna walk him down after that. I think it was Coach Morty. I think it was Manager Morty, or somebody said, by the 6th round, you're gonna start seeing a devastation. And by round 9, I think Tim Tszyu will be on his back. That's my opinion.
Can I watched the fight.
Let me see
where was Tszyu's
Go ahead.
movement? No, for real. I watched the fight. Where was Tszyu movement? All Harrison had to do was move more and continue with the jab.
No, he didn't.
Exactly, and he didn't.
He didn't.
Exactly.
No, you said no, he didn't. He didn't.
Yes, I did say that. Yes, I did say that.
You said no, he didn't.
Okay, but let me
all
finish.
he had to do was move more.
He didn't have the ability to do that. If you go watch the Acosta versus Gonzalez, Acosta is a very well-known prospect that has very good footwork. Now he barely can get around Gonzalez.
Listen, you didn't even
and when he did, hold on. The ring was too fucking small. That's what you gotta understand about it.
I understand that the ring was small. They acknowledge the fact that the ring was small, fam. I'm acknowledging all these facts.
If you can acknowledge it, then that's part of the game plan for Tim Tszyu.
Well, regardless, doesn't mean you can't move because the ring is small. You don't let this dude corner you and you hug the ropes and hug the corner. No,
he's coming off a warm-up from Sergio Garcia.
His brother told him in the corner. I watched you spar for
Tony Harrison was trash from the beginning. Stop making it seem like
I tried to explain to y'all. His brother just came out and said that that's why he wants his brother to retire, bro. His legs is not there. I keep trying to say y'all arguing a point. Y'all arguing a point, but no, Tony Harrison did have good movement in both the Charlo fights. He was done after them fights.
But he didn't even let me finish my point before he cut me off.
Bro, y'all arguing about why Tony wasn't moving. I'm telling y'all why he wasn't moving. His legs not there no more. Manager Marta just told you he saw his legs wasn't there no more. His brother just had an interview and told us that Tony's legs aren't there anymore. That's why he wasn't moving.
The Sergio Garcia fight wasn't there. Like, come
That's
on.
correct.
He hasn't been moving for his last 2 fights.
And I said that ever since he got knocked out by Charlo, he hasn't been acting the same way.
But because I thought
Hey, whoever
moving with the jab, you know, I thought because he was good with that jab was stiff, and Tszyu was not moving his head.
But you got to he made a good point when he said since the Charlo fight, he hasn't had good leg movement. Nope. He's absolutely right, bro. Go back and go watch the film. It's like something was taken out of him. He ain't been the same, bro.
Hey, Calvin, I always say this, and Paul Counter knows this.
Charlo said it himself, though.
Well, I always make a reference to this, and I've said it on my channel many times, and I'll say it again. There's 2 types of beatings that fighters usually take. Fighters get beat up, and then fighters get beat down, and I'm including mentally. And I saw a change in Harrison after that second Charlo fight. It was a clear indicator that he got beat down, and he has not been the same, and his legs has not been there. And for that reason, it don't matter how small, medium, or large that ring was. His mind might tell him move, but his legs is not there anymore.
Exactly. It's kind of, it's almost like,
no, that's how
it's
it
almost,
I agree.
When was Tony ever that guy, though?
So,
bro, if you
Tony
can beat,
was a good boxer now. A lot of people respect Tony. Tony,
bro, if you can beat Charlo in one fight and then turn around and give him everything he can handle, bro, that dude is a fighter.
He won off of the Charlo fight by damn near the referees damn near giving to him.
He outboxed him. Like, why are we doing this? He won the fight.
He's just saying crazy stuff. He won the fight, bro. He won.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. True Taylor, he ain't out here trolling, bro. The ring was small. Everybody mute yourself. We got some feedback. Hey, the ring was small, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nobody saying Tszyu, you know what I'm saying, ain't a good fighter. But you know what I'm saying? Tony Harrison is really the first, you know, besides Kashaw, you know, knocked him down in the first round, bro. What do you think Jermell's gonna do to him? You know what I'm saying? You know, he beat a Tony Harrison that was, you know, inactive. You know what I'm saying? You know, Jermell is the best in the division, bro. He's undisputed. I mean, he is undisputed for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you may have wishful thinking that, you know what I'm saying, Tszyu is going to come in there and do something different, but that dude is an average, straight up fighter. He has a good overhand right. He does. He's strong as shit. But his boxing ability is not amazing. His defense is not amazing. He's not going to be hard to figure out, bro. He's not like, so for some reason, y'all love these Viking type strong dudes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like to think these dudes.
Skill, bro.
You know what I'm saying? You got to have skill.
They don't got,
you know what I'm saying?
Movement, but dudes love them to death. And I'll be like, yo, what? You can't even fight.
Because now, I'm just saying, you know, I don't know why they don't give Jermell Charlo. I don't know why they don't give Jermell Charlo his respect for his skill. You know what I'm saying?
Why. We know why.
Well, I mean, the man has went through the gauntlet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tszyu haven't went through nobody. It ain't no hate, bro. You know what I'm saying? You talking about excuses. Anytime y'all get a great white hope, you know what I'm saying? Y'all think that, you know, this dude is it. Triple G ain't fight nobody. All he fought, they saved him to fight Canelo, bro. He didn't fight no Ward when Ward.
I was gonna say no. I'm right there with you, but I'm about to. You asked the question. I'm about to answer. You said why they not giving Mill his props. We know why they wasn't giving it to him at first, but I want to point something out. They definitely not giving it to him now, Pool, because they don't understand what we just broke down. What they looking at is Harrison just got knocked out by Tszyu. So in their mind, because Harrison beat Charlo, that means Charlo is not good. They don't have the boxing IQ to understand that the Harrison that beat Charlo is not the same Harrison that Tszyu beat. They don't see. They're not gonna see it like that, Pool. All they're gonna say is, well, Harrison beat Charlo, so Charlo can't be that good. That's how they're gonna see it now. He'll never get his credit.
Well,
I
you got
mean,
to
can I
watch
add
Jermell
something to that
fights.
too?
He's
I
got to
want to
watch his
add that
fights. Go ahead. Hmm.
people don't really talk about, you know, because the dad was a trainer, right? And we just seen Jared Hurd get his lip split open, and he, you know, coming off of his dad dying too. I think the detriment of the loss and the dad and the brother relationship wasn't the best combination because Sergio Garcia showed it. You know, only reason Tony won was off that, you know, him backing up and going into the ropes, and you know, it was kind of a gift to me. I watched it, so I don't think it
Look,
was a combination of his skill. I never thought he had skill. To me, he was good with the jab, but when he gets hit too much. He doesn't have like a skill set. To me, I think he just has a good jab.
see, unlike see, Jermell ain't coming out there just snapping a jab, bro. I mean, his he got power, and he can move, bro, and he can throw combinations, and he can get you up out of there in one punch. And let me tell you something, Tszyu is easy to hit, bro. He
Man,
is
look what
easy to hit.
Yep.
look what Truth Teller
Keep
just put up
telling him.
there.
Yeah,
Look
yeah, I know.
look what
That's
Truth
what I'm
Teller just put
reading.
up there.
You can see it.
I
You
just
tell me
told
he
you I
got
can read
skill.
these
What you
dudes'
talking about?
minds, bro. I can read their minds.
Well,
Too
I
soon.
just think it's more. I just think when I think that like when white people get like a good champion or a good fighter, you know what I'm saying? They just put 10 on 50. You know what I'm saying? And I think they really have like that great white hope syndrome. You know what I'm saying? Because they tired of seeing black fighters dominate the divisions and shit. That's why
Because we're
Lomachenko
better.
was
They
so
can't
great.
get tired. Be better.
Right,
I,
you know what I'm saying. That's the when they get a white fighter, they
Don't
latch
get
on to
tired.
him. You
Be
know what I'm
better.
saying. Nobody ain't saying Tim Tszyu ain't a good fighter. You know what I'm saying. But he hasn't rose to that level yet. He gonna need a few fights before he get on
Now,
Jermell. Before to me,
But
the
he's
fighters,
gonna need
Jamel ain't
he's gonna need.
mandatory. And they kept emphasizing on it, fam. Jamel Charlo versus Tim Sudanek. This fight is for the undisputed. So they
Wait a
kept
minute, wait a
putting him on
minute. This
Jamel,
dude,
so he couldn't
wait,
run from it,
this
bro.
dude
That was
said
the
he said,
intention.
"Oh, y'all got to check this out. Check this out." He said, "Why blacks haven't never dominated boxing?" What? Man, let's
Hold on.
get his
Who
ass up
said?
out of here,
Hold on.
man.
Who
This
said
nigga
that?
trolling.
Oh no,
hey,
why you
He
He
done
gotta
said
too
troll?
blacks never
soon.
Troll
dominated
anything.
boxing.
That's
hey,
not even
hey,
true.
Man,
Paul.
get
All
the
of
fuck
black
up out of
fighters
here.
is
Is
black.
this
What
is
you
this
even
Paul
talking about?
He hurt.
Hey, this Paul Malignaggi. Hey, this Paul Malignaggi.
He hurt.
Yo, bro,
Hey, hey,
don't even
hey,
acknowledge
Paul.
Hey,
clowns.
hey, hey, this got to be Paul Malignaggi up in here trolling and shit, man. He said
That's
keys to
crazy.
the game. Y'all subscribe to Keys to the Game Boxing, man. Got deep knowledge, man, of this. I love his videos. Y'all subscribe to my man, because he's gonna be a real one up in here. He said, salute Pool, Manager Monty, the rest of the panel. He said, good boxing talk. He said, put some color in here for my guys. That's what's up, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for contributing to the channel, bro. You know what I'm
Salute to
saying?
hey,
you.
can
It
I
is
ask y'all
what
a
it
Can I
is.
give a
question?
quick opinion on this
Salute.
one?
Oh,
Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I know somebody said they had a question
Go ahead.
for me, Manager
yeah, no,
Marty. I
I
don't
was
know
going
who
to
said it.
ask you a question earlier. It's me. I apologize. You know what I mean? I've been talking a lot. But I finally got to talk boxing, so I'm very excited. You feel me? Because I've been teetering, you know what I mean? Because I've been a boxing fan my whole life, but I'm not a diehard. I just know a lot of like random stuff, but not as much as y'all know. Y'all know all the recent fights and stuff like that. But I actually do follow you, and I've been following your channel and stuff. But I don't want to go back to the Ryan and stuff fight, so I'll go forward, right? The Caleb Plant and Benavidez fight, which I've been following for like the past 6 months, both those fighters, and not like intricately, but enough. How do you think that outcome is gonna happen, and what do you think? Who do you think? No, I don't necessarily want to know who you win. What's the intricacies of that fight, and how could one or the other win? Is really what I want to know, not who wins, because I think Caleb's the better boxer, but I like Benavidez too because he's the better puncher and he's more durable. So I just want to know what's the intricacies of that fight that you think, you know?
That's a really good question. I said this earlier when I just got on here, and I'll say some of the same points again. Benavidez, like I just told you all, I look at legs and feet in fights, and so I see a lot of technical flaws in David Benavidez. Most people don't see it, or some people that see it don't want to say it.
Yep.
Because he gets those guys out of there. But he has a lot of technical flaws with his footwork. One of those things is when he throws some combinations, he lifts up his back foot. I do not like that. I want to see him sit down on those punches, particularly those combinations. David Benavidez like a lot of defense. You go back and watch him fight Karan Davis, who was trained by Breadman in that fight. He was getting hit a lot. He was definitely getting tagged a lot in that fight. And of course, he got Karan out of there. But my point is, I see a lot of technical flaws. I would like for him to do better with cutting the ring off with guys who have quicker feet. Caleb Plant, of course, he definitely has quick feet. So I don't think it's going to be too easy for him to cut the ring off like it has been with other fighters. He does land volume of punches, which is always good, especially when you're a power puncher instead of just looking for one punch. But I do see Benavidez getting a little bit frustrated because Caleb Plant can really, really box, and he can really, really move. And so I'm just watching him. I just watching him now psychologically get frustrated where he's ready to kill somebody.
He be moving though. He got that sweet. It's not just the sweet. It's the movement. You got to know how to move, get your head back, and all that. Continue, Marty.
Right. So if he's acting like he's gonna kill somebody by being frustrated in the press conference, if he brings that to him in the ring, that frustration, he's gonna step away from the game plan and lose focus. Where Caleb Plant can, press the gas up on him. I recommend that Breadman train Caleb Plant to beat Benavidez the same way he trained J-Rock to beat Hurd. Hurd was a big guy. Hurd had longer reach, and Hurd had more power. But you seen what J-Rock did. He stayed up in that man's chest, and he reduced that reach, and he reduced that power. Because, Benavidez catch you at the end of his punches. But if you stay in his chest, not the whole fight now. We ain't crazy now. But every now and then, boxing, move your head, use lateral movement, stick and move, give him a couple of feints, attack his body, down, straight jabs to the midsection.
Can I put a parentheses on what you're saying real quick? Because I watched the Caleb Plant Canelo fight, and I thought Caleb did actually a good job in that fight, right? And it's always a good job until you get knocked out. We know the saying, right? But I thought he just got caught with a couple because Canelo not only has the experience, but Canelo was leaning on him. You know what I mean? Getting him uncomfortable. But Caleb was he had the jab working, he had the swift, but I think he wasn't really putting the power on his punches so Canelo could respect him. So Canelo's kind of walked him down just a little bit and eventually finished him.
Well, the reason why is because I believe psychologically Canelo took his
ready.
Heart. No. He took his heart at the press conference. See,
when he slapped him and scratched him in the eye.
That's correct, because if you look at the fight, and we can pull it all up on YouTube, Caleb Plant gave Canelo too much respect. You can't be in there, sweet. He was talking sweet nothings in his ear, just talking to him and respecting. I respect you. You can't say that in a real fight, and so he can't give David Benavidez the same respect he gave Canelo. He got to go in there, stay in his chest,
that's a great
dig
point.
into the body, slow him down, move his head a lot, use lateral movement, stop every now and then to get his breath, keep his composure, and just land a 1-2, bop, bop, and get on up out of there. But stay in his chest. And he does have a good chance to beat. Both guys got a good chance to win. But I'm gonna leave with this part here. I want to make sure, and Paul Counter already confirmed this, I want to make sure that Vada stays on top of these guys with the testing, because Memo Heredia is in the corner of Benavidez, and Victor Conte already warned us about Memo Heredia. So we already know his history with the steroids and PEDs. You know what I mean?
So you think he going to try to cheat, Caleb?
I'm gonna put it to you like this. I said this on my channel.
You don't have to answer that because I know.
No. Listen, bro. I'm manager Marty, bro. I don't back down from nothing. I'm gonna answer.
It's just a question.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about. God damn it.
I'm just asking. I appreciate
ain't free TV, is it?
I always got good questions.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna answer it like this. I'm gonna answer it like this. I watched Benavidez come up, right?
Yeah.
Benavidez fought a guy named Richard Gavril, who was down with Mayweather Promotions, right? In that first fight, Gavril did great. Gavril beat Benavidez, right? Benavidez ain't had too much for that boxing style of Gavril.
Was that in the amateurs or a pro?
No. This is pro. This is back in 2000 and I believe 18 or 19. You can look it up.
And they gave it to Benavidez still?
No, Gavril. Yeah, they gave it to him. But I'm saying Gavril beat that. In my personal opinion, Gavril beat that fight. My point is he couldn't do the stuff that he was doing with those other guys when he fought Gavril, because Gavril had a good boxing style and Gavril ain't back down. Now watch this. In the second fight, months later, I think almost a year later, they fought again. He had Alex Ariza in his corner as the strength and conditioning coach, and you just seen him go in there and just beat the brakes off of Gavril. Now, the reason why I'm bringing up Alex Ariza, for some of you that do not know this, Alex Ariza, he was accused of giving these guys PEDs, particularly Manny Pacquiao. And I'll give you a quick example, even though I published this on my channel. When Pacquiao fought all those fighters, he had Alex Ariza in his camp. The same amount of time where he didn't want to give Mayweather that VADA testing or that USADA testing, right? Now, when he had Alex Ariza in his corner, people believed behind the scenes that Alex Ariza was giving him that needle in his butt cheeks and his belly button, that PEDs, right? Now, here's the thing. When Freddie Roach fired Alex Ariza, this is public record. When Freddie Roach fired Alex Ariza, Brandon Rios hired Ariza. He hired Alex Ariza. When Pacquiao was going to fight Brandon Rios, Pacquiao and Freddie Roach in his camp, they wanted Brandon Rios to take VADA testing, because guess what happened? They knew Alex Ariza was in his camp. And guess what happened after the fight between Pacquiao and Brandon Rios? Brandon Rios came up positive. That was not a coincidence. And so when I looked at Alex Ariza in the corner of Benavidez, I started getting suspicious the way he did Richard Gavril in that second fight. Now he's doing it again with this other guy, Memo Heredia. So I'm not accusing nobody, but I'm just saying I just wouldn't be surprised because he ain't had him in his camp before this. I'm just saying.
Didn't Crawford train with Victor Conte and Snacks? You know what I'm saying? I was looking at that too. You know, so I don't know why they be going and mixing it up with, you know, these guys with these kind of reputations, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like yeah, Devin Haney did too. He sure did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, the thing is, now here's the thing about Snack, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. When I first seen Victor Conte back out, Victor Conte do time in jail, I was leery with him when he talking about he want to do stuff right and Snack. I was still leery with him with the Snack, but I noticed something about the Snack guys: Crawford, Devin Haney, who else? Caleb Plant, and what's the other guy named? He just fought Andrade, right?
Shit, Mikey Garcia look like when Mikey you go to Snack, you get your ass whipped.
Yeah, so I noticed something about them. It seemed like when the guys that's with Snack, they might have better endurance, but to me, they don't have more power. See, if they start coming out with all this extra power, all five of those guys, then I'll be real highly suspicious. But because they don't come out with like power in their fights, I don't think they're juicing. I don't think they're cheating. I don't think Victor Conte's cheating anymore. I think he really changed his life around. Just my observation over the years watching. But I do say that Memo Heredia, I don't think he changed his life around. I think he's still, I think he's still juicing people because he's a steroid dealer. But I'm not saying that Caleb Plant is juicing because that's defamation of character. I don't got no proof. I'm not trying to get sued. I ain't trying to, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying it's just suspicious. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
He look in shape naturally. He don't look like he on it.
Who?
Your body type. You can kind of tell.
Who you referring to?
Caleb Plant. He don't look like he on.
No, I'm not talking about Caleb. I'm talking about Benavidez.
Talking about Benavidez.
Your body doesn't have to show.
Well, but you gotta also understand
we'll know at him. We don't see that gut this fight. You know.
Hold on, but you gotta also understand
All I'm saying,
hold on,
if he eat 30 eggs,
listen,
if you see
you gotta
Benavidez eating 30 eggs, it's on and
no, but you
popping.
gotta also understand
Oh yeah.
he was a fat kid as a younger
Huh?
kid, so it's easier for him to put on weight. It's probably he could put on weight easy because he was already he was fat and got himself toned and what he looks like now. But if he lets himself go for a couple years and eats and travels to Mexico and Ecuador, then you know what I mean. We know what he looked like.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm saying is Plant got to stay in his chest because if Plant think he gonna run
I
for
agree with
12
that.
rounds, he gonna get tired. He gonna gas out. So he got to stay in his chest a little bit. Mix it up. Mix it up every other round. Mix it up a little bit. Get in his chest one round.
I think it's a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get it on. And here's the thing: he got Breadman in his corner. So Breadman is he's from Philly. So I'm not being biased, but I'm just saying Breadman prepared these fighters, and Breadman is a good strategist too. So it's gonna be a good fight, really good fight.
Can I say something about that? Because I mean, I think that David Benavidez fights just like Zurdo Ramirez. The best way you've seen him give off his best punches, he positions his feet like he's playing baseball. I think that if you catch him in between and maybe turn him, I think he has a problem with that. He never really has success moving while punching. He only has success stationary while punching.
That's fact.
But he don't cut off the ring. He don't cut off the ring at all. You know what I'm saying?
He does
But he
cut
got
off the
fast.
ring, but only in the
No,
corner pocket of the ring.
I don't know. I never seen him cut off the ring like that unless you have to be like a real slow ass fighter. You know what I'm saying? David,
Well,
you know,
he
so
did
he got
against Tyrone, whatever his name
Nah,
was.
he
Tyrone.
hit super hard. That's why people stop moving after he hits him.
right.
He's just a really, you know what it is? He's a good body puncher. That's what he does. He don't really cut the ring off. He's just a good
He
body
got a
puncher,
sneaky.
and then he waits for you to gas out.
He's
Yeah,
got
but
a
he comes
sneaky
straight
body
forward
punch.
though. He can.
I don't think it's
You
a
really
50-50
do.
fight, though.
But
I believe
Benavidez
that
just
Caleb
come
Plant has
forward
better
though.
skills.
Say again.
I was saying Benavidez just walked straight forward. So all Plant got to do is use that good head movement and that footwork, frustrate him, get in his chest one round, the next round, try to outbox him, go to the body with that straight jab to the solar flex to slow him down. And and if he can keep that pace up, because Benavidez ain't gonna stop coming. And he Mexican, so he got chin. You know what I mean? Just can't get discouraged because
He's
he ain't gonna stop
Ecuadorian.
coming. Huh?
He mixed,
He's
man.
Ecuadorian.
I'm talking about his
Ecuadorian.
culture. That ain't even your business.
I apologize for saying he Mexican.
Not
but
you,
I'm just
Marty.
saying
I'm just saying,
No,
like
you
he
good.
Ecuadorian. He
Oh
Mexican and
man.
Ecuadorian.
Well,
Whatever his parents is.
He's
whatever he is,
multicultural.
whatever he is, he got a chin on him though. I tell you that much. He definitely
Yeah.
got a chin. He could take a punch, and he's not going to slow down all night. So, Caleb Plant going to have to earn this one. He going to definitely have to go in there and earn this joint because Benavidez going to keep on coming, and Benavidez do got a good jab too. So they going to get it on. It's going to be a good
No,
fight.
they are actually going to get it on. I'm actually
Yeah.
paying for this
You
fight
know,
because it's going to be a good fight.
Caleb Plant has a really good jab, man. And he
No,
varies his jab
his
too.
move, his evasiveness, and he didn't lose his legs after. Yeah, I was talking about like Tim Harrison earlier. He didn't lose his legs, and the way he knocked out Darrell, man, God,
I was at that fight
man,
too, live in Brooklyn.
God, that.
I think if Plant just had a little bit more toughness, a little bit more gas in the tank, I think he would have the edge in this fight.
I think he
actually don't think he has a
gained
good
something from fighting Canelo. In my mind, I think he gained something because that slow left to the body and that sweeping left, that was one of the cleanest boxing punches I've ever seen. It was beautiful. It was like literally a work of art.
I think that Caleb Plant doesn't really have a good jab. I think he has really good counterpunching abilities.
No, he's got a really good jab and he's got a good hook. And he's also
got everything.
I believe he's also left-handed.
Power. Well, to me, his jab is very evasive. It's not stern to me. I think he's more of an evasive jabber. But I think that his counterpunching abilities and punching while moving his feet, extremely good.
He has a good jab. It's a jab that messes up your timing. He's not trying to hit you with it, and it's not a powerful jab. It's a jab that just mess up your rhythm.
I don't know. I saw.
And it's pretty effective too.
I
He's
saw
a
him
good
pretty much
fighter.
beat Caleb Truax, even though he's older. I mean, he pretty much beat him with that jab, man. I mean, Caleb
But he
Truax couldn't
gassed
even get
out
past.
during Caleb Truax though too.
Yeah,
He
not
definitely
really.
gets it.
Not really, man. He won every round. I mean, I heard people say a lot of stuff about that fight. I actually sat there and counted how many times Truax hit him the whole fight. He only hit him 43 times in the whole fight.
Well,
Well,
I
You
In
would.
12
remember
rounds.
that,
12,
bro?
12,
Yeah,
12
Hey,
rounds.
analytical like that, man. Respect it.
He said
I'm
Hey,
just
you
43.
don't
saying.
put man.
it
You
sounds
don't pull
good. That
kind of
sounds
boxing,
good.
but they know the stats and everything.
He
They
said
know everything.
43.
You gotta study
I'm
before you
just
come
saying,
talking
if you're
with
gonna
the
watch the fights, watch it.
Like, yeah,
Because
he hit him 48 times in the ninth round. You know, he
You know, give or
43
take.
power punches.
Right.
You know
Give
what
or
I'm saying?
But
We
here's
be
take.
one thing
knowing.
about
43
when he
total the
fights
whole
David
fight because
Benavidez, he cannot be on the back foot. He has to be
I
going forward sometimes and being on the back foot a little tiny bit. He needs to control that gas tank.
Yeah, but Caleb's so damn fast, man. And
Ah,
you know what I'm saying? David be coming forward, he's gonna run into some shots. He's gonna have to be able to withstand those shots. Just like he caught the real coming forward. David's gonna be open all night coming forward like that. Because playing is
But when he catch him,
early.
he caught him with a counter punch. I feel like that's his best
Right.
ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And David, the way he comes squared up. The way he comes in, you know what I'm saying? He's coming with thinking he's gonna come in with that Amir Khan mindset, all offense, no defense, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I
And
hope
just
not. I hope
overwhelm you.
he stands up
Well,
straight when he boxes.
I
He only
hope not.
crouches down when he's
but
throwing
I
his confidence.
but I just think the Mexican monster, man, I just think that dude is just tough, man. It's his toughness. I think he's just gonna press playing out. You see, I think he's
Yeah.
gonna press him out. He's
That man.
young, he's hungry, you know what I'm saying? And I just think when I seen Plant get knocked down by Canelo and he just gassed out against Canelo, you know what I'm saying? I was just like, no, bro, I couldn't believe in Plant no more.
He gave him too much
I just,
respect,
I don't
fool.
think it was a gas out, man. Canelo was. You got to think about like C was saying earlier, right? It's one of the biggest moments of your life. You feel what I'm saying? You just won the quote unquote Reggie belt, and then you getting a chance to fight for undisputed. And you know
so
what
you
I mean?
think it was the moment, the big fight, the big stage?
I think all of it matters, right? You know what I mean? I'm not making excuses for Caleb, right? Because like I won't make excuses for Benavidez doing whatever he did to lose his belts, right? I would just say that it all matters, right? He fought hard. Like he was competitive in the fight. If he just got washed, he got hit with a clean one, got drugged, and Canelo finished. I don't think he gassed out. He just got hit with something super clean and faded when Canelo hit him with the boom boom. And they was wherever they was, and the ref's gonna let you get the back of the head, and dudes be hitting you in the back of the head, headbutting you, elbowing you. You know how boxing is, man.
It ain't
He
gonna get
gave
no softer
Yeah.
with David Benavidez though.
It was the
Hey, real
mental
quick, I want to
that's the
clarify
thing.
why I counted punches in that fight because I kept hearing people telling me that he didn't look good or his defense wasn't good. And I'm like, hold on, that's not what I was looking at. I said, man, I had to be specific. I was like, man, how much did he actually get hit? That's why I know how much. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think now
Not for real though. You
I
had to
respect
feel
it. I
You had to
respect
feel it.
Yeah, because we
I
were
respect
debating
that
this
though.
same topic. They were like, he didn't look good against Truax. I'm like, man, he didn't get hit that much. And then I said,
And
man, let me be specific. I need to know.
yeah, now you
I don't
wanted the
trust punch checks.
analytical stat to flex on him, so
I
like he
don't
only
I don't
got hit
trust punch
48
checks,
times.
man. I
I
gotta
want
see it
people to do
myself.
their
you
homework.
know, y'all know an example keys to the game. Example is when Sabri Matias was fighting that kid. He was just calm, man. That dude was throwing everything at him, man. He was just in the middle, man. He was just waiting for him to just wear himself out. Kept hitting him to the body, getting good stiff blows to the body, and he weathered that storm. And that's a good example. I don't know if Caleb Plant could do that shit though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what's going on, What's going on, PGH Big Dog? What's going on, bro? I don't know if he can do what Matias did, man. That was incredible, bro. That was like some Floyd Mayweather
But
shit right there.
I was talking about the
Yeah, that was
Caleb Truax.
clutch.
I wasn't talking about the amount of punches. I said he gasses out around the 10, and it shows. And it showed in the Canelo fight. And it showed the mental pressure Caleb Plant can't deal with.
Hold on, what was the second example? You only stated one fight.
No, I was talking to the other dude who counted the punches.
Oh yeah, no, I saw him gas against Uzcategui, but he knocked him down twice at that point. He was winning.
Okay.
He definitely gassed against Canelo.
Well, basically,
can't
he's a
deny
front.
that part.
Plant is a front runner. You know what I'm saying? He's a front runner like Zab Judah. He's gonna win the early rounds. He's gonna come out. He look his best in the first 6 rounds. You know what I'm saying? Then he begin to fade. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
So he's more of a front runner.
What round did he
More
knock
of
out
just
the round?
moving your feet too much. I
Ninth
think.
round.
All right.
I think when you move too much, we've seen that with what's the one dude, Speedy Rashidi. You know, you move too much, you're definitely going to gas out.
Well, this fight is going to be so emotional, bro. It's going to be so. I think when you move around and you got nerves, and that's going to play against both fighters, really, but more so Caleb Plant, because he's going to be moving around. You know, when you're on that big stage like that, and now it's bad blood, it's real bad blood. You know what I'm saying? Whoever can stay calm and cool, you know what I'm saying, I probably had the edge in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because Ward once said, he said, once you come out there and you got this bad blood and you all emotional like that, he said it drains your energy. You know what I'm saying? He said it drains you, so you got to have a clear, blank, you know what I'm saying, mindset when you go out there. Just go out there and be professional and just win the fight. Because when you start fighting on emotions and stuff, man, he said it drains you. That's what Ward said.
I agree with Ward, and that's why I said I agree with Ward, and that's why I said I'm looking at the press conferences and Benavidez gets so emotional like he ready to kill him. If he go in that ring with that same mentality, he's going to lose a lot of focus. And that's why, and D, to comment off of you, D, that's why I said I don't think he should be sticking and moving in boxing for 12. Sticking his chest every other round, sticking his chest, Benavidez' chest. And then the next round, then you box him a little bit. You know, you want to confuse him, mix your punches up, you know, mix your strategy up. Then the next round, you come out, stay in his chest again. That way, when you land something, you right close to him, you start getting a hold in him. See, a lot of these guys, they don't want to hold. They want to bang out with a banger. You know, they want to keep, like, you know, like when they hurt or they get caught with a big shot, they want to keep on trying to fire back. Nah, there's nothing wrong with holding. But if you want to inside and you and Plant, you know, catch Benavidez with something, hold him after that. Punch him, hold him. Let the ref come in there. That what you're doing is you're preserving your energy. Don't be blatant with the hold. You know what I mean? But what you're doing is you're just getting on the inside, banging him out a little bit, taking his reach away and his power. And then the next round, then you start boxing. Stick and move your head. Because Caleb Plant gonna have to earn this one. He gonna have to earn every bit of this one if he want to win. And mentally, he can't.
I'm gonna tell you, he's gonna have to slip them uppercuts too. Because David, man, the way he throw them uppercuts, bro, man, I know he can. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Best bet is to walk David into something because David gonna come forward. And see, Caleb is known for setting traps.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's slick.
Yeah, that's why they call him Sweet Hands Plant. But you know,
he's slick.
You know, they know that his stamina is the issue. That's why they're doing a lot of road work right now because he was boxing the hell out of Canelo and he gassed out in the later round.
That's the truth.
Now he's unevolved from that fight of that boxed Canelo. And that fight of that box Canelo was outclassing Canelo at every step of the way. So Caleb is a superior fighter. He just couldn't go the distance. I thought he might have took a little change to go down because it was crazy. It was crazy.
Little strange for the change.
Never know.
Yeah, because I mean he got 12 million.
That's not what his face said.
I mean, but you know, he was boxing the man. He eluded that man for like 11 rounds, wasn't it? Wasn't it like the 9th or 11th?
I don't know, man. He's taking a lot of body shots, bro. He got slower and slower every round.
It was that left. He put his head down and he caught him right there.
Yeah, but you know, he was talking to Canelo. He was talking to Canelo. He said
it was a clean shot though, so you really didn't say nothing.
Canelo, he told Canelo, he said, "I'm pretty good, ain't I? You didn't think I was gonna be this good, did you?" So you know, like. His stamina gave out at the end, but that's what I'm saying. He's evolved from that, and the way he put that clinic on Canelo, he's a boxer. And Redman getting his stamina up. If he get this stamina up, like I said, David Benavidez ain't got that one stop power. He ain't got that one stop power. He's accumulated punches. He like to throw combos. And I'm thinking Caleb can slip something in there while he's coming forward. Because David's going to come forward. And Caleb's going to catch him. Now, if Caleb can hurt him, then it's going to be a different fight. But if, he's sitting down on his shot and he don't hurt Benavidez and Benavidez keep coming, it's going to be a short night for Caleb.
Do I think if I'm the only person that thinks
I agree with that.
big fight like Ryan and Tank? I think this is a big fight.
Yeah. It's a big fight. But Ryan,
man, that's huge.
Away from it a little bit,
though. This is a big
fight.
Like,
Ryan and Tank took away some of the luster for this fight, though.
Hey, can I ask y'all something? Because I ain't never really talked on that Ryan Tank thing. Why are people? I'm not a Latin biased person or nothing, but I just feel like this is all like hate for everything that people did to Canelo to fight like a normal person without weight draining them. I feel like this is all the buildup of hate, when people were shitting on Canelo for doing all these weight drains and stuff like that.
I don't think Canelo has anything to do with this, man. I think this is
for real.
This is a totally different fight.
I think he ain't trying to fight a welterweight. That's what I think. I think Tank's not trying to fight a welterweight.
But this is like I don't know. I watch a lot of shows on YouTube, and it seems like people just dig into this more than I've seen anything.
Well, because boxing is a cauldron is a cauldron for this like for these racial biases.
Correct.
There's a lot of people out there that only back their guy based upon the culture or their skin. And
correct.
They might have some harbored feelings, some feelings like left over from
high school, middle school, real life. Correct.
And people talking about Canelo versus Floyd all the time and how Canelo got schooled. But I mean, realistically, if you're a boxing fan, man, it's got nothing to do with one another. It's more Floyd. I would say it's more Floyd versus Oscar, if anything. Ryan totally distanced himself from that Canelo camp. Said he didn't want nothing to do with him.
But it's not only it's stuff like Canelo saying he don't want to fight Mexicans too, so he kind of feed into it.
Yeah, but I mean, let's talk about it though. Like
it's both sides,
So
when you watch who fighting, you notice like, damn, the white dudes be fighting each other, but black and Mexicans dudes always fighting each other. Why the Mexican dudes fight other Mexican dudes, and black dudes fight other black dudes, vice versa. But when you really watch the big fights, they sell based off race, and that's the Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, McGregor, Floyd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but,
they
with the weight drain,
and skill and the rest of it. But race is definitely one of I wouldn't say the main contributing factor, but a contributing.
Well, let me put
fights. Black and brown fights are the big money sales. Black and white fights are big money sales.
I'm telling. I know that. You should know this if you're paying attention.
But also. But
it's a clan battle, man. Boxing is a clan battle, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ever since from the beginning, the Irish wanted their guys to win back when they were, separated from white people. You know what I'm saying? The Irish wanted their guy to win. You know what I'm saying? The Anglo-Saxons wanted their guy to win, and then they joined together and became one, right? So then it became Mexicans and blacks, and you know what I'm saying? The Samoans at one time started coming up. So, it's always been a clan battle in boxing. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people hate that, but, we did have Murderers Row. We had a lot. We was boxed out of fighting for the championship belts for a long time. You know what I'm saying? They refused to fight black fighters. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day.
Hey, can I tell y'all a joke?
So go ahead.
What if we get Wilder Fury referee for this fight? Would y'all be pissed?
Hell no, Jack Reese.
Jack Reese is one of the best.
Hell no, man. Jack Reese would be pushing the fighters. He'll be making all kind of rules.
No.
He did give Fury a 12 count.
That's what I'm saying, nigga. So let's say that Ryan
Yes,
Garcia
sir.
get knocked down, right?
I don't think there's gonna be a problem with this
I
fight.
counted Mississippi.
That
Mississippi too.
nigga has smelling. He has smelling salt in his hand. Get up. Get up.
Let me put this,
I was gonna, you
if
gonna
I
give Ryan a
may.
massage?
Go ahead, manager
tap,
Marty. Go ahead. Go
tap
ahead.
on the forehead.
Let me put this in proper perspective too. It's not just race in the business. It's more culture too. Because when you say race, it's more like skin color. When you say culture, that sounds like it's more appropriate. And I'll tell you why. When you look at, and I said this on my channel, and I'll give you all an example.
Mhm.
Look at the fact that Terrence Bud Crawford, Tank Davis, and Adrian Broner, they all have one thing in common, and that is they don't fight a lot of black or African American fighters.
Yep.
That's what they have in common. And the reason why is because of culture. And somebody set it up just now a few minutes ago.
You can notice
that
it though.
that it's all about the culture of the fighters. You look at every other culture. Now, I don't know well, I can see at least three of us that I can see pictures of is black or African American, right? On this panel right now. And we have to keep it all the way 100. When African Americans or black fighters fight, we don't support our own kind. That's not just in boxing, that's just in business, period. Whether it be small business, medium, or large. We have a culture in our community that we don't support each other. So the big money fights is with cultures that support their own kind. It don't matter if a fighter is 5 wins and 20 losses. If that person is of another culture, that whole culture is going to come out and pay and travel with the fighter and support the fighter. And that's where you get your big money fights at. So I want to look at both sides of the coins when we talk about the business aspect, because if we don't look at both sides, it'll give the impression that quote unquote blacks or African Americans are always getting overstepped in the sport when we dominate the sport, but we have the less when it comes to supporting our own kind. And that's basically why it seemed like it's like, dang, you know, in other words, is black fighters are assumed to win because we culturally dominate the sport from a racial standpoint, but we don't support our own fighters. We don't. That's just facts. Now when an African American fight another race or another culture, we may support, but for the most part, we're dominated by other cultures that support their own. If you take a fighter from overseas and have that overseas fighter come over to America to fight, let's say an African American fighter, most of the people that love boxing, like in their country, they're gonna come and be on an airplane for 13 hours. And they're gonna come over to America and they're gonna support and they're gonna buy the tickets and they're gonna buy the merchandise and they're gonna support their fighter. And this has been the
Castano
culture in
Charlo.
the sport of box, huh?
Like Castano Charlo. You see how
Like
they was
Castano,
all over him with the drums and everything.
and guess what? Look at Fury Wilder. Look at Mayweather Ricky Hatton. They came
Yeah.
over here. London comes over here. They come
Yeah,
over.
yeah, they
London comes
support
over
their
here.
people if they think that they're gonna beat one of ours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So so we got to look at the
Facts.
fact that our culture don't support each other. We don't unite when it comes to our culture. So it's hard to sell it. It's hard to sell black versus black because most of the time we dominate the sport. So it's nothing new to see a black fighter win or be a champion. You know what I mean? So when
Yeah,
another
and,
culture,
and 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 you just basically said it, right? When it's black versus black, we already know we supposed to dominate, like you said. So we internally and I don't mean this like me personally, but sometimes we want to see us beat others, you know?
right? And and that's okay as long as we're doing it in the good spirit of boxing and not looking at things from the prism or the lens of race. You
Correct.
understand? Because at the end of the day, we gotta support each other, but we can't leave out other cultures because they're not black or African American, because then we would be racist just like we accuse others. So we
Correct.
just got to look at it from a standpoint is the only color that matters in this business is green. And that's just how it is. And
No, and like you're saying, Manager Marty, if you really looking at the skill of boxing, like you just gonna like a fighter for his skills, or you not gonna like him for the lack of skills. Really, what he looked like ain't really a big deal. If you like fighting, you should like a person because he can fight.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
I think I want to add something to that because I think a bigger problem is that America got so many damn sports. Football is the number one sport over here. Then we got basketball. You know what I'm saying? Boxing is like maybe fourth or maybe fifth in America. We got so many sports over here. So boxing is competing where you go to other countries, all they got is soccer and they may have croquet or whatever that shit is. You know what I'm saying? So we competing with a lot of other sports over here. You know what I'm saying? Boxing is a small niche. You know what I'm saying? But in other countries like Britain, you know what I'm saying, boxing is high. Is you
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? I think they got football, but they really love their boxing. They got soccer. Soccer is like the number one sport in the world, bro. Believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we got so many different things we can do over here. You know what I'm saying? Our culture is got the most leisure type of culture in the
Correct.
world. So we're kind of always everywhere, and boxing is not on the radar for
And we
most
might not get
people.
the best athletes in boxing because they might be in other sports like basketball, football, baseball, and hockey, other sports, huh?
Well, or
yeah,
even the attentions or the dollars. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
yeah.
people are spending money at football. They're spending money. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they like. We got so much stuff to do. You know what I'm
But
Right.
saying?
I was
but
gonna say though, back to my question for Ryan Garcia and Tank. I feel like Ryan is a master deceiver. Now, I pay attention to Fortuna and a lot of fighters he fought. Fortuna has never mentioned that I've heard in an interview or his manager that he wanted to be at 140. I feel like they put that in the contract for him to say that he wanted to be at 140. The fact that this catchweight is at 136 is just an excuse for Ryan, and I feel like he's masterfully deceiving people.
What's
Because
your
if you
What's your
can make
question?
135, you can make it. You've been 135 your whole life. And I think that people are going along with this, not doing the race thing, but people are just going along with this because they hate PBC. Just keeping it real.
What's your
So you well,
question?
hold on. So Rizzo, you don't see all around the world that all these different countries got soccer teams, bro. I mean, it may not be popular in America, but man, in the world, man, they love soccer, bro. I'm talking about they love that shit.
The
And I don't think I
European
have
dollar
watched.
is more than the American dollar, and one of the highest players is Messi. And what's the other dude? The Messi and I can't even think of
Ronaldo,
the soccer player name, but
Ronaldo.
soccer is
What
It's a
was what?
world sport. A world. He said
I'm
the
talking about
number one
they
sport
love.
in
I
the
mean,
world.
have you ever seen their
I know.
world?
Oh, I
Man,
know,
that
bro.
shit is
World,
crazy.
Oh no, I
yeah, the
know.
World Cup. Yeah,
I know.
The World Cup,
Premier
man, they
League.
be
They go,
fighting,
they go
man.
English
They be
crazy,
Premier
bro.
League is on
battling.
NBC every
People
week.
get
I
hurt
mean,
at those stadiums and stuff. They fight. They beat the players up for losing games and stuff. Like that. It's different.
I mean, they throwing bananas at the black players and all kind of stuff, man.
It's
That
different.
I'm talking about. That soccer is. I'm telling you, when you go to any other country, they be playing in the ghettos of Africa. They be playing soccer. Colombia, they playing soccer.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They all over the world, bro. It's just huge. It's amazing to me because I hate that game. You know what I'm saying?
I was waiting for somebody to say that shit.
We
How can
we
I
I,
watch that shit? That
we
shit's
I,
grew up
mean, I
terrible.
hate that
American
damn.
poor. We didn't grow up third world country poor. It's a big difference.
Man, soccer is so
Man, give me the
huge, bro. I
basketball.
don't even.
Just
Give me the
saying.
basketball in the third world country. I'm sorry, that shit's
I,
boring.
I
Just saying.
I hate soccer, nigga. I was like, if I see
I rather
soccer,
watch
nigga,
tennis.
Yo, the reason
Shit.
I'm trying.
soccer's so big, because like, oh, it's been recorded that that's the very first sport worldwide. That's the very first sport when humans first started evolving. They decided we're gonna do something for fun and entertain ourselves. When it was between wrestling and soccer, those are the first two forms of entertainment for humans outside of going to war and fighting each other.
Hmm.
yeah, I think for Renzo in the chat, he's questioning how much these soccer players in Europe get paid. I mean, they get paid just like they're on a similar pay scale as the NBA players.
How about you
It's
look it up and then come with the facts and stop asking us?
Yeah, I mean they get paid a lot of money, like Neymar,
What's
Ronaldo,
that white
and
dude? What's that white dude look like Thor over there? He got paid like out the ass money, man.
Holland. You talk about Holland, who plays for
Yeah.
Man City.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy scoring
Mm-hmm.
hella goals, man. I mean, when you talk about the sport, it's growing. It's growing here. I mean, I see the Premier League on NBC. I bet on those games myself. So like people here are following them. They're crazy for that stuff.
Man, you couldn't get me to buy a soccer jersey, bro. Mm, for
The
sure, for
jersey, the
sure.
jersey's kind of fly. I give you that. But other than I ain't watching that shit. I can't do it.
That shit got too much shit on it for me. I mean, they got patches, and
Yeah,
man, I don't know.
without the trademarks and all that BS.
Mm,
Yeah,
like good
I
say
think
you
part of
go.
the reason they
Just
pushed
because
the
you don't
schedule back.
understand it doesn't mean it's not cool. It might not be cool to us, but it's cool to somebody.
Oh
Like
yeah,
Ronaldo,
it's cool. Like I
Ronaldo
said, they
wants
love it.
Yeah, that's
You got to
fine. Ain't
player out
nobody mad at that.
you got to
That shit's
remember the
just boring.
sizes of the players relates to the average man, right? Like
but
these
they got
guys aren't that
skills.
big.
They got
Yeah, they
skills. They
got
got
skills.
actual skills like the players that get
Yeah,
paid here.
Pele. I remember Pele. You know, so that's the last time I watched soccer too.
Ronaldinho. You know what I mean? Players like
It's a
that.
it's a simple
That's the
game too.
last.
Like those kids in the ghettos, man. They roll up the newspaper. They put some tape on it, and that's their ball, man. That's how they play. That's how they pick up the sport. That's part of the reason
Yeah,
why it's so
yeah.
popular. That's why boxing was so popular because
I was just about to say it's as simple as punching somebody.
yeah,
So yeah.
exactly. It's one of those things that you can pick up pretty easily.
Well, let me ask you guys this: is Tank Davis the face of boxing? Is he the face of boxing now?
The
Now that
face.
Canelo done got defeated, is he the face of boxing? Everybody's trying to make Tank Davis out to be the face of boxing right now. Is he the face of boxing?
No, I think he got it. Got to be one face, one name. As soon as he beat Devin Haney and Shakur and Ryan first, but in that order in reverse, then yeah, at 135.
I mean, with this win, I mean, he's going to have the highest numbers. You know what I'm saying, for a fight. They looking at
Nah,
they're
the
talking
belt
about a million pay-per-views.
the belt
You know what I'm
matters.
saying?
The belt matters, bro. Like yeah,
Let me
I
regardless
th-
of the
I
money,
think
I get the money,
I
but the
understand that,
belt
but
matters.
is he the but
You talking
even
about the
even
face, not the best.
the
Yeah,
face,
let me
bro?
give you a different view of this thing.
All
Okay,
right.
imagine that you've never seen Tank before, and this fight is the crossover fight. And think about how many people might end up watching Tank for the first time, and you get that Tank experience. Man, this guy might be the. I mean, they're looking at this fight as the gateway drug for boxing because they want to pull in the younger people, and then later on down the line, this fight may give hope. If you believe in Spence versus Crawford, if this fight does really well, then there's a good chance Spence versus Crawford will happen, and Wilder versus Joshua.
I think so
Like
too.
there's you talk about casual when it comes to attracting a casual audience, it doesn't get much better than Tank. Like
So
even me
let,
as a hardcore fan watching Leo Santa Cruz versus Tank, man, I was geeking. That fight was great. I love that fight.
Well, I'll say this. I'll work my way back and then come forward to answer that question. I actually disagree with
Mm.
the gentleman in the middle and then D at the bottom said when he said with this fight it's going to, I guess, put more pressure to make the Crawford versus Spence fight. I totally disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because you can't force a man to want to fight. Is either you want to fight or you don't. And we know that Crawford has not shown anything by his actions. I'm not talking about his words on Twitter. I'm not talking about the IG live. I'm not talking about the inconsistencies that he's been making thus far. I'm talking about his actions and his attitude. His actions and his attitude
What
has
about
shown me
Errol?
that he do not want to fight Errol Spence. He said it with his mouth, but his actions have been meeting up with that lately. And
Okay.
so this fight right here between Garcia and Tank don't have nothing to do with Crawford because you got to understand this. And I made this point a few hours ago. You got to understand this. Tank has good representation and Ryan Garcia has good representation. And so that's why this was able to happen. Fury, good representation. Wilder had good representation, and that happened. Caleb Plant, good representation. Um, Benavidez, he signed with the promoter Samson Lukowicz, who's a great promoter internationally as well. Good representation. Bud Crawford does not have good representation, and fights usually are made easier when the person is when a fighter is a B side without any representation. Fights are made easier because they make less demands because they realize their position is they're the opponent. But here it is. Everybody else that have good representation, both sides of the fence on these fights that I just mentioned, those representations came together, put ego and pride to the side, and they made it happen for the business. And so when you got a guy like Crawford that don't want to fight Spence, it don't matter. It don't matter who fight. He don't want to fight him. From what his actions are showing me. And it ain't no way you gonna tell me that PBC and De La Hoya and them, they got a fight done, and we know their history. They done been to court together. Golden Boy and Al Heyman done been to court together, even though Golden Boy lost, and they got the deal done. Crawford got Al Heyman's phone number directly. Most people can't even see what Al Heyman looked like, let alone have his phone number, his direct number. And he had an actual conversation with Al and 3 contracts. Come on, bro. It's either you gonna fight the man or you're not. And so I'll work my way to the question.
But hold on. You said you disagree with me. Why? I'm just curious.
Well, you did you say that because this fight between Ryan Garcia and Tank's happening, it's going to open doors for Crawford and Spence? Did you say that?
No, that was not. That's not what I said. He asked me if this made them the face of boxing.
Oh, no. I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about the guy to the right of you. And
That's me, Manager Marty. Yeah, I said
my bad.
I believe.
I'm like,
no. They're building. Like
I don't even think those two things correlate.
No, I don't think they correlate. I'm gonna tell you why they don't correlate. Because let's say that the same representation that Ryan Garcia has as Golden Boy, right? Let's say Crawford go over to Golden Boy, and let's say he actually signs him. You heard De La Hoya himself say, "Well, Spence won't be the first fight if we sign him. His first fight gonna be Rocha." And you seen De La Hoya and them. You see what they did? They sent the WBO an envelope. I guarantee you that they sent them an envelope for them to mandate that fight. That's a guarantee. So my thing is, why would they put that in motion for him to fight Rocha, who was their guy, if they was really trying to make something happen between Spence and Crawford, if they signed Crawford? Because they getting the deal done with PBC now. You see my point?
Manager Marty, just so I can explain my position on this.
All right.
I think that Crawford is trying to protect his money, but honestly, I think the guy's holding out until the last minute, and I do believe he is going to take the longer that I see, and what I'm seeing with all the fights that are being made, like there's no better fight in boxing than Spence versus Crawford. And if you're selling, look at boxing as a TV show. There's not many. You don't want to put Spence versus Crawford before a lot of other fights, and you want people. You still have to build value with the audience, with the potential boxing audience, and the way you do that is building up to that. Tank versus Garcia is a very easy sell for the network. Like they are ready for that for many different reasons. That's like I said, I believe that fight is the gateway drug. And if that fight does well, then I think
that if that was what you were saying was true, I think Fury and Wilder would have never fought. And he just explained how they had good representation.
Wilder versus Fury, like
that's not what he said, man.
At a certain point, look, the money is undeniable because look, as the sport gets more popular, when the demand rises, Crawford, like I'm encouraged by Crawford making himself more visible by being in the movie, by doing different things like that. Like I'm trying to be positive about the man.
No, but are you talking about building up the fight before it happens? Is that what you alluding to?
He's talking about increasing the incentive for Crawford to sign the contract. That's what he's talking about.
Building up value in the fight. Because the longer you wait with this fight, like I don't think people need to keep talking about it. But if you see quietly, Crawford is building up his value. And at a certain point, his value is also decreasing because people only want to see one fight. And he at a certain point he's gonna say, "Man, I'm getting out of this sport anyway. Let's make the fight." And I
Let
think
me
that's
ask you.
coming sooner rather than later.
Okay,
That's
I got a question for you. You said Crawford is protecting his money. Can you explain to me what that means so I can respond to that?
Oh, what do I think he's protecting his money? Well, the
No, no.
thing
What does it
is
mean? Yeah, what does that mean? You
oh,
said
okay,
he's
good. Yeah,
protecting.
good
What do you mean
good
by that?
question. Yeah, I didn't clarify what that means. I think the only reason he's talking to Golden Boy is because he has to make a deal. He has to make a deal for this mandatory. Okay, and he doesn't want the price on that. He doesn't want the price on the mandatory to go low because that depends on bidders, right? And he doesn't have any backing, so that's one where he has his hands up in the air. He doesn't have any representation at this point, so he's at the mercy of them, even though he gets a 75% cut. So he can
Says
also
who?
talk. He can
Can
Says
I
also
who?
cook on
talk to
this for a
them.
bit?
He can also talk to them and see, okay, well, what would you be willing to give me over 3 fights? That raises and that guarantees that he will get paid accordingly for the Rocha fight and the
Can I
subsequent fights after that.
But
can I
why would
cook on
he?
this for a bit? I just
What?
want to add to something that you guys are kind of missing out on. You're missing out on the Tank and Ryan. Yeah, they could be the face of boxing because they sell more and they have more popularity than Bud and Earl. But also, Bud to me is egotistically trying to win. So him going to Golden Boy, he's trying to get the 50-50% chance fight. So two promoters come together. There is no A side. So he can get his bread because he doesn't like to be seen as non-A side. That's his number one issue that I've noticed throughout Crawford's career with
Well, the
Earl.
problem. Well, the problem with that theory is it don't matter who he go to. He's gonna always be the B side fighting Spence, and everybody
Well,
knows that.
technically, he won't be the B side if he joins with Golden Boy
I can assure.
because
Hold
he
on.
can get
Is
his
Ryan
bread
is
through
Ryan
Golden
the
Boy.
B side
Oh,
against Tank right now?
If he's making a boatload of money, what
We
does it
don't.
matter if he's the B side? That's my point.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
well,
like
saying. Yeah. So the boatload of money is what's going to destroy the B side, and that's what I
no.
think he's trying to do.
Let me tell you this, man. The farther the closer he gets to De La Hoya and Golden Boy, the farther away the Spence fight happens.
And I agree
Because,
with you, but I
huh?
just said
You just
I agree with
contradicted
you.
yourself. It can't be that easy. We just seen them make the Ryan Garcia and Tank fight, so
No, no.
that there's
See,
still a
you're
chance.
no, no. You guys listen to me. You don't compare oranges to apples. Stay with me now. Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis is a different type of fight than the Errol Spence and Crawford. Let's just be clear on that. If
Yeah, I
he
said
goes
that.
to if he goes to De La Hoya, if Crawford goes to De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotions, he is moving farther away from making the fight happen with Spence. Not because Golden Boy wouldn't do a deal with PBC like they're doing with Ryan and Tank. It's because when he gets there, Spence will not be his first fight. That would defeat the entire purpose of them signing Crawford. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's why Oscar let the cat out of the bag himself by saying if we get Crawford, this is Oscar De La Hoya's word, the promoter now, he's going to take Rocha first, then Virgil Ortiz, and then maybe down the line, Spence. Why
Yeah,
not?
it's basically signing the Bob again.
Right. And that's my point. And so that's why I say, why would you go over? In other words, is he has Al Heyman's phone number. You see, I want y'all to understand that. He has Al Heyman's phone number. Steven Espinosa just got off the phone with BLK Prime in a quick conversation he had with them, and he called Crawford directly. So now Crawford got Steven Espinosa's direct line, and he has Al Heyman's direct line. He don't need Golden Boy. He don't need them to get a fight with Spence if he really want to fight. But if he goes over there to a promoter, I'm gonna give you an example. Look at Devin Haney. Look at what this what I'm telling you is this is standard protocol in boxing when it comes to contracts. When a promoter signs you, oh, they want to maximize their earning potential and let you fight in-house. They're not going to sign you to go fight an outsider first. No, no, no. You got to fight the in-house guys first, and then we'll work something out with you over there. Look at Devin Haney, classic example. When he went over to ESPN to get the Cambosos fight, he didn't just run out of nowhere and just fight. No, no, no. Hold on. You're going to get Cambosos, But what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to fight in his hometown twice in a rematch, just in case he lose, and you got to sign a multi-fight deal with us. It's no different than PBC what they did to Pacquiao. And that's just the standard in boxing. So he's not gonna run all the way over there to Golden Boy just to get no fight with Spence. When he got the network president's number in his contact list, he can call him directly, and he's got Al Heyman's phone number directly in his contact list, and he can call both of those guys. So that's what I'm trying to say.
No,
Because
I agree with that.
All right, so let me piggyback with D. What D is saying is, if they just made the Tank and Garcia fight, and that's $1 million, a million pay-per-views.
Let me say it
If they just did that, and if Al Heyman goes to De La Hoya and says, "Look, you can do the 200,000 fight with Rocha, or you can jump into this $20 million fight, or you can miss it. It's up to you." Are you telling me they won't push him to make that fight?
Listen, you can push him all you want, but the fighters have to be the ones that want the fight. And one fighter, in my opinion, based on his actions, don't want the fight, and that's Crawford. That's just my.
But you don't know that to a fact.
Like, I don't think you wanted it then.
All right.
I think you might want it later.
You gotta misconstrue it. Whoever speaks like Bernard. Now, what I'm trying to say is this is what Bud is. Bud is egotistically playing this game because he believes he's a Hall of Famer and he's bigger than Earl. So what does a nigga do when they feel like you bigger than them? They're gonna find a way to be bigger than you. And for him to kind of do that, I don't want him to do that. I think it's pussy. But in his eyes, he's not pussy. Real niggas love him, and YouTube loves him. He's gonna go over to Golden Boy and try to do a joint fight connection with Golden Boy and PBC again. So there won't be no A side when it comes to money, but there will be an A side when it comes to belts.
Nah, that's
No, it's going. Look. Let me watch this, D. Let me watch this. Now. This is classic common sense with business, right? Why go? That's why I keep saying he got Al Heyman phone up and Steven. Why go to a promoter who's going to take 30% of your cut? You include Crawford going over there is including the middleman. He can cut the middleman out right now and just fight Spence. He don't have to go over there to De La Hoya because now he's including somebody to get a piece of his purse.
So, Manager Marty, can I ask you a question?
No.
Yeah.
Let me speak.
No, because I want to ask a question. No, I want to ask a question. Hold on. Because we got the man blessing us with his presence and we talking real boxing right now. So I want to ask, because we only shifting on one side of the spectrum. I wanted to talk about the other side of the spectrum.
Okay.
Why is the fact, what fact, hold on, let me frame it right. All right, I understand your Terrence Crawford side of it, but what may be keeping Errol from the fight? Because both people have to agree, and so we can't just frame it like one person is not agreeing to it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know, the other side of this, like what do you think may be keeping Errol from making the fight? He's supposedly supposed to be fighting Keith Thurman right now.
Well, I don't know if he's fighting Keith Thurman. I haven't heard.
I said supposedly.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard Kelly Swanson, who owns Swanson Communications, who's the publicist that PBC always hire to do press conference and public releases. So I haven't heard anybody from PBC side. So that's why you've never heard me say on my channel that they're going to fight. Now, to answer your question, to me, I haven't seen anything on Errol Spence's side showing me that he don't want to fight. He's been showing me with his words and his actions for the last couple of years that he wanted this fight, and he did everything he said he was going to do. He was going to clean up people from PBC who had belts first, and then he was going to go over there and take Terrence Bud Crawford's belt based on him fighting him. And that's exactly what his actions have been dictating throughout this whole time. And the only people that I know right now who's been dragging their feet, stalling this fight out is Crawford. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Let's hear what Crawford had to say himself when he was actually negotiating with 3 different contracts, and he was actually negotiating with BLK Prime without even giving transparency to PBC and Al Heyman. He was secretly negotiating with them.
I just wanted to hear the other side of it.
There was no other side.
There is no other side.
There is no other side, in my opinion.
Shit. Like, I mean, Earl did everything he needs to do as a fighter. Like, I mean, who has a conversation with another fighter to tell them, why don't you come over here in this alley? These niggas got money. Let's get some bread. No, you don't do that. You don't tell nobody. Look, they can
That's,
give us both 50 million.
Unless
And
you're a
now
scammer.
nothing has came out that he's really made 10 million or whatever he said. Nothing has came out. Not even out of his own mouth.
goddamn
So I
nigga had
think
Newports in the damn alley.
Yeah, I
He
got the
never
deal,
look.
son.
He never said he made. I agree with you, D. He never said he made 10 million. And on top of that, if he made that much money and the numbers were so good, two
why
questions.
ain't he going back?
Number one, there you go. Number one, why did he only sign one fight and he never went back? And number two, I'm still waiting for the last 55 days for somebody over that side, including the other content creator, not gonna say his name, who works over there. Give us the numbers, the pay-per-view numbers.
You talking about Blue Bloods?
That yeah, I'm just saying, I ain't mention his name on Pull Counter Joint, but I'm just saying, give us the pay-per-view numbers that he did, that Crawford did with David Evanesian, so hopefully he can use it as leverage if they were so good in the renegotiations. But we still don't know what those numbers look like.
But you know what the problem is that nobody realizes? He's egotistic. He's egotistic. People don't want you to know. They just want to tell people what they kind of got because they want to be bigger than them. At the end of the day, the dude got one belt. Earl got 3. At the end of the day, Tyson Fury got 1 belt. Usyk got 3. At the end of the day, Deontay Wilder had 1 belt. Tyson Fury had 0. At the end of the day,
But
those joint
he was the
connections.
lineal champion, though. That
But
matters.
I know he's a lineal champion. But you got to remember how much he made and Deontay Wilder made. When he was over on ESPN and Deontay Wilder was on PABC, when they came together, that's what Bud is trying to do. Bud is trying to be a Tyson Fury and get the same amount of credit, and there will be no A side, B side because you're on the network that shows you the A side, and Earl's on the network that shows he's the A side. At the end of the day, that's what Bud's trying to do. He's egotistically trying to play and be the better man.
He's never going to get out of being the B side with Errol Spence because his numbers don't dictate it and his popularity don't either. And that's just the bottom line.
And
but last time I checked,
but the bottom line might do it.
He not
The
getting
bottom
that
line might do it. If EJ want to fight bad enough, he might say yes to 50-50.
Why can't they get 50-50? Well, that's a 50-50 fight.
Last time I checked, he has so many rumors out here that he made 10 million. This dude's lying.
You believe every rumor you hear?
No, I don't. I felt like he's lying to build up his credibility.
Hold on. You said rumors, and now you're putting those rumors on him. You're doing that right now.
And I am doing that because he's not denying those rumors.
What?
What?
Are you? Y'all both lost. What the hell are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Let me get this out. Okay, y'all don't hear nothing about Bunny the Boxer anymore, right? Do you? I don't hear anything. That's his propaganda. That's what anytime he wants something to get out, he goes through Bernie the Boxer, right? We haven't heard nothing from Bernie the Boxer lately. You know what I'm saying, about Spence. So I do believe that we're gonna get this fight. You know what I'm saying? Because Bernie the Boxer has been chill. He ain't been saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? When everything usually get quiet around Spence camp, and you know what I'm saying, nobody knows what's going on. Usually we get the big fight. We get a big fight, like when he popped up with Manny Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? That shit just came straight out the blue, bro. And once again, he's going silent. You know what I'm saying? So I think they negotiating, man. I think we're gonna get it. They probably gonna offer Crawford something he can't refuse. He's probably using Golden Boy to leverage the deal, even though that shit don't mean nothing to the PPC. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying, they just want Crawford because EJ wants Crawford, and they want to please EJ. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We may not get that Thurman fight. You know what I'm saying? We may get the Terrence Crawford fight. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think?
It shouldn't take a whole year to negotiate. It's either you want to fight or you don't.
Well,
it's very simple.
Well, you got a lot of fights. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of fights coming up. You got Tank Garcia. You got David. They want to sit it up. They don't want to compete. You know what I'm saying, with other fights. You know what I'm saying? So it's got to be the right time and the right place where they can make all the money. It can't be against football or basketball. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be at the right venue and the right time.
June.
So they got to look at all that.
No, I think it might be in the second.
Something.
It might be in the second half, maybe.
Nah. It's gonna be early summer or during the summer.
Yeah, I believe
Think
it. If
so?
it does happen, definitely this summer, because you got to remember, Spence been sitting out since last August when Crawford fought in December,
Yep.
so you got to understand when these guys get frail, get stale, they got to get back in there and they'll be a little bit rusty. So Crawford will have the edge with activity. So I don't think they're gonna let it run out that far. But then, who knows?
You don't think they would? You don't think they would fight their respective mandatories and then like Crawford fight Rocha and then Spence fight Thurman?
That's corny. That's corny.
No, I don't think they're gonna let that happen.
Why
No,
would
they
that be
got
corny?
to get it on
You
now.
know, Spence don't fight tune-ups. You know what I'm saying? He don't fight up. So
Thurman's not a tune-up.
If
That's a
if Spence fight Thurman, it's over. He's not coming back down to
tune up for
47.
Spence. God damn it.
I still like that fight, man. I
You
like
know,
that fight a lot.
Yeah, it's now or never. It's the same thing with Bud. Bud fight Rocha, man. It's gonna deflate all the energy in this fight. And if Spence fight Thurman, he's not coming back down. So it's either now or
How's it
never.
gonna deflate anything? He's been fighting a lot of ho-hum fights his whole career. I mean,
People not gonna wait forever, man.
Even the fight that I was like really looking forward to from Crawford, which was Spence versus Porter, that became a disappointment because he found out that Porter was gonna retire anyway, and he didn't look the same. He looked diminished in the ring.
Porter,
he came out. You know, Porter came out and said EJ put arthritis in his hips. Man, he said he had arthritis, bro. After that, you know what I'm saying? So he was messed up.
What's one more disappointing fight from Crawford? If he's fighting his mandatory anyway. You know, they would have time to build it up. You know, I'm just saying. I think that's a possibility. Like they could
unification is from mandatories. Fact.
We'll see. Who knows?
Yeah,
man.
I agree.
But I wouldn't go gassing. Don't go gassing
Unification.
everybody about this.
That's what the rules say. The rules
don't go
say that.
gassing people up over this. It might not happen.
Yeah, it might not happen, but the rules say it. The WBO rules and regulations state that the only time they'll give those extensions to a super champion is if they're in negotiation or if they will pursue a unification bout. So, like you said, unification is always trump mandatory, and it's not his time to do mandatory anyway. So I know Golden Boy.
Yeah, it's a voluntary. Bud's mandatory is a voluntary, so it's kind of
no, it's not voluntary. No, it's not.
No. If he fights Rocha, it will be a mandatory.
That's the mandatory because the
it's a
WBF
voluntary mandatory though.
No,
it got ordered.
The WBO ordered it because
before it was ordered, it was voluntary. I remember what was going on because it went from Thurman to Rocha.
No,
is that they have to complete it within a
No, bro, no, it's a mandatory. They made it.
Both fights are mandatory,
man, because
boss.
they're mandatory, bro. And Thurman is WBC. You know what I'm saying? It was ordered by Suleiman and your boy. You know what I'm saying?
I remember looking at WBO. He was above Rocha. But
I know, but
Thurman is in the WBC. They're about to fight at 154, possibly. That's what's been rumored for a mandatory fight.
He was also in WBO.
We're not talking about that. Talking about now.
Yeah, he was in
right
WBO.
now.
Yeah, I know, but
he's in WBO, but
it's not voluntary. That's what it's saying.
No, I know. I did say that it was a voluntary before they ordered it.
No, it wasn't voluntary. De La Hoya. No, listen. Golden Boy accelerated that. That's why I keep saying they sent the envelope over there, so it can, so it won't look as bad to the fans when it comes out that he got to fight Rocha, because you got to understand something. They talking about a 20-day purse. They have to negotiate within 20 days or a purse bid, but we already know, and you said it earlier, D. Crawford has no representation, so who's going to be the other promoter to post bid that? So that means that if it's going to be that, that's the setup for him to have to sign to De La Hoya and Golden Boy, because if they're the only promoters in there, they can just say, "Look, we only going to pay $8 million for it," and that's just simple. That's it. They don't get no more. That is their cap. So that whole reason for him going over there. Think about it this way, and I said this on my channel. Check this out. When Rocha got finished fighting on January the 28th, Eric Gomez, he is the representative that's on the paperwork for Golden Boy that the WBO sent that mandatory documentation over. It's on their website. Eric Gomez works closely. He's Oscar De La Hoya's best friend, basically, right?
Yeah, he's a matchmaker
Right.
for Golden
So
Boy.
so Eric Gomez, when Rocha got finished, he was sitting down. You can go on Fight Hub or Fight Hype, both of them. He was sitting down after that fight that he just had on the 28th of January. Eric Gomez come over while Rocha's in the interview. He put his hands over his shoulder, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and before he was walking away, he turned around to the media and said, Terrence Crawford's next. That was on January the 28th, and I got it on my channel. And so how can he say that, and then within 29 to 30 days, the WBO sends that mandatory documentation over? That's how you know the envelope was sent over beforehand.
Yep, exactly. That's why I'm saying. And remember, he wasn't Eric Gomez fired recently.
No, that wasn't him. That was the other. That was the matchmaker. I know you talking about. I forgot his name, but no, not him. He left, but Eric Gomez is still there. If he's not there no more, he was there on January the 28th because I saw him.
Because Virgil Ortiz turned it down twice, and then it's just a bunch of bullshit. I don't believe that you need to do these mandatories like this. Just like what what's that Russian dude from Canada? I think all these mandatory stuff. It's you accepting you ducking. Because if you take a mandatory and there's one more belt to finish it up, you're ducking.
So would you guys say the ends justify the means for Terrence Crawford if he takes the fight? If he takes the fight like later this year, or even like sometime in the summer? Would you forgive all the shenanigans in between?
He gotta take the fight now. Spence is not gonna hold a whole year for him. It's now or never.
I'm not saying he's gonna hold it.
That nigga like Ryan Garcia for me.
What I'm saying is, if you get the fight down the line, like, are you still going to feel resentful about him not taking the fight earlier?
Of course. He got to fight him now because think about it in this way. If you try to fight him later, it's going to be an issue this year. He's got to fight him in the summer because we already know Canelo, he got 2 dates a year in May and September, Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
So they're not going to let him. There ain't no point in trying to wait until after May and then turn around and wait after September. No, you got to fight him in the summer. You got to fight him now. It's just that simple.
And if you go with the Golden Boy deal, you're taking away 2 years because Crawford only fights once a year. That means Earl is obviously going to have to move up.
That's my point.
Well, that's what we're saying.
But that's what I'm saying to you, D. Why would he run over the Golden Boy, knowing what you just said?
That's his leverage. In my opinion, I believe that's Bud's leverage. He's saying, "Look, if you guys don't give me what I want, I'll take this fight." EJ is saying, if I don't get what I want, I'll fight Thurman. So they both have some leverage in the situation. So originally, I guess you could say Spencer's the A side. He had the ticket sales, he had the pay-per-views, but at the same time, leverage is leverage. How much do you really want this fight? You're bound to make your biggest payday, a lifetime bag fighting Crawford. What are you willing to give up? That's what we're gonna find out.
On the Golden Boy, Bud to get a chance to fight Earl. But if he goes this route, to me, that would be pussy. My stance was him using Golden Boy as a leverage for the Earl Spence fight without the mandatories.
That's not leverage though, because he's going to have to fight. He's going to have to fight a Golden Boy. He's going to have to fight a Golden Boy fighter. Believe that.
No, I definitely believe you. But my stance was in his egotistic ways to want to be better than Earl. And him coming in with a better chance of more money in the pot with the DAZN network, which would be split network like Tank and Ryan. So that with him taking the mandatory route, automatic pussy.
If he goes to Golden Boy, I highly doubt they're gonna make the fight through there. He's most likely gonna make the fight through Showtime. The Golden Boy threat is a Golden Boy threat. If he goes to Golden Boy, he's not fighting Spence.
That's a guarantee.
But
so they got up until this time that the mandatory is ordered, and if it goes to purse split and it does what it does. But they got to make this fight now, and my spidey senses tell me they're making the fight. There's too much money on the table for them to not be able to give this guy something that he cannot want, that he won't sign. He has to sign this.
Who's the mandatory order through?
WBO. I think that's wrong. 100%. The reason why Tank and Ryan got made is because they bring money. The reason why Spence and Earl ain't getting made because they want too much money and don't bring in enough.
Well, you forgetting one thing that all the promoters said in this. Leonard Ellaby said it, and so did Bernard. They both said it, and this is the part that I keep on harping on. The reason why this fight is happening, yes, don't ever think it's not money. So I agree with that. It is money, but both fighters wanted it. Both fighters pressed Ryan pressed De La Hoya for this, and so did Tank. They wanted this. These fighters wanted this fight now. And so that's why I keep saying it's up to the fighters at the end of the day. Both of these guys gotta want it, and if one fighter don't want it, it's nothing that you can do. It don't matter where Bud go, he's always gonna be the B side, and the fight's gonna happen on Showtime. That's a guarantee. All of us know that. Those two facts.
Yeah, that's
Those
wrong.
are two facts.
That's wrong.
Remember, the
I don't
budget
think
is
I don't
there.
think it's the fighters. I think it's the money. The major issue with Bud was the money.
Listen, if
The
it was the
major
money,
issue.
listen, if it was the money, he wouldn't have left 10 million. Think about that. Why wouldn't he stay with BLK Prime if they paid him 10 million?
But here we go back.
Nowhere else.
Here we go back to lies though, because it ain't 10 million. He never even truly said it
Yeah.
was 10 million.
So that's my point. So how much do you think he got paid then?
I believe around 5, maybe this fucking 4 million.
All right, that sound about right. Now you mean to tell me he's not gonna make more than that fighting Spence?
But you mean to tell me it wasn't egotistical enough move for him to
No, I want
use them lies for people to say, oh well, Bud just getting his bread. He's trying to feed his family.
That's
To
possible.
me, he uses YouTube lies to make his moves.
But think about it. That's possible. But what fighter in the history of the sport plays those type of games, knowing that when it's all said and done, you still gonna be the B side, and the fight's still gonna end up on Showtime.
Yeah, but here's
Fighters
what you're
don't
missing.
do what you're saying, brother. Trust me, I'm in this
Here's
business.
what
They
you're
don't
missing.
do all that. They
Here's
don't
what
do
you're
all
missing.
that, bro.
I'm not a Bud fan. First off, here's what you're missing. To be a pound for pound number one fighter, you got to fight every year. The negotiations dragged on because of Bud. He wants more money. But by the time they probably figured out a date, it was for next year. Bud will lose his pound for pound position if he doesn't fight every fucking year.
But who gave him? But ESPN made him pound for pound. Ain't nobody else make him no pound for pound.
Yeah,
They don't
pound
put.
for pound is just
But
imaginary. That's just
no, it's
yeah. Go ahead.
not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To be on the list, you got to be an active fighter. If you miss 1 year, you're not active. For Bud's Hall of Fame is being pound for pound. I don't give a fuck if it's. I don't give a fuck if it's a Grammy award. To be pound for pound, that's his biggest thing. He's number one.
And remember, like, the value in the fight also relies in undisputed. So if you would want to get it done, you'd want to get it done before Spence goes to 154.
To me, I think Bud just want more money. They're not worth it. Earl and Bud aren't worth it.
So what percentage chance do you give of this fight happening?
What you mean they ain't worth? Oh, you mean like financially for the promoters or whatever?
For the promoters, then these niggas gotta put out bread. Bud and Earl like 32-year-old kids living in the house. They ain't paying no rent and they still want cars and shit and all that. They ain't worth it. There's no value. They bring no value.
Hold on, they putting their life on the line. Of course, it's worth it. They need to be paid.
But they don't need to be paid what they need to be paid because they don't bring no fucking value.
I disagree there. I think Spence is.
You're losing me, bro. You're losing me.
I'm not losing
I'm trying, but you got to give me something to work with here.
The main negotiation ended because Bud wanted more money.
Bud Crawford,
everything that was going through the tunnel. He wanted to see who the waiter's making, the tailor.
The narrative is that he wants more guaranteed money. That's exactly. The narrative is that he wants more guaranteed money.
That's the thing. But that's the whole thing. He doesn't understand the business. That's the issue. He has no representation in this business. I'm not talking about the entertainment lawyer that he got, Henson. I'm not talking about him. He just got him, and that's why he was over in LA, and that's how he had that little scene in the LA movie. What I'm basically saying is he don't have managerial experience, representation, and that's the bottom line. So because of that, he's ignorant to how the process works because he's so used to having a guarantee. And the bottom line is that whole guarantee thing That's not mandatory. That's only mandatory when you're assigned to a promoter. That's not mandatory when you just a free agent. You're a B-side free agent. That's what I'm trying to say. Because the thing is, if he goes to BOK Prime, and let's use your theory, D, which I do agree with, 4 to 6 million. He's going to make way more than that fighting Spence. He said he agreed to all of the terms. So by him saying that out of his mouth, his actions didn't equal up to what he said by signing. So there's no excuse at this point. That's all I'm saying. His actions didn't match up with his words. So I understand what you're saying, though. He's trying to do all these different tactics for leverage. Let me explain something to you in this business. Fighters don't do that. When they want to fight, I'm not saying that they ignore the money, because they don't. This is prize fighting. They don't ignore the money. But it don't take all of this extra, all this thought process and all that. I mean, do this and do it. They don't do that. I'm just telling you the nature of these fighters' mentality. They don't do that, especially when you talking about millions of dollars on the line. I mean, think about it in this way. $1.5 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
The average American makes about $50,000. It will take an average American to gross $1.5 million in 30 years, something that Bud Crawford has made in his one fight in 30 minutes. So if you talking about making 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million, 11 million, 12 million to fight Spence, that's a hell of a lot of good money. So we know it, even 35% is always going to trump a guarantee when you got a big revenue fight. So
that's true.
That's why I'm saying his actions is not matching up with his words.
I think his actions are he's egotistic.
You think he should take 35%?
No. Let me say this. I think he's egotistic.
No, he's just saying he's egotistical. He's egotistical.
Yeah. So here, let me finish and I'm done. I'll go on mute. Egotistic to me for Bud. If he goes over and signs, because this is what he's not trying to talk about. If he signs to PBC, he will be considered weak in his mind that he submitted to an A-side dude named Earl who doesn't have as much accomplishments as him. And he also feels like he'll be cheated in the fight. Tyson Fury said it best too. He didn't want to sign to fight Deontay Wilder on Showtime because he feel like he'll be robbed. That's why he went to ESPN and they made a deal. Bud is trying to find a way so he won't get robbed and he won't be B-side. That's facts.
Well, I got you. But here's the thing. If that is
I'm
true,
lost as hell.
If that is true, that
Man,
Bud,
I just tapped out, bro. I tapped out.
Yo,
I'm gonna drink my tea and chill.
Yo, D.
It's not no loss as hell shit. It's
Yo,
simple
dude.
shit.
Yo, D. Check this out. Bud knew what I just said. Look, Bud is the B side. That's a fact. And number 2, the fight will happen on Showtime. So those 2 facts alone set the foundation. It don't matter who Bud signed to, those 2 facts will always remain the same and will never change in the negotiations.
Okay,
So
well, let me ask you a question. What is he doing right now? Not trying to sign the PBC.
But listen, it ain't about signing the PBC at this point. It's either you want to fight Spence or you don't.
Exactly.
It's either you have confidence that you can beat Spence or you don't. I mean, it's just that simple. See, we talking about him signing the PBC. Well, think about what he said 3 years ago, and I made this point on my channel months ago. He said he don't mind fighting Thurman. He said he don't mind fighting Garcia. He said he don't mind fighting Charlo. All 3 of those guys are with PBC. So my thing is, what difference does it make if you sign the PBC or not? All the fighters that you keep claiming you want to fight is over at PBC. So it's either you going to fight Spence or you don't. It's just that simple, bro.
And I know, and I'm 100% with you. I'm not a Bud fan. I believe he beats her, but I'm not I'm not going to support his lies. I don't believe his 10 million. I don't believe he's feeding his family. He's been feeding his family. They never been not fed. So I'm 100% with you on that. But I believe 100% that he's egotistic and he'll do whatever it takes not to submit. And he'll probably end his career not fighting Earl, just not to submit.
But think about it. He was going to have to submit. He was going to have to submit regardless because of those 2 facts. He's going to fight on Showtime and he's the B side. So And the thing is, they offered him a guarantee twice. They offered the man a guarantee, and that's why he said, I don't agree with that. I deserve more. So that's why I went acquiesced it to his demands and said, let's just do a split. You'll make more money with the split then. All right, well, how do I know what's going? That ain't Al Heyman and them job to represent him. Go get representation and bring the representation back, and we can do the numbers. See,
I got a question for y'all. How about this to break the evenness? Do you think Spence will offer Bud a 50-50 contract?
Fuck no.
Why would he?
First off, Earl can't offer a contract.
He can't offer nothing. He don't got no
Come on
jurisdiction
now.
over that.
I'm speaking in generalities. We know who's going to offer the contract. Do you think he can get it done? He can get a 50-50 contract fighting Bud?
Absolutely not.
No.
I wouldn't.
Yes, I feel like that's the only way to finish this is to treat Bud
No,
like you did Mikey Garcia.
Well, then it
absolutely
doesn't
not.
happen.
No, because look. All right, so let me ask you this question, D. If you say that, remember when
Damn. No.
hold on. Remember when Mayweather was on the Bob Costa show, and Bob Costa said, why don't you just give Pacquiao 50-50 to make this fight happen? And Mayweather himself said, this is years ago, you can pull it up. And Mayweather himself said, absolutely not. He said in his last 3 fights, I made more in one fight in his last 3 fights. Why do I got to take a pay cut? And that's the same thing with Spence. Why do Spence have to take a pay cut for a B-side that's getting paid more than he ever made in his whole career, and his numbers don't even dictate
You
it?
talking about the press conference where he said your job don't pay like my job, right?
You talking about when he got interviewed on Showtime?
He got interviewed.
Before the
the shit where he told him where he is just coming back off. When he was
No,
just
no,
coming
no.
back off retirement.
It was a little later than that. A little couple years down. But,
It was
yeah.
after that. Yeah, it was after that. It was after that. And he was
And
basically
fuck Bob Costas though. I'm just saying.
No, I'm
He
just telling you.
shitted on EJ. He shitted on EJ when he came back after that.
I never heard that before.
Throw that out there. Motherfuck Bob Costas.
How was Errol the A side when he got 9 less wins?
Who said that?
He come to do battle tonight. I like this guy.
Bro, that's a straw man argument, bro. Come on with that shit.
Asking questions. That's all I'm doing. I ain't arguing.
What'd you say?
Test
Say
him.
that again?
Test him.
9 less fights?
Listen. What is your question again? Say that again.
Don't Terrence Crawford got 37 wins and Errol got 28?
Good God.
Yeah, Errol cleaned out 90%, of the
like 39.
90%. Man, please, boy, stop.
That's a good question, though. It's a Hall of Fame fighter.
Tonight you're gonna have to go get
Hey y'all. Hey, hold on. I know we cooking good, but I gotta get up. I got to get up early tomorrow, y'all. I got to drive. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to shut this down. I'll be back on tomorrow.
You brought him out tonight, Paul.
Yeah. We've been on for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to.
Hey, Paul, I just want to say this real quick.
Paul. Fuck the DOT, Paul.
Hey,
Gotta
Paul.
make the bread.
I just want to say, this man Marty Poole. I just want to say thank you for having me on the panel, my brother. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to all you wonderful guys and on the panel, man. I had a good time, and look forward to seeing you guys again sometime soon on the panel. You guys are very knowledgeable about boxing, and I love having real legitimate conversations with people who are knowledgeable about the sport. Whether we agree or disagree isn't the point. The point is that we all can agree that we love the sport of boxing. So I love being on panels like this, and I appreciate you again, Paul, for having me.
Salute. Did Paul just drop out?
Y'all fellas have a good night, man.
Y'all be easy.
Thank you, Paul Counter. It was fun, man.
Word. Great conversation, fellas. Have a good night.
Yep.
Sorry, I got bumped out my own stream. Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, man. I see you guys. You know what I'm saying? We'll do it again. All right, peace out. Peace out, everybody. Life good. Cash Crypto, Asante L, and Mystery Machine. I'm saying we'll do it again tomorrow. Peace out, y'all. I got knocked out. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for sliding through, everybody.